Snow drifted against the high stone walls of Winterfell, muting the clatter of labor and the rumble of wagons as the North prepared for a war unlike any it had ever faced. There was a hush in the courtyard, that tense stillness that settled before a storm, and it clung to the air, heavy as a cloak. Under that uncertain sky, Jaime Lannister dismounted, boots crunching in the white as his arrival turned heads and drew wary stares. His golden hair was dulled by travel grime, a fox fur cloak shielding him from the cold. Ghosts of the past seemed to move among the gathered men. Northern soldiers who had lost kin at his hand, at his house command, and yet here he was, the Lion of Lannister, come at last to their ancient stronghold. He did not expect a warm welcome, nor did he want one. The decision to come north had cost him everything. His sister's love, his last claim to the comfort of home, his very name in King's Landing. But the world had changed. Death marched on Winterfell, and Jaime Lannister had come to fight not for honor, nor redemption, but for something far older, the hope that some shred of good yet lived in him. He passed beneath the archway, feeling 100 eyes upon him, some filled with suspicion, some with naked hatred, and a few perhaps with hope. He'd been announced, he knew. Bran Stark, the boy he had crippled so many years ago, sat beneath the heart tree now, a man grown and yet something other, the eyes of a crow flickering in the shadows of the godswood. Jon Snow, the new king in the north, moved like a shadow. Haunted, watchful, every inch the Stark. Save for the truth in his blood that few yet knew. Sansa waited too, her hair copper fire against the pale stone, a wary queen with the cold wisdom of winter in her eyes. Tormund Giantsbane watched him from across the yard, blue eyes fierce, arms crossed. Beside him stood Brienne of Tarth, as tall and unbending as ever, her eyes flaring with something like anger, something like longing. Jaime's chest tightened at the sight of her, the last true friend he had left in the world. Davos Seaworth greeted him with a curt nod, more practical than most. "We're glad of every sword," he said. "Even a lion's, so long as it stays pointed at the dead." Jaime nodded, feeling the weight of Oathkeeper at his hip, the Valyrian steel blade gleaming faintly in the weak sunlight. "That's all I intend, Sir Davos. If there is to be a dawn, let's see it together." He felt more than saw the shift as Jon Snow approached, dark-eyed and careful. Jon's hair was damp from the cold, his jaw set. "We welcome you, Sir Jaime," he said, words formal, clipped. "But understand, you'll be watched." "By all of Winterfell, I suspect," Jaime replied, allowing a small smile. "No one knows better than I how quickly trust can turn to betrayal." The words were not lost on the king in the north. Jon nodded, and as Jaime moved deeper into the castle, the old ghosts pressed closer still. Memories of a boy's scream, a fall, a queen's command, and the roaring, inescapable truth that he was no longer that man, nor could he ever be again. Later, as the dusk faded into blue-black night, and the great hall filled with the restless thunder of preparation, Jaime found himself before the fire, the warmth stinging his cheeks. He sat alone, hands splayed above the flames, feeling their ache, the golden hand that marked his loss. The fingers of his left, still strong, still deft. Brienne entered, her steps unhurried, her armor newly polished for war. She lingered a moment in the archway before crossing to him. "They do not trust you," she said. "Not yet. I don't trust myself," Jaime said quietly. "But I know why I'm here. My sister, she would see the world burn before she yielded to anyone but her own madness. I would rather die here among enemies than live as her pawn." Brienne studied him with that searching gaze of hers, the one that missed nothing. "You could have stayed in King's Landing. You could have taken her side." Jaime looked up, met her eyes, let himself feel the pain and relief both. "I could have. I didn't." A pause stretched between them, the silence filled with memories of baths and battlefields, and the long, slow work of mending a soul shattered by pride. "Will you fight with me?" she asked. Jaime nodded. "Always." The The days passed in a blur of cold and fear. The dead drew nearer, and the Northmen steeled themselves for the end. Arya Stark flitted through the shadows like a wraith, her eyes watchful, her words sharp as Valyrian steel. Sansa, high above the yard, moved among her people, offering what comfort she could. Practical, stern, a queen forged by suffering. Bran waited in the Godswood, a silent sentinel, the strange knowing in his gaze unsettling Jaime more than he cared to admit. Once, Jaime came upon the boy alone among the roots of the heart tree. Bran's eyes were lost somewhere distant, but as Jaime stepped closer, he turned and looked straight at him. "You have changed," Bran said, his voice softer than winter wind. "I hope so," Jaime said, trying not to shiver beneath that unblinking gaze. "But there's blood on my hands that won't ever wash clean." Bran blinked, slow and unhurried. "We all carry shadows. The things we do, they shape us, but they are not all we are." Jaime did not know if it was forgiveness, but it was something close. The night before battle, the hall filled with those who would fight. Jon stood at the head of the table, speaking quietly with Daenerys Targaryen, her silver hair a bright thread in the firelight. They did not smile, but there was a fragile alliance there, and Jaime wondered how long it would last if dawn ever came again. Brienne sat beside him, quiet, her face unreadable. Podrick Payne, now a squire grown into a man, hovered nearby, ever loyal. Tyrion Lannister, Jaime's own brother, drank sour red wine and watched the Northmen with calculating eyes. "I always knew you'd end up here," Tyrion murmured, standing between doom and dawn. "Was it worth it, leaving her?" Jaime sipped his wine, the taste bitter as memory. "Ask me after." When the hall emptied, Jaime wandered the battlements, feeling the cold bite at his face. He remembered the last time he had been surrounded by so much snow. Years ago, fleeing River Run with Brienne at his side, the world a tapestry of threat and possibility. He had been a different man then. But war changed people, and so did love. He found Jon Snow atop the walls, brooding as ever. "You've fought worse odds before," Jon said, almost wry. Jaime let out a breath. "I killed a king once, for the sake of the realm. I'd do it again, if it meant saving what's left of the living." "Then see." Jon's gaze softened, just a touch. "We'll need every sword." "Thank you." It was more than he had expected. Jaime nodded and turned away, the wind howling past. The horns sounded at dawn, long and low. The dead had come. Jaime took his place among the defenders, the chill of the morning fading beneath the rush of purpose. He stood beside Brienne, Oathkeeper gleaming in his hand. The plan was simple, desperate. The Unsullied in front, Northern soldiers behind, dragonglass and fire and steel. Somewhere in the yard, Arya readied herself, her blades whispering in the cold. Jon and Daenerys mounted their dragons, wings dark against the bruised sky. The ground shook as the white surged forward, a sea of death cresting against the walls. Jaime fought, every muscle screaming, his left hand a blur of steel, his golden right a shield. The dead came on, relentless, and he hacked them down, step by step, side by side with Brienne. She moved with the ferocity of a winter storm, her blade singing death. Together, they formed an island of living, amidst a tide of corpses. He lost sight of time, of self, of everything but the next blow, the next enemy, the next moment alive. The cold bit deep, and the dead would not stop. Oathkeeper shattered bone and sinew, Valyrian steel cleaving through the whites as if through paper. At one point, a monstrous wight loomed, jaws wide, and Jaime met it with a bellow, his golden hand raised. Brienne slashed, and together they drove it back, the thing crumpling in a heap of ice and rot. The lines began to falter. Tormund's roar rang above the din. Podrick rose, fell again. Sansa, in the crypts below, prayed to gods she barely believed in. Arya was a streak of shadow, blades flashing. Jon battled the Night King himself atop a mound of corpses, Daenerys circling above, flame licking the darkness. Jaime saw Tyrion then, sword drawn, defending Sansa as the dead breached the crypts. The sight filled him with pride and fear both. He fought on, blood soaking his sleeve, golden hand sticky with filth. Brienne was wounded, a gash across her thigh. Jaime shielded her, pushing her behind him as the whites pressed close. For a moment, he feared all was lost. But then, light. Arya, slipping through the shadows, blade flashing. The Night King fell. The whites froze, shuddered, collapsed as if the world itself had sighed in relief. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by sobs, by the crackle of burning corpses, by the sigh of the dying. Jaime sagged to his knees, exhaustion washing over him in waves. Brienne knelt beside him, her face streaked with dirt and blood. They stared at one another, the ruin of Winterfell around them, the living and the dead sprawled in mingled heaps. "You did it," she whispered. "No," Jaime said. "We did." The aftermath was chaos. Winterfell was half in ruins, bodies everywhere, the living numb with shock and loss. Jon Snow limped through the yard, Daenerys silent beside him, her face pale with grief. Sansa emerged from the crypts, her eyes hard as ice. Arya stood atop a pile of corpses, breathing hard, her expression wild. Bran Stark watched from the Godswood, his gaze lost in some other world. The survivors gathered in the hall, mourning the dead, counting the living. Tyrion found Jaime, clasping his shoulder. "You could have stayed in the south," he said. "Why didn't you?" Jaime looked past his brother, to Brienne, to the ruined yard beyond, to the promise of dawn. "Because I wanted to be a better man just once." The North would not forgive easily. The scars of war, old and new, would take time to heal. But as the snows began to melt, as spring struggled to return, Jaime Lannister stood among the survivors, his blade red with the blood of the dead, his golden hand battered and broken, but his soul, at last, his own. He did not know what the future held. He only knew that for this one dawn, he had chosen the living. And sometimes, that was enough. He found Brienne on the battlements as the sun rose. They stood together, silent, the wind cold but clean. For a long while, neither spoke. Finally, Brienne said, "You'll stay?" Jaime looked to the east, to the warmth that might yet return, to the home he had helped to save. "If you'll have me." She nodded, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. And so, Jaime Lannister remained in the North, not as a lion, not as a kingslayer, but as a man, and perhaps one day as a friend. He had turned his back on Cersei, on the poison that had ruled his life. Here, among the snows and scars of Winterfell, he found not redemption, but the beginning of something else. The sun rose. The world, for a moment, was still. And Jaime Lannister, for the first time in his life, felt free. The weeks after the battle blurred into one another, a slow crawl out of shock and grief towards something like normalcy. The survivors limped through their days, and Winterfell, half ruined, scarred by fire and blood, endured the way old castles did, with silent stubbornness, stone standing through every storm. Jaime Lannister found himself changed in subtle, relentless ways. Gone were the idle hours and the easy vices of the Red Keep, replaced by work, hauling stone, instructing green boys in swordplay, patrolling shattered walls by moonlight, with nothing but his thoughts for company. At first the North eyed him with open suspicion. Every time he passed beneath the broken towers, whispers followed. Kingslayer, Lannister, Oathbreaker, Bader, shot. Jaime bore them all, letting the words wash over him as water over stone. He had heard worse, done worse. But as days became weeks, a shift began. Slow. The men saw him fight. They saw him bleed. They saw him weep, more than once, for men whose names he would never know, whose bodies he helped drag from the killing grounds beyond the gate. It was Brienne who stood at his side most often. She moved among the Northmen with her head high, never wavering, her presence a silent shield. At night they sat together before the fire, sharing what warmth they could. Jaime found himself speaking more in those quiet hours than he had in years. Of his youth, of Casterly Rock, of days when he thought himself invincible, above consequence or regret. Sometimes Brienne would answer, her voice low, speaking of Tarth, of her father, of the loneliness that marked her childhood, and the code that shaped her. More often, she simply listened, her silence its own kind of mercy. One night, as the wind howled and snow battered the old stones, Jaime stared into the flames and let the words come, unbidden. "I thought I knew who I was," he said. "All my life I wore that name, Kingslayer, like armor. I thought if I leaned into it, owned it, nothing could touch me. But here, in the north, among these people, I see myself as they do. A man with blood on his hands. A man who betrayed his queen, his family, his oath." "Better than nice." Brienne regarded him steadily. "You saved the realm when you killed Eris. And you came here when you could have run. That means something, even if the world doesn't see it." He met her eyes, searching for the old certainty and finding only the ache of longing. "I want it to mean something," he whispered. For once. She reached out then, her hand brushing his, not by accident, not in comfort, but because she wanted to. Jaime shivered, not from the cold, and pressed her hand gently in his. Spring crept back to Winterfell, hesitant and pale, like a fawn learning to walk. Meltwater pooled in the yard, and the black earth reappeared, threaded with green. The dead were burned, their ashes carried by the wind. Sansa took stock of the survivors, every face a ledger of loss and hope. Jon grew more silent, the weight of secrets pressing him flat. Arya rode out at dawn and returned at dusk, always searching, always restless. Bran was everywhere and nowhere, drifting through the corridors like a ghost. One evening, Jaime was summoned to the Great Hall. The fire blazed high, the banners of Stark and Targaryen hanging side by side in uneasy truce. Sansa presided at the high table, the crown of the North on her brow. Beside her sat Jon, pale and drawn. Daenerys, her hair in tight silver braids, washed with unreadable eyes. Tyrion stood near the hearth, cup in hand, his gaze moving from brother to queen and back again. Sansa's voice carried, clear and cold. "Sir Jaime, you fought for us when you could have fought against. The North does not forget such things, but nor does it forgive lightly. What is it you seek now that the dead are gone?" The words hung in the air. Jaime straightened, feeling the eyes of the hall upon him. "I seek no reward, my lady. Only the right to remain, to serve as I can, to prove, if not to others, then to myself, that I am more than my worst deeds." Sansa studied him, her eyes sharp as broken glass. "And your sister? Your house?" Jaime hesitated. "I turned my back on Cersei the night I rode north. My family name means little here. I would be counted among your own, if you'll have me." A murmur swept the room. Daenerys' mouth twisted, half disdain, half intrigue. The last lion among the wolves. How poetic. Tyrion smirked, but said nothing. Jon met his gaze at last. "You saved men who would have slit your throat. You bled for Winterfell. That counts with me. But trust must be earned, not given." Brienne, standing at the edge of the hearth, her voice carrying, unwavering, "He stood by me, your graces. Side by side, through the worst of it. I'll vouch for him." "Then?" For a moment, Sansa's gaze softened. "Then stay. But understand, one misstep, and you'll answer for it." Jaime bowed his head. "Thank you, my lady. I'll not forget." After the gathering broke, Tyrion sidled to his side, offering a crooked smile. "I never thought I'd see the day when Jaime Lannister begged for mercy from a Stark, or a Targaryen." Jaime laughed, the sound raw but real. "Nor I. The world's changed, little brother." Tyrion sipped his wine. "That it has. But even in the North, a Lannister always pays his debts." They parted, each to their own shadows. Jaime spent the days working, learning, unlearning. He drilled with the men, teaching them the finer points of southern swordplay. His golden hand made many tasks awkward, but he adapted, swapping sword from right to left, using the heavy golden fingers as a cudgel when need pressed. He found himself respected, if not liked, and in time, a few even began to joke with him. It surprised him how much those small signs of acceptance meant. He grew close to Podrick, who trained daily under Brienne's stern eye. The boy, no, not a boy anymore, looked to Jaime as a mentor, and Jaime found himself wanting to be worthy of that trust. It was not all peace. At night, in the empty halls, memories plagued him. He dreamed of Cersei, her face twisted in rage, her voice a dagger. Sometimes he woke with her name on his lips, a ghost clinging to his ribs. He would wander the battlements, sleepless, until the sun rose. One dawn, as mist curled over the yard, he found Sansa waiting by the well. Her arms were folded, her breath clouding in the cold. "You don't sleep much, do you?" He shook his head. "Not lately." She glanced at him, her gaze unreadable. "They say the North remembers. I used to think that meant vengeance. Now I think it means holding on. Through loss, through betrayal, to endure, to forgive perhaps in time." He nodded. "You're a better ruler than most I've known." A ghost of a smile flickered. "That's not a high bar, Sir Jaime." "Perhaps not," he said, grinning despite himself. "But it's the truth." She walked away then, leaving him with the warmth of her words and the lingering ache of regret. As the seasons turned, ravens brought word of unrest in the south. Cersei's armies held the capital. The Reach smoldered with rebellion. Daenerys grew restless, pacing the yard like a caged dragon, her advisors murmuring of war and retribution. One evening, Jon called a council. The great lords and captains gathered. Arya, Davos, Brienne, Tyrion, Daenerys, and Jaime. The hall was thick with tension. "The South won't remain quiet for long," Jon said. "If Cersei gathers her strength, she'll march. We need allies, provisions, men, ships. Winterfell cannot stand alone forever." Daenerys' eyes gleamed. "I have dragons. I have Unsullied. Let me take the fight to her, now." Sansa's voice was cool, measured. "The North is bled white. Another war could ruin us. We must be cautious." Arya leaned forward, eyes like knives. "If we wait, she'll strike first." Tyrion regarded his brother over his cup. "You know her best, Jaime. What would she do?" Jaime ran a hand through his hair, feeling the weight of every choice he'd made. "Cersei will not negotiate. She will not yield. She'll burn the world before she lets someone else rule. If you go to her, expect fire and blood." Daenerys rose, frustration radiating off her. "Then let it be fire and blood. I will not let the last Lannister lion keep the throne through fear and cruelty." Tyrion sighed. "We need a plan. If we rush south, we risk everything we've built." Brienne spoke, her voice gentle but firm. "We have strength here, in unity. If we divide ourselves, Cersei will exploit it." For a moment, Jon seemed on the verge of saying more. Something raw and true, but he held back, the secret of his birth a stone in his chest. The council ended in disagreement. Daenerys left, her footsteps echoing. Sansa and Arya conferred in low voices. Tyrion poured another drink. Jaime lingered, staring at the maps sprawled across the table. The lines of the south, the bastions of the west, the gold that once meant power, now just dust. Later that night, he found Brienne sharpening her sword beneath the moonlight. He watched her for a time, then joined her, wordless. "Are you afraid?" she asked. He considered. "Not of Cersei. Not anymore. I'm afraid of what comes after, when all the debts are paid and there's nothing left but the reckoning." She sheathed her blade, looked at him in the half-dark. "Then we'll face it together." He reached for her hand, tentative, hopeful. This time, she did not pull away. Word of their closeness spread through Winterfell. Some muttered, some smirked. Jaime cared little. In Brienne, He found not absolution but a kind of peace. Two wounded souls, finding solace in the ruins of their old lives. Another raven came, bearing news from King's Landing. Cersei had sent emissaries, offering terms of parley. Jon, Sansa, Daenerys, and Tyrion gathered to debate the response. Tyrion read the message aloud. Queen Cersei Lannister invites the leaders of the North and their southern allies to King's Landing for a council of peace. Come under truce or come at your peril. Jon scowled. A trap. Daenerys' eyes narrowed. She'll poison the lot of us. Tyrion shook his head. If we refuse, she'll claim we are the aggressors. If we accept, we walk into the lion's den. All eyes turned to Jaime. He thought of Cersei. Her cunning, her pride, her utter faith that she could outmaneuver fate itself. He thought of the wildfire beneath the city, the secrets buried in darkness. If you go, he said slowly, go prepared. Trust nothing, expect a trail. But she knows her armies can stand against dragons, not for long. She may be desperate. Sansa nodded. Then we must go. Show the realm we seek peace, even if she does not. The decision was made. Jaime volunteered to join the party, not as envoy, but as advisor. If Cersei plans something, I'll know, he said. She'll want to see me. Brienne protested, but he insisted. It's my duty. I must face her, one last time. The journey south was somber, the air heavy with tension. Jon, Daenerys, Sansa, Arya, Tyrion, Brienne, and Jaime rode at the head, banners trailing in the wind. The roads were thick with mud and memory. Jaime passed the place where Robb Stark had fallen, the twins looming on the horizon like broken teeth. He remembered the boy king, proud and doomed, and felt another layer of guilt settle on his shoulders. They reached King's Landing at dusk. The city was changed, colder, harsher, banners of crimson and gold flapping above sullen crowds. The gates opened, and they rode through streets lined with silent watchers. Jaime's heart twisted at the sight. His home, but no longer his. The throne room was chill and silent. Cersei waited on the Iron Throne, resplendent in black and gold, crown glittering. Her eyes, when they found Jaime, were flints. "Brother," she greeted, voice cool as ice. "You come as a traitor or as a supplicant?" Jaime bowed carefully. "As neither. I come seeking peace." She laughed, sharp and brittle. "There will be no peace. Only victory or death." Jon, Daenerys, and Sansa stepped forward, offering terms, surrender, a peaceful transition, clemency for those who bent the knee. Cersei listened, her face inscrutable. "You come into my city. Demanding my crown. You, the bastard wolf. You, the foreign usurper. And you." Her gaze lingered on Sansa, the little bird who learned to bite. Her eyes turned to Jaime, softer, almost pleading. "Come home. Stand by my side. I'll pardon your betrayal if only you remember who you are." "And no." Jaime looked at her, really looked, and saw at last the fear that crouched behind her pride. "I remember who I am," he said, voice steady. "I am the man who turned his back on cruelty. On you. I am not yours to command." She recoiled, mask slipping. "Then you are nothing." Daenerys' eyes burned. "Will you yield, Cersei? Or must the city burn?" Cersei rose, standing tall. "Let it burn then." "I will never yield." Outside, the city rumbled. Bells tolled. The people panicked. Jaime caught the glint of wildfire in the shadows, the promise of ruin. He acted then, moving faster than thought, grabbing Tyrion's arm. "The tunnels, the caches. She'll destroy the city before she surrenders." Jon, Daenerys, and Sansa scattered, the council dissolving in chaos. Brienne followed Jaime and Tyrion into the depths of the Red Keep, racing against time. The tunnels stank of death and fear. Jaime's golden hand struck the old stones, searching for the trigger, The door, the secret passage. Tyrion found it, hands trembling, and they plunged into the darkness. They found the wildfire, barrels stacked and ready. Lannister men guarded the cache. Old, desperate, loyal to a fault. Brienne dispatched two, her sword flashing. Jaime disarmed the third with a swipe, his golden hand slamming the man against the wall. Tyrion seized the torch, dousing it. "We can't let her win, Jaime. Not like this." Jaime nodded. He turned to Brienne, breathless. "Go. Warn the city. Get the people to safety. I'll handle this." Brienne hesitated, eyes wild with fear. "No, I'm not leaving you." "Go," Jaime pleaded. "You're the only one they'll trust." She ran, sword in hand. Jaime and Tyrion worked quickly, prying open barrels, dousing fuses, dragging the dead out. Sweat stung Jaime's eyes, his stump aching, but he pressed on. Above, the city roared. Panic, fury, bells, fire. The battle for King's Landing had begun. Finally, it was done. The last fuse cut, the barrels safe. Jaime slumped against the wall, exhaustion threatening to drag him under. Tyrion sat beside him, breathing hard. "We did it. For now," Jaime replied. They emerged into a city of flame, not with wildfire, but with the rage of battle. Jon's forces clashed with the gold cloaks in the streets. Daenerys circled above on Dragonback, flame licking the battlements, careful not to touch the crowded districts. Brienne met them by the gate, bloodied but alive. The people are safe. The city holds, for now. Cersei was gone, vanished into the maze of the Red Keep. They hunted her through the corridors. Jaime, Brienne, Tyrion. The keep echoed with screams and thunder. At last, they found her in the tower above the throne room, window thrown open to the night. She turned, wild-eyed, crown slipping from her hair. "It didn't have to be this way." "No," Jaime said, stepping forward, sword drawn but lowered. "You chose this. You always did." She lunged at him, dagger flashing, and he caught her wrist, twisting it until the blade clattered to the floor. Tears streaked her cheeks, mascara running. "You betrayed me." "For them. For myself," he answered. "For what's right." Cersei fell to her knees, defeated at last. Jon and Daenerys entered, the victors. The city was theirs. The war was over. In the weeks that followed, King's Landing rebuilt. Daenerys ruled with justice, if not kindness. Sansa returned to the north, Arya to her wanderings. Jon brooded, lost in thought, secrets still weighing him down. Jaime was offered exile or pardon. He chose neither, instead remaining to help rebuild, brick by brick. Brienne stayed with him, their bond unspoken but deep. Tyrion became hand to the queen, the city's unlikely conscience. One evening, atop the broken ramparts, Jaime watched the sun set over the city he once called home. Brienne joined him. Silent. Steady. "What now?" she asked. He looked at her, and for once, he did not flinch from hope. "Now we live. Not for the past. For what's to come." They stood together as dusk fell, the future uncertain but theirs to shape. Hand in hand, as the city healed below. A.K. Rains came to King's Landing that spring, soaking the ash from the city's stones, and pushing the last embers of battle down the gutters and drains. The air filled with the scent of scorched earth and new growth, as if the capital itself was exhaling after years of suffocation. Jaime walked the streets each day with Brienne and Podrick at his side, helping where he could, clearing debris, brokering disputes between Lannister men and small folk, guiding Daenerys soldiers away from the places where the pain of war was still fresh. The people regarded him with a strange wariness, as if a ghost had taken flesh. Some cursed his name, but more simply watched him with hollow eyes, waiting to see whether the last lion of the old regime would bring more suffering, or at last offer peace. The city was battered, but it lived. The bells rang again in the great sept, not for warning, but for remembrance. Scribes took to the plazas, writing the names of the dead in white chalk, until the stones were full. Sansa's envoys arrived from the north with grain and salted fish, which Jaime distributed himself, shoulder to shoulder with Davos and Gendry, and men who once would have been his enemies. Tyrion coordinated relief, keeping Daenerys' temper and the Queen's new council balanced between retribution and mercy. Grey Worm and the Unsullied patrolled the walls, wary but not cruel. There was a difference, and the small folk could sense it. Daenerys held court in the throne room every morning. Jaime was present more often than not, standing at the foot of the dais in his patched leathers, Oathkeeper always sheathed at his hip. He listened as bakers and cobblers and weavers petitioned for lost shops and missing kin. He watched Daenerys' eyes flicker between compassion and exhaustion, and sometimes wondered if she slept at all. Jon was there too, quieter every day, his words careful, his face a mask of thought. There was a distance between him and Daenerys, something neither dared cross, and the city hummed with rumors of Targaryen blood and the North's ambitions. Arya was a shadow, slipping through the palace unnoticed, her eyes missing nothing. Sansa sent letters daily, urging Jon to be wise, to watch, to wait. Cersei languished in a cell below the Red Keep, her once glorious hair shorn, her wrists raw. Jaime visited her only once in those first weeks. He found her staring into darkness, her voice low and feverish. "You always wanted to be free of me," she whispered. "Now you are." He did not reply, did not touch her, did not weep. He watched her for a time, the silence heavy between them, and then left her to the darkness and the memory of all she had lost. The trial was held in the throne room, the Iron Throne repaired, its melted scars visible, but now less menacing, a relic, not a weapon. Daenerys presided in pale silver, Jon and Tyrion flanking her. The lords and ladies of the realm filled the benches, watching Cersei with a kind of horrified awe. She denied nothing, but neither did she beg for mercy. Her voice was even as she admitted to every crime, from wildfire to betrayal, to the murder of her husband and the crimes of her father. When it was done, Daenerys spoke. "You have ruled with fear, and the realm has paid the price. You will not die today, but you will live out your days in the silent cells. Let the world forget your name." Cersei said nothing as they led her away, and Jaime felt the final thread of his old life snap and drift on the wind. In the days that followed, Jaime found himself restless, as if the walls of the Red Keep pressed tighter with each passing hour. Brienne sensed his unease. They walked together at dusk, the city alive with the laughter of children and the clatter of rebuilding. She never pressed, only listened, offering her quiet presence as anchor. Podrick, grown more confident with each passing week, took charge of the city's orphans, teaching them swordplay in the square beneath the old Tower of the Hand. Jaime watched them sometimes, smiling at their mock duels, the way Podrick encouraged the smallest and clumsiest to keep trying. He remembered his own youth, golden, privileged, blind to the world's pain. That blindness was gone now, replaced by a vision as clear and cold as the north. A raven arrived from Winterfell. Sansa requested Jon's presence, urging him to return before the spring planting. Jon hesitated, torn between duty to the realm and his heart's confusion. In the end, he agreed to leave, trusting Daenerys and Tyrion to keep the fragile peace. Jaime, Brienne, and Tyrion stood with Jon at the city gate, as the king in the north prepared to ride. "You could come with me," Jon said to Jaime. "There are those in Winterfell who would stand with you now." Jaime shook his head. "My place is here, at least for a while longer. There's work to be done." Brienne lingered, uncertain, but Jaime squeezed her hand. "Go with him. The north is your home." She shook her head, her eyes fierce. "You are my home now." The words struck him like a blow and a balm. He nodded, unable to speak. The city settled into its new rhythms. Daenerys' reforms began in earnest. The old debts were erased, new coinage minted, laws written for equality and trade. Tyrion's hand was in everything, his mind always spinning 5 moves ahead. Arya left at dawn one morning, leaving only a note for Sansa and a dagger for Jon. A promise to return someday when her wanderings were done. Jaime moved through these days with a new sense of purpose. He helped oversee the rebuilding of the city watch, training men to be just and fair. He sought out the poorest districts, bringing bread and hearing grievances. Once, a woman spat at his feet and called him Kingslayer. He bowed his head and replied, I am. But not yours, not anymore. She stared, then pressed a crust of bread into his hand, and the moment passed. At night, he and Brienne walked the walls, sharing stories of old battles, of foolish dreams. Sometimes, Jaime would tell her of Casterly Rock, of golden halls, and the sea breaking against the cliffs. Sometimes Brienne would speak of Tarth, of sapphires and singing birds. These were the moments Jaime treasured most. A simple life, hard-won, and sweeter for its rarity. Summer crept into the city, the days growing longer. The air thick with the scent of blooming citrus. Tyrion joined them sometimes on the walls, his wit sharp as ever, though the shadows beneath his eyes deepened with each new decree. Do you ever miss it? Tyrion asked one night as they watched the stars emerge above the city. The old ways? The old power? Jaime shook his head. No, I was never happy then. I was only blind. Tyrion sipped his wine. Blindness was a mercy. Sometimes. Not anymore, Jaime replied. We've seen too much. Brienne smiled at them both, the wind tugging her hair loose from its braid. There's peace here. For a little while. That's all anyone can hope for. Time passed. Rumors came from the riverlands of bandits wearing gold cloaks, claiming to fight for Cersei's lost cause. Daenerys dispatched Gendry Baratheon to lead a host and put them down. Jaime offered to ride with him, but Daenerys refused. Your duty is here, she said. The city trusts you now. They would lose faith if you left. So Jaime remained, and with each passing month, he found the weight of his old life easing. He visited the orphanage Podrick had built, told stories to the children, even taught them how to fight if need came. He spent his evenings at Brienne's side, finding laughter and comfort in her presence, waking each morning with hope rather than regret. The first anniversary of the city's liberation dawned bright and clear. Bells rang in every quarter. Daenerys led a procession through the city, flanked by her council, Tyrion, Davos, Grey Worm, and Brienne. Jaime walked among the people, head high, shaking hands, listening, answering questions. He watched as Daenerys paused before the great septi, bowing her head in memory of those lost, and for a moment, the city seemed truly united. That night, there was a feast in the throne room. Tables groaned with food, laughter rising to the repaired rafters. Jaime sat beside Brienne, her hand in his beneath the table. Tyrion presided over the toasts, his humor a balm for wounds not yet fully healed. As the night wore on, Jaime slipped away to the ramparts, the city glittering beneath him. Brienne joined him, silent and steady. You could go back to Casterly Rock, she said. Claim your birthright. He shook his head. This is my birthright now. Not gold, not power, just this. A life rebuilt from ruin. She smiled, her eyes shining. And if you asked me to leave with you? He took her hand, pressing it to his heart. I would never ask. But if you came, I would never let you go. She laughed, a rich sound in the cool night. I am here. I will always be here. For a time, they stood in silence, watching the city below. Alive, imperfect, beautiful in its scars. Jaime felt the old wounds ache, but the pain was bearable, edged with hope. Winter would come again, he knew. Trouble would stir in the far corners of the realm. Old hatreds died hard, and peace was never more than a season away from storm. But for now there was this. The weight of guilt transformed into duty, the bitterness of regret sweetened by love. A life worth living, one day at a time, in the city he once helped break and now helped mend. And so, beneath the stars, Jaime Lannister found something he never expected, not redemption, but grace. fleeting and precious, as fragile as spring. He held it tight and did not let go. Oh, Kay. The months passed quietly in the city once ruled by terror and gold, the days slipping by in a cycle of labor, laughter, counsel, and the slow, uncertain work of healing. Jaime Lannister, once a lion amid wolves, found himself in the dust and noise of ordinary life. He rose early each morning, the first rays spilling over Blackwater Bay, and walked the streets with Brienne, sharing silent glances as the city came awake around them. At dawn, the bakers would wave, and the fishmongers call their greetings, and Jaime would sometimes catch his own reflection in a puddle or the polished shield of a city guard, and wonder at the man looking back. No golden armor, no arrogance. Only a weathered face, lined by regret and new hope, the scars of old battles, and the faint beginnings of a smile. Brienne trained with the new recruits, her sword flashing in the sunlight, her laughter ringing out when Podrick bested a larger opponent with clever footwork. She taught them discipline, but never cruelty. She led by example, never demanding what she would not do herself. Jaime watched her, sometimes from the shade of the old sept steps, marveling at the respect she inspired. The way the small folk watched her with pride, and the men-at-arms with quiet awe. In the evenings, Jaime would join Tyrion and Davos at the council table, sorting disputes between guilds, settling the claims of the dispossessed, drafting new laws for trade and justice. Daenerys was often absent now, flying at dawn over the city on Drogon's black wings, returning with soot on her cheeks and a look in her eyes that Jaime recognized, the gaze of someone who has seen too much loss and will never rest until the world is changed. Tyrion managed the day-to-day, his tongue as sharp as ever, his patience worn thin by the endless bickering of lords and merchants. Jaime felt a kinship with Tyrion he had never known in the gilded cage of Casterly Rock. The old wounds between them had faded, replaced by the easy bickering of brothers who had both survived too much. One night, after a long session of council, they sat alone in the Tower of the Hand, sharing a bottle of Dornish Red. Tyrion poured generously, his hand steady, his gaze sharp. "Do you ever miss it?" Tyrion asked, swirling his cup. "The certainty, the power, the world bending to our father's will." Jaime shook his head. "No, I was half alive then, a blade in a golden scabbard. Here," he paused, looking out at the city's lamplit streets. "Here I'm just a man. And for the first time, that feels like enough." Tyrion raised his cup. "To being just men, may it last." They drank, the wine bittersweet. The city hummed with new life. Arya's name became legend among the street children, her story growing with every telling. Sometimes in the dusk, Jaime would spot a girl leaping across rooftops or slipping between alleyways, and for a heartbeat, he'd imagine Arya had returned. Census letters came often, bearing news from the north. Good harvests, new laws, a wedding here, a birth there. The north had become a realm apart, but Sansa was careful, always sending ships of grain and barrels of ale as tribute for the city that had once caged her. The Queen's justice was not without its teeth. When a rebellion broke out in the Stormlands, led by an old bannerman of Stannis Baratheon, Daenerys responded quickly, dispatching Grey Worm and a company of Unsullied to restore order. Jaime urged caution at council, weary of burning fields and broken families. "Mercy breeds loyalty," he reminded Daenerys. "Fear is a leash that always snaps." She regarded him with unreadable eyes. "I know what fear is, Sir Jaime. I know what mercy costs." Jaime saw the ghost of Cersei in her then, the shadow of pride. But Daenerys was not his sister. She listened, though she did not always heed. The months turned. Jaime spent more time with the small folk, walking among the market stalls, sharing meals in the rough taverns near Flea Bottom, helping repair the crumbling walls of the city. Children followed him, wide-eyed, whispering tales of the Kingslayer who'd turned savior, of the Golden Knight who taught orphans how to fight, who laughed and shared bread and remembered their names. Brienne was with him always, her presence both shield and comfort. They grew closer, bound by the shared work of each day, by the nights they spent watching the city lights from atop the old sept steps, by the way her hand found his in the dark, anchoring him when memory threatened to pull him under. Rumors came from the west, of unrest in the Lannister lands, of bannermen quarreling over the empty halls of Casterly Rock. Jaime felt the tug of home but no longing. The golden halls were nothing to him now. His home was here, with Brienne, with the city he'd helped save and mend. Sometimes he would visit the old gates, watching the sun set over the water, and wonder what his father would make of the man he'd become. The thought no longer stung. Podrick grew in stature, becoming a favorite among the city's children, and a respected leader among the new city watch. Jaime watched with pride as Podrick commanded men twice his age, as he brought order to the streets with kindness and firmness alike. There were moments, brief but real, when Jaime could imagine a future for the boy. Perhaps even as a lord of his own, though Podrick never showed any taste for power. Brienne was honored at court, knighted by Daenerys herself in a ceremony that saw every noble in the city rise to their feet. Jaime watched, his heart full, as Brienne knelt before the queen, her sword gleaming in the torchlight, her oaths clear and unwavering. Afterward, Brienne found Jaime in the quiet of the Godswood, beneath a solitary weirwood transplanted from the north, and pressed her brow to his. "I am what I am because of you," she whispered. Jaime shook his head. "You were always more than me. I only showed you a mirror." They lingered there, the city fading away. Two souls joined by trial and quiet triumph. The peace held through summer, the city's wounds healing. Yet nothing lasts forever. The first sign of trouble came not from the west, but from the sea. Refugees arrived by the score, starving, desperate, speaking of pirates on the narrow sea, ships flying black flags and the Golden Lion. Jaime knew at once. Old Lannister bannermen refusing to bend, preying on the weak for coin and vengeance. The council debated for days. Daenerys urged war, Tyrion urged caution. Davos reminded them all that every ship lost meant more dead and less hope for peace. Jaime volunteered to lead a mission, parley with the pirates, offer pardon or face destruction. Brienne would go with him. She insisted. Podrick was left in command of the city watch. They sailed at dawn, the royal fleet cresting waves that sparkled in the morning light. Jaime stood at the prow, Brienne at his side, the salt wind tangling her hair. They made landfall at a ruined port, the black-flagged ships looming in the bay, and walked ashore alone, unarmed save for the promise of safe conduct. The pirates greeted them with suspicion, but the sight of the Kingslayer, unarmored, bareheaded, stirred something like awe. Their leader, a hard-faced man named Sir Martin Lannister, cousin to Jaime, offered parley in the shade of a shattered lighthouse. "You come to beg for mercy, Jaime?" Martin sneered. "Or to drag us back to the Queen's leash?" "I come to offer peace," Jaime replied, voice calm. "Lay down your arms, return to the city, serve the realm, or be hunted to the last." Martin spat at his feet. "The realm forgot us. You forgot us. We were lions once. Now we're rats in the dark." Brienne stepped forward. "There's honor in service. Take it while you can." A tense silence followed. At last, Martin lowered his head. "We have children on our ships, mothers wounded. What do you offer?" "Food, shelter, a place in the new guard," Jaime promised. "Or a clean death if you refuse." There was no battle that day. The pirates surrendered, broken and hungry, and Jaime welcomed them aboard his ship, swearing them to the new Queen's service. As they sailed back to King's Landing, he stood at the rail with Brienne, the wind at their backs. "It could have ended in blood," she said. "It almost always does," he replied. "But not this time." In the city, the return of the fleet was cause for celebration. Daenerys greeted the new arrivals with a mixture of pride and caution, rewarding loyalty, but watching for betrayal. Tyrion raised a glass to Jaime, his eyes bright. "You're better at this than you think, brother." Jaime shrugged. "I've learned from the best, and the worst." Brienne smiled, taking his hand beneath the table. Autumn painted the city gold, leaves falling in drifts across the squares. The market bustled, laughter rising above the clang of hammers and the scent of roasting chestnuts. The scars of war remained, but they were fading, replaced by new hope. One night, As they walked the ramparts together, Jaime stopped beneath the stars and turned to Brienne. He took her hand, his golden fingers glinting in the moonlight. "I've been many things," he said quietly. "A knight, a villain, a fool. But with you, I can be a man. I can be better." She smiled, her eyes shining. "You already are." He kissed her then, soft and unhurried, the city silent around them. As winter crept close, Jaime found himself content, his old wounds eased by the quiet joys of work and love. He would always be a Lannister, always carry the weight of his past. But in the city he had once helped destroy, he found a life remade, ordinary, imperfect, and for the first time, entirely his own. Winter pressed in from the north, not with the fury of the old long night, but with the steady certainty of seasons changing, the city hunkering down beneath a pale sky. The fields around King's Landing lay fallow beneath a dusting of frost. Ships rocked in the harbor under cold winds, and the Red Keep's halls echoed with the distant memory of fire and chaos. Jaime felt it in his bones each morning, an ache where wounds had once bled, a coldness in the golden hand he wore like a relic of another life. Brienne rose with him, always earlier than dawn, her breath clouding in the air as she pulled on her cloak and boots. They had settled in the Queen's old apartments above the gatehouse, refusing the opulence of the Tower of the Hand or Maegor's Holdfast, preferring rooms small and sunlit, with windows overlooking the river and the far-off forest. Here, their life was simple. Jaime mended boots, sharpened swords, learned to tie nets from the old fishermen down by the docks. Brienne drilled with the city watch every day, her laughter chasing the crows from the battlements. On the coldest mornings, when even the harbor froze in places, Jaime accompanied her into the city's heart. Flea Bottom was a maze of narrow alleys and shuttered doors, but children ran laughing through the market, and the bakers' ovens glowed warm with loaves of dark bread. People recognized him now, the Kingslayer, but their eyes held curiosity, not fear. Once, a toothless woman pressed an apple into his hand. Another time, a boy offered him a polished pebble, saying it was for luck. Jaime tucked both gifts away with the care a knight might give to a relic from his past. The city was different, and so was he. There were still reminders of old wounds, the scars on the stones, the faces of men missing limbs, the shadows in Daenerys' eyes when she came to the council chamber, tired and impatient. But the wounds did not fester. Tyrion's reforms were working. Gold was being spent on aqueducts and granaries, not crossbows and bribes. There were fewer executions now, and more trials. Gendry had built a foundry by the river, where swords were melted down to plowshares, armor hammered into pots and pans for the kitchens. There was pride in the small folk, a stubborn hope. Arya's letters arrived with every change of season. She sent stories of her travels, strange creatures seen in the east, a city where every wall was blue tile and every rooftop crowded with pigeons. Jaime read the letters aloud by firelight, Brienne listening with a faint, longing smile. Sansa sent gifts too, a fine cloak of wolfskin for Brienne, and for Jaime, a silver cup engraved with a single word: honor. One afternoon, as the wind whipped through the towers, Tyrion came to find Jaime where he sat watching the Blackwater, lost in thought. Tyrion wore a fur-lined cloak now, his hair going to silver at the temples. "There's talk in the council of raising new lords," Tyrion said, dropping onto the bench beside Jaime. "Daenerys wants houses loyal to her, not the old names. She wants you to consider Casterly Rock. The lords of the West are restless without a lion in the den." Jaime smiled, shaking his head. "Casterly Rock is a tomb, Tyrion. Let it go. Let them choose their own leader." Tyrion studied him for a moment, his gaze shrewd and soft. "You really mean to stay here, don't you? In the city? With Brienne?" "This is home," Jaime said simply. "I've been a ghost long enough." Tyrion nodded, a little sadly. "I never thought the day would come when I envied you, brother." They sat in silence, the sound of bells drifting on the breeze. Later, Brienne found Jaime by the well, his hands deep in his pockets. "Are you happy?" she asked, the question unexpected. He thought about it. He remembered the gold and glory, the thunder of battle, the sweet rot of Cersei's perfume. He remembered the long ride north, the dead at the gates, the dawn that followed. "I am," he answered, and the truth of it filled him like a kindling fire. Winter brought other changes. The court became smaller, the feasts humbler. Daenerys rode out less often, trusting her captains and the city's new guard. Sickness swept the city, a cough that killed the old and frail. But Brienne and Jaime tended to the sick, hauling firewood, boiling water, sharing medicine from Sansa's stores. When the city was quietest, they took Podrick with them to the Sept, where candles burned for the lost. There, in the hush, Jaime sometimes felt the gods watching him. Silent, impartial, but present. The West did not remain quiet. From Lannisport, word came of a would-be claimant. Sir Willis Lefford, a distant cousin with some blood claim, had declared himself Lord of Casterly Rock and raised the crimson banners over the Golden Lions halls. The rumors reached the council, and Daenerys called for Jaime to attend. "You could march west and end this," the queen said, her voice stern. "I could," Jaime replied, "but then the realm would bleed for a quarrel of ghosts and gold. Let them fight their own battles. I have given the West enough." "Then too," Daenerys frowned. "Your name carries weight." Jaime met her gaze, unblinking. "My name is all I have left to give. I would see it mean something better than war." In the end, Daenerys did not order him west. Gendry sent ships with supplies, and the West simmered. But the fighting did not spread. Brienne stood by him through it all, unyielding as the cliffs of Tarth. In her company, Jaime found laughter easily, the kind that loosened old scars. Podrick grew into his role, overseeing the city watch with steady competence. Children still came to the practice yard, learning the ways of shield and sword. It was in these small moments, sharing bread with the poor, tending the sick, mending broken fences in the city's gardens, that Jaime felt the world shifting. The streets echoed with stories of the new order. The gold cloaks who protected rather than prayed, the queen who sat in judgment, but listened to every voice, the kingslayer who built, not burned. On the first day of the new year, snow fell in great silent sheets, blanketing the city in white. Jaime and Brienne stood on the city walls, bundled in cloaks, watching children throw snowballs in the square. A new banner flew over the Red Keep, a dragon and a wolf entwined on a field of crimson and silver, Sansa's tribute to unity. The peace did not last without effort. Word came of unrest in Dorne, and Daenerys sent envoys to treat with the stubborn princes of Sunspear. Jaime watched her ride out from the gate, her face set, Drogon's shadow huge against the snow. In her absence, Tyrion governed, his council small but effective. Jaime felt the old restlessness sometimes, especially on long winter nights. He would walk the empty halls, memories curling in the torchlight, his father's voice, Cersei's laughter, the blood and thunder of battles past. But always, he returned to the quiet warmth of Brienne's embrace, the steady certainty of her hand in his. Spring, when it finally came, was slow and shy. Buds unfurled on the fruit trees along the city's walls. The river broke its ice and ran swift and brown, and the harbor filled with merchant ships. With the thaw came celebration. The city held its first tourney in years, an event not of kings and highborn, but of all the people. Brienne was named Master-at-Arms and oversaw the contests. Jaime was asked to serve as judge, his golden hand shining in the sunlight. Podrick fought bravely and was cheered by the crowd, children singing his name. Brienne's champion, a girl from the Stepstones, unhorsed 3 older knights and was presented with a garland of wildflowers by the queen herself. That night, the city feasted in the squares, torches blazing, music spilling into every alley. Jaime danced with Brienne beneath the stars, the music of pipes and drums echoing over the rooftops. Tyrion drank too much and fell asleep at the queen's table. Davos spun tales for the children by the fire. The city was alive, not with fear, but with promise. Later, as the last torches burned low, Jaime and Brienne sat together in their small chamber above the city, the window open to the night. "We've come far," Brienne said, her voice soft. We have, Jaime agreed. And there's more yet to do. She leaned against him, her hair tickling his cheek. Whatever comes, I'll be at your side. Jaime smiled, pressing a kiss to her brow. I know. And I you. Then more shatter. As sleep claimed them, the city below lay quiet, wrapped in the hush of spring. The past at last laid to rest. In the years to come, songs would be sung of the winter when the king's lair became the city's defender, when the north sent its bounty and the dragon queen ruled in peace. Old wounds faded, old hatreds softened, and a new generation grew up knowing hope rather than hunger. And in a chamber above the gatehouse, where the river met the sea, a knight who had once been a villain found contentment, not in glory nor in gold, but in the ordinary, precious work of living, and in the steadfast love of a woman as brave as any hero in song. Okay. The city's heartbeat changed with the warming winds of spring. The chill and the stones of the red keep giving way to a gentler sun. The snows of that hard winter melted away, and with them, the last threads of the fear that had hung over King's Landing since the wars and betrayals. Green crept up the hill from the harbor, tiny flowers stubbornly pushing through the cracks in the paving stones, as if the city itself was determined to prove that life could return even to ground sown with pain and sorrow. Jaime felt it in himself, that slow, stubborn growth. Each morning he woke to Brienne's soft breathing and the faint sound of the city coming awake. The cry of a gull, a vendor's bell, Podrick's barked command in the training yard below. He rose, washed in water gone sharp from a night's chill, and looked out their narrow window over the rooftops, the horizon painted gold and pink. It still startled him how precious the ordinary could feel. No wars to fight, no brothers to slay or queens to betray, only the duties of the day and the unexpected sweetness of peace. Brienne handled most of the training now. Her fame had spread. Small folks' children and the sons and daughters of traders flocked to her, eager to learn sword or bow, or even just to hear a story of the distant north. The court soldiers, city watch, and even a few noble-born girls stood in her ranks. She taught them hard lessons, demanding discipline, honesty, and the courage to stand their ground. Jaime sometimes watched from the edge, grinning at the young one's awe when she cleaved a practice shield with a single blow, or caught 3 apples on her sword without bruising the fruit. He had found other work, administering justice for disputes that Tyrion, overworked and ever sharp-tongued, referred to him. Jaime sat beneath an awning in the main square, listening to complaints about land, livestock, debts, or the endless squabbles that grew between neighbors pressed together too long by winter. He never shouted, never showed anger, only listened, weighed, and tried to find some solution that left the parties looking at each other with less hate than before. People grew used to him, even fond, and it became common for them to greet him as Sir Jaime, not Kingslayer, when he walked the lanes. Sometimes children ran beside him, tossing him questions or asking him to judge the best skipping stone. Once, a one-armed beggar nodded with a smile, as if seeing a brother. Tyrion visited their apartments often, drawn by the warmth of their fire and Brienne's patience for his rambling wit. He would come late, sometimes with a bottle of strong wine, and linger until dawn, spinning tales of Essos and trading news from the council. He seemed older now, the silver in his beard brighter, and the weight in his gaze heavier. Jaime often found himself looking to his brother for advice, or simply to remember who he had once been, and how much he had changed. There were troubles, of course. No city as large as King's Landing could be free of them. A minor plague flared in the river districts, and Jaime spent anxious days carrying broth and wood to the sick, sharing what comfort he could. Brienne took shifts at the gates, inspecting the flow of travelers, making sure the healers had what they needed. Daenerys visited the sick herself, her presence sparking awe and fear in equal measure. The city's new discipline held, and the Queen's reforms continued, though not always smoothly. The great houses of the West and the Reach grumbled at every new tax or decree, but the city prospered, and no armies threatened its walls. Jaime found himself called to counsel more and more as the Queen's trust in him grew. At first he was cautious, remembering all too well how power had poisoned the men and women he had served. But Tyrion, ever watchful, reminded him, You are not your father, nor your sister, nor any of them. Let yourself be better." So, Jaime spoke up. Sometimes gently, sometimes sharply, always careful not to push too far. He found himself arguing for mercy more often than not, for patience with the unruly, for gold to rebuild, rather than wage war, for the right of the small folk to be heard as loudly as any lord. Brienne attended too, silent but solid at his side, her presence a constant reminder of the vows they had each taken, not just to each other, but to the world they hoped to build. News of Arya's journeys arrived in ragged bursts, her letters packed with wild adventure. Sailing with summer islanders, learning the knife dances of Bravos, hunting with a Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea. She sent gifts, bright stones, a knife with a blade of blue steel, a drawing of a wolf's head done in charcoal. Sansa sent more formal missives, detailing the growth of the North, her hopes for a new peace between the houses. Jon's letters were rare but heartfelt, full of longing for a family he saw only in dreams, his words heavy with the weight of his birth and the choices he had made for the realm. As summer's heat gathered, Daenerys held a great feast in the throne room, inviting all the city's notables and the heads of distant houses. For the first time since the fall of Cersei, the Iron Throne stood unguarded, only the queen herself sitting before it on a high seat of pale wood, flanked by her council, Tyrion, Gendry, Davos, Missandei, and Grey Worm. Jaime and Brienne sat among the guests, sharing bread and wine with people who had once fled at his approach. That night, as the moon rose, Jaime wandered the city's walls with Brienne. He looked out over the rooftops, the lanterns and torches flickering below, the river winding like a ribbon of starlight to the sea. "I never thought I would see this," he said quietly. "A city at peace, a life like this. After everything I did, after all I lost." Brienne leaned against him, her hand finding his golden one. "You earned it. Every scar, every step. We both did." He turned to her, seeing not the armor, but the strength that had always called to him. "Will you stay? If I grow old and slow? If I never fight another battle?" She smiled, a rare tenderness lighting her face. "There's nowhere else I would ever go." In the weeks that followed, talk turned to the future. There were children born in the city named Jaime and Brienne, their mothers bringing them to the training yard or the square to see the knights who had saved the realm. Podrick began courting the daughter of a fishmonger. Shy but determined, Tyrion hinted at retirement, dreaming aloud of a vineyard on the arbor, a wife with sharp wit and children to outfox him. Daenerys at last seemed content, her fury cooled to resolve, her eyes turning westward toward trade and prosperity. One evening, as a storm rumbled in the hills, Jaime sat with Tyrion and Brienne before the fire, the air thick with summer rain. The talk was light, of old blunders and new beginnings, but Jaime felt a heaviness in his chest, a sense that something was ending, or beginning, or both. When Tyrion finally departed, Brienne curled beside Jaime, her head on his shoulder. "You're quiet tonight," she murmured. He looked into the flames. "Do you ever fear it won't last? That the world will remember who we were, not who we are?" Brienne considered. "I think the world will remember what we built, not what we destroyed, if we keep building." "Then," Jaime nodded, the ache in him eased. "Then we will." By the time autumn's chill returned, Jaime had grown used to the life he'd chosen. The city flourished, the banners above the Red Keep bright with the dragon and the wolf. The wounds of the old wars healed, even in the hearts of those who had suffered most. One day, a delegation arrived from the west. Sir Willis Lafford, now styled Lord of Casterly Rock, came seeking the Queen's favor and Jaime's blessing. He met Jaime in the gardens, beneath a tree heavy with golden apples. "My lord," Willis said, kneeling, "I wish only to serve. The old grudges mean nothing to me. I will keep the peace." Jaime regarded him for a long moment, measuring his words. "You have my blessing," he said at last. And with it, the Lion's legacy passed from one generation to the next, not with war but with a word. As the city prepared for the harvest, Jaime stood atop the walls one last time, Brienne at his side. The river shone beneath them, the fields golden and green, the air filled with the scent of ripe fruit and wood smoke. Below, children's laughter mingled with the hammering of builders, the city remade once more. He breathed in deeply, feeling the world settle into place. For the first time in a lifetime of struggle, he knew peace. Not as a brief pause between battles, but as a life lived honestly, day by day, in the light of those he loved. And so Jaime Lannister, once a villain, once a hero, lived not in legend, but in the ordinary moments, in laughter shared, in labor given, in the quiet certainty of a world made better by his hand and heart. The city endured, and so did he, content at last beneath the banners of spring. The days shortened, the city's rhythm slowing as autumn painted its banners in gold and rust. The river's current deepened, and the evenings filled with the smell of wood smoke and ripening pears. Jaime's beard was flecked with silver now, the lines around his eyes deeper, but there was a steadiness in him that had not been there before, a sense of having outlived the shadow of his old self. Brienne's hair, always a shade of wheat, was touched with the same silver at her temples. Her face sun-browned from long days in the training yard, her arms still corded with strength. Together, they were a constant in the city, a pair as familiar to the people as the sound of the morning bells. The harvest festival arrived, and for the first time in years, the city celebrated without fear of war or plague. Banners hung from every window, colors bright and hopeful. Jaime and Brienne walked the streets as honored guests, but they felt more like neighbors, stopping to taste roasted chestnuts, to toss a copper into the puppet master's hat, to watch Podrick lead a parade of city children with wooden swords and paper shields. Laughter echoed from the squares, filling every alley, and Jaime let himself believe that perhaps the world had turned toward something gentler at last. He helped judge the harvest competitions, tasting honey cakes and sour wine, watching as the bakers vied for the Queen's silver token. He listened as an old fisherman sang a ballad about the day the Dragon Queen's fire had cleansed the city. And when the man's voice trembled, Jaime joined in, his low baritone steadying the last notes. Later, as dusk fell, he watched Brienne dance with a little girl missing her left arm. Watched her laugh, spin, kneel and whisper some secret that made the child's eyes shine with joy. When the festival fires burned low, Jaime walked Brienne along the riverbank, the city aglow behind them, the water reflecting every torch and lantern. He paused beneath an old willow, pulling her close. "I don't think I ever knew what peace was until now," he said, his voice barely more than a breath. Brienne smiled, resting her head on his shoulder. "It's not what I expected. It's better." They stood that way until the fires dimmed and the city slept. As winter approached, the council met more frequently, each session focused on keeping the city fed and warm. Tyrion's wit was sharp as ever, but there was a warmth to him now, a fondness that had replaced the old bitterness. Gendry and Davos planned shipments upriver. The city's grain stores replenished from Storm's End and the Reach. Sansa sent honey and wax candles from the north, her letters cheerful and full of news of new lords, sworn and old feuds settled. Arya wrote rarely, but when her letters came they were full of wonder. A night in a distant city where every building glowed blue, a journey up a river choked with lotus, a duel with a pirate prince who lost his sword and gave her a necklace instead. Jaime grew to love these small markers of time, the rhythm of letters, feasts, festivals. He took to spending part of every day in the market, talking to vendors, listening to complaints, sometimes settling arguments between rival guilds, or easing tensions when tempers flared. He found himself laughing often, at Brienne's dry humor, at Podrick's earnest attempts to court the fishmonger's daughter, at Tyrion's endless schemes for civic improvement. Each evening he walked the walls, making certain the torches were lit, stopping to share a word or a joke with the watchman. The city was his, in a way Casterly Rock had never been. The old pain of family faded, replaced by a sense of quiet pride. Willis Lefford wrote regularly from the Rock, his tone respectful, his reports full of small triumphs. A new bridge built, Bandits driven from the hills, villages thriving under just rule. Jaime replied each time, offering advice, sometimes even sending gold or engineers when the western roads washed out. There was no longer any hunger in him for the seat he'd once believed his birthright. The rock was in good hands, and so was the city. When the first snows fell, the city's children gathered in the training yard, building small snow lions and staging mock battles with wooden swords. Brienne refereed with firm patience, breaking up fights and setting the smallest children to work gathering snow for the kitchens. Jaime took part as well, letting himself be mine by Podrick's youngest pupil, a girl with a crooked grin and a patchwork cloak. He surrendered dramatically, collapsing into the snow as the children cheered. Brienne pulled him to his feet, grinning, and together they brushed off the snow and led the children to the kitchens for hot cider. The Queen's peace was not without challenges. A ship from Dorne brought word of raiders along the southern coast. Daenerys sent a fleet, with Gendry at its command. Jaime argued for clemency for the captured men, reminding the council that poverty was the mother of most crime. Tyrion agreed, and instead of executions, the men were put to work repairing the harbor. When spring came again, the raiders returned to Dorne with coin and new skills, grateful instead of vengeful. The city's reputation grew. Jaime and Brienne's influence was felt in every corner of the city. The city watch was fair and strong. Children were taught to read, not just to fight. The sept was filled with prayers and music, and even the poorest could find bread at the kitchens. People brought gifts to their door: fresh eggs, carved wooden toys, sweet cakes dusted with cinnamon. Some left nothing but a single wildflower or a pebble. Jaime kept every token, storing them in a small chest at the foot of their bed. As the years passed, Jaime's golden hand dulled, the engraving worn smooth by work and weather. His left hand grew stronger, more precise. He wrote with it now, trained the children with it, caressed Brienne's face with a gentleness learned only after much pain. He no longer dreamed of Cersei, nor of Tywin, nor of the halls of his childhood. The ghosts of his old life grew quiet. Podrick was knighted on a cold morning, when the sky threatened snow. The city watched, gathered on the walls and rooftops, as Brienne tapped his shoulder with her sword, and Jaime clasped him in a fierce embrace. "You've earned it, Sir Podrick," he whispered, pride thick in his throat. "I had the best teachers," Podrick replied, blinking back tears. That evening, the three of them shared a meal in their rooms, laughing and remembering all that had passed since that first night at Winterfell. So long ago. Jaime could hardly believe the journey. How far they had all come from the blood and shadows of the north. One day, as the apple trees flowered in the palace gardens, Daenerys called Jaime to her solar. She was older now, lines of care etched into her brow, her hair streaked with gray. "Sir Jaime," she said, "I have decided to visit Winterfell. Sansa has invited me, and I wish to see the realm with my own eyes. Will you and Lady Brienne come with me?" Jaime agreed, sensing the importance of the request. Brienne was delighted at the thought of returning north, even for a season. Preparations began. Horses shod, gifts packed. A royal party assembled. They set out at dawn, the city gathering to bid them farewell. Tyrion would serve as hand in the Queen's absence, Podrick as master of the watch. As the procession wound northward, Jaime watched the walls of King's Landing fade behind them, the city bathed in the pale gold of morning. The journey was long but peaceful. Villages thrived along the King's Road, fields lush with spring growth, children racing alongside the column, waving banners of red and gold, silver and black. Jaime found himself watching Brienne as she rode. Sunlight in her hair, a smile on her lips. In the evenings they camped beneath the stars, sharing stories with the Queen and her guards. At Winterfell, Sansa welcomed them as honored guests. The castle was both familiar and strange, the walls heavier with new stone, the courtyards filled with laughter. Arya returned from her travels for the occasion, her hair cropped short, her eyes alight with stories of distant seas and lost cities. Jon arrived from the far north, grayer than Jaime remembered, but warm in his greeting. The reunion was joyful, the queen's peace holding strong in the halls of Winterfell. Old wounds were acknowledged, then set aside, and for a brief time it seemed as though every scar might heal, every pain be redeemed. When the first snow fell, Jaime stood in the godswood beside Brienne, the red leaves bright against the white. He looked at her, at the old castle, at the friends who had become his family, and understood that happiness was not a gift, but a thing made, slowly, with courage and hope. He knelt beside Brienne, pressing her hand to his heart. "Thank you," he whispered, "for teaching me how to live." She smiled, tears shining in her eyes. "Thank you for choosing to stay." As the snow drifted down and the godswood whispered, Jaime felt the past settle at last. No longer a weight, but a memory, softened by time and love. In the years to come, the songs would grow and change. Some would remember Jaime Lannister as the Kingslayer, the man who betrayed his queen and his kin. But in the north, and in the city he had chosen as home, he would be known as something else. A builder, a healer, a friend, the lion who found peace among the wolves and learned to roar not for blood, but for hope. Aika. The snows of Winterfell drifted thick and silent, blanketing the ancient stones and muffling every footstep, every distant call of a raven on the battlements. Jaime stood in the godswood with Brienne at his side, the world a still tableau of red leaves and white frost. He felt the hush settle inside him, a profound quiet, as if some final reckoning had come and found him not wanting. The wind moved the branches overhead, and the old face in the heart tree seemed for a moment to smile. Their first weeks at Winterfell were a blur of reunions and discovery. Sansa held court with the calm command of a true Stark, her words thoughtful and her laughter rare but genuine. Arya was everywhere and nowhere, vanishing for days on errands only she understood, returning with wind-burned cheeks and sharp eyes. Jon walked the halls with a weight to his step, haunted but open in a way Jaime had never seen before. Bran, the silent watcher, greeted them in the godswood, his voice distant and calm, the weirwood's red eyes reflected in his own. It seemed to Jaime that everyone here was both marked by the past and somehow absolved by survival. Winterfell was rebuilt, heavier walls, wider halls, fires in every room. The kitchens hummed, the great hall buzzed with feasts, and even the godswood felt alive, not with ghosts, but with hope. At night, they gathered around the hearth. Daenerys and Sansa, Tyrion and Arya, Gendry, Podrick, Davos, Jon, and Brienne. The past lingered between them, but so did the warmth of shared burdens, and the laughter that came, sometimes awkward, sometimes easy, felt like the beginning of a new age. Brienne found her place quickly, resuming her old post in the yard, drilling northern squires and Winterfell's new guard. She rode out with Arya to hunt, returned with game for the kitchens, and sometimes, when the day faded, sat by the fire with Sansa, exchanging stories of their childhood dreams and the battles that had shaped them both. Jaime watched her, pride swelling in his chest. If the North had ever doubted her, it did so no longer. She moved among the Starks as one of their own. Jaime walked Winterfell's walls in the company of Jon or Davos, or sometimes alone, content to listen, to help where he could. He spent time in the smithy, learning the northern method of folding steel, his left hand growing ever stronger as he shaped new blades or mended old armor. He sparred with Podrick, the two of them laughing until sweat steamed from their brows in the icy air. Some days he rode out into the wilds with Arya, ranging far into the woods, their horses' breath pluming in the cold. Arya hunted with the silent focus of a shadow cat, and Jaime found the rhythm of the hunt soothing, his old aches forgotten. On one such journey, Arya turned to him as they rode along a frozen stream, her face half hidden by her scarf. "You're different here," she observed. "Less haunted." Jaime smiled, tugging his hood down. "Maybe I'm only tired. Or maybe you finally forgave yourself," she replied, eyes glinting. "That's what the North does. Makes you honest." He considered that, nodding, as a gust of wind rattled the bare branches overhead. They turned their horses for home, the warmth of Winterfell a promise against the deepening dusk. There was work to do, As always, Daenerys and Sansa held council in the Solar, plotting trade routes and alliances. Jaime contributed when asked, his advice on southern houses valued for its candor. The Queen spoke often of the city, the Red Keep's new laws, the slow flowering of peace. Sansa spoke of the north, of free folk settlements beyond the wall, of harvests, of fostering children from the riverlands to mend old wounds. The realm was changing, slowly and for the better. With winter deepening, the castle closed in on itself. The great hall was alive every night with stories, music, and shared meals. Jaime found himself drawn into games of Savas with Tyrion, who still played to win, though now his jibes were gentler. Davos told tales of the sea to rapt children. Gendry recounted the forging of a new bell for the Sept. Arya quietly taught the Stark girls how to slip a knife from sleeve to palm in a blink. One snowbound night, Jaime sat by the fire with Brienne, their hands twined, watching the logs burn low. He had never known such quiet contentment, not in the glory of tournaments, nor in the heated shadows of the Red Keep, nor even in his brief moments of victory or survival. Here, beside Brienne, in the heart of Winterfell, he was simply a man among friends. "You think we'll ever leave?" Brienne asked, her voice drowsy with warmth and trust. He considered, "Perhaps when the world has no more need of us, but not soon." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "Good." The snow fell, and time drifted like the wind. Days of lessons, feasts, and small kindnesses. Jaime grew closer to Sansa, who valued his insight on southern politics and trusted his judgment with her bannermen. He wrote to Willis Lefford in the west, advising on crop rotation and trade, and to Podrick, who reported that King's Landing's watch was the strongest in a generation. The correspondence wove the realm together, thread by thread. Daenerys and Jon walked the castle at night, their conversations low and private. The Queen's edge had softened, though her eyes still carried the hard glint of loss. She asked Jaime about the old days, about his father, about the truths that power revealed. He answered honestly, and she listened, the weight of rulership sitting easier on her shoulders as winter's end approached. When the first crocus bloomed in the Godswood, there was a feast, a celebration of the turning season. The great hall was hung with pine and holly, the tables laden with roasted meats, stews, and golden loaves. Musicians played while the lords and ladies danced. Jaime danced with Brienne, their steps careful at first, then easier, laughter bubbling up between them. Tyrion toasted the Queen, Sansa toasted the realm, and Jon raised a cup for the friends who had become family. That night, beneath the stars, Jaime walked the battlements with Brienne, her hand tucked into his. The air smelled of thawing earth and pine sap. "I never thought I would have this," he confessed. "Not just peace, but belonging." Brienne squeezed his hand. "You belong wherever you choose to stand. You always did. You only had to believe it." He stopped, turning to her, his golden hand cool on her cheek. "If there is more to come, adventure, trouble, whatever may be, will you face it with me?" She smiled, eyes bright. "Always." In the months that followed, word came from the south. King's Landing streets were safer than ever, the markets overflowing with goods from every corner of Westeros and Essos. Willis Lefford's rule in the west was steady, the mines reopened, villages prospering. Arya wrote of distant islands and wild storms, of a hunger for home she was not yet ready to answer. Podrick, newly wed to the fishmonger's daughter, wrote of laughter and late nights at the docks, of a city changed and changing still. Sansa sent news of the North's children growing strong and wild, of wolves running in the forest and new songs sung by every hearth. She wrote of peace, fragile, but holding, and of the hope that perhaps this time the wheel would not turn, but rest. Jaime lived each day as a gift, never letting routine breed carelessness. He taught the youngest squires, learned from the old masons who repaired Winterfell's oldest towers, and in quiet moments sat by the heart tree to reflect on all that had come to pass. The ache in his golden hand was a familiar thing now, a reminder of what he had lost and gained. One afternoon, as spring burst forth in earnest, Jaime and Brienne watched from the ramparts as children chased one another through the new grass. The world seemed wide and full of promise, their shadows long in the sunlight. "Do you miss the old life?" Brienne asked. Jaime shook his head, watching the light on her hair. "No, not even the best parts. I would trade every victory, every song, for one more day like this." She smiled, her arm around his waist. "Then let's make 1,000 more." Together, they turned from the wall, walking back into the heart of the castle. Their home, their peace, their hard-won happiness, while the world at last moved on. In the years that followed, legends would grow. Of the Kingslayer redeemed, of the Knight of Tarth who had won more than battles, of a city and a realm rebuilt not by force, but by patience, mercy, and love. But for Jaime Lannister and Brienne, none of that mattered. What mattered were the days that came, the laughter shared, the work done, the peace built, and the knowledge, deep and enduring, that at the end of all things, they had chosen life. Okay. The days lengthened and the snows around Winterfell melted, swelling the streams and turning the meadows to emerald and gold. On mornings heavy with dew, Jaime Lannister would wake to the smell of peat fires and the low hum of life in the keep. A castle at peace, a family and a future, both earned and unexpected. He would slip from Brienne's side, pull on boots still damp from yesterday's ride, and walk the ramparts as sunlight found the distant mountains. Even after so many seasons in the north, the dawn never failed to astonish him. The world seemed remade with every morning, the past holding no more power over what he might yet become. Brienne joined him most days, her stride long and sure, her hair bound simply at her nape. They would stand together over the yard where the young squires drilled with wooden swords, their laughter echoing against the stone. Sometimes Arya joined them, returning from some adventure or errand, her eyes bright and quick, her mouth curled in a secret smile. Sometimes Jon, silent and solid, would share a cup of hot ale, both men content in the rare, companionable quiet. Sansa ruled the north with grace and wisdom, her council growing to include not only the old houses, but small folk, merchants, even wildlings from the new settlements in the Gift. Her leadership was quiet and steady, decisions made with careful thought, each verdict discussed over a bowl of soup in the solar or in the echoing hush of the Godswood. Jaime admired her for it. Admired, too, how she welcomed Brienne as kin and trusted Jaime's advice as if it were not colored by his southern birth. Their days fell into a rhythm that was almost ordinary. Brienne's mornings were spent drilling with the guard, her afternoons teaching the young, her evenings riding the lands around the castle, checking the distant farms and watching for trouble. Jaime took to the forge, working with the castle smith to mend tools, shape new nails and hinges, and, when he could, teach a squire the finer points of balance in a blade. He discovered a surprising pleasure in work done slowly, in hands blackened with honest labor. Arya came and went, sometimes riding out before the sun, sometimes vanishing for a fortnight only to reappear with new scars and new stories. She never stayed long in one place, but her presence was felt everywhere, a silent assurance that the north was well guarded by eyes the world would never suspect. On some nights she sat with Jaime and Brienne at the fireside, spinning tales that drew even Jon from his silences. She asked questions no one else dared, about Cersei, about the long road south, about regret and forgiveness. Jaime answered with the honesty he had come to prize, sometimes surprising himself with the gentleness of his voice. There was laughter in the halls now, children's games in the corridors, songs in the kitchens. Gendry arrived from King's Landing with tidings of a new fleet, and brought with him crates of tools, bolts of silk, and a gift for Arya, a small, perfectly forged stiletto. Tyrion sent letters full of gossip and advice, each sealed with his new sigil, a lion and a hand crossed in friendship. Willis Lefford's letters from Casterly Rock were filled with questions about trade and roads and requests for stories of the North's strange, fierce beauty. Jaime sometimes found himself lingering in the Godswood, beneath the boughs of the heart tree, breathing in the scent of damp earth and pine. He would kneel, his golden hand pressed to the old roots, remembering a time when Hen believed himself cursed, remembered all the names he'd carried: Kingslayer, Oathbreaker, Lannister, Lover, Villain, Hero. The tree gave no answer but its silence. But Jaime felt at peace there, as if each year that passed leached more poison from his soul. Brienne was the axis of his days, her calm a balm, her sense of justice the measure by which he weighed his own choices. She rode with him in the early spring to villages that had not seen a lord in years, sitting beside him as they listened to petitions, sharing bread with farmers and hearing tales of wolves returning to the woods. Children clustered around her, begging for stories of her battles, for lessons in swordplay, or tales of the great bear of Tarth. Jaime listened, always amazed at how little fear she inspired, how much trust she kindled. As the first buds opened on the apple trees, Daenerys herself arrived at Winterfell. She was older, her hair threaded with silver, but her presence was still fierce. She came not as conqueror but as friend, escorted only by a handful of unsullied and a banner of truce. The great hall filled with laughter that night. Old grievances aired and forgotten. New alliances formed in toasts and games of savas. Daenerys walked the walls with Sansa, talking quietly of the South, of peace, of the new world they might yet shape. Jon watched her with eyes that held both longing and gratitude. There was nothing left to forgive between them, only a gentle mourning for what might have been. Gendry and Arya sparred in the yard to the cheers of children and adults alike. Podrick recited a poem at Sansa's urging, and Jaime found himself pressed into a game of knives and apples by the stable boys, losing as often as he won. In the evenings, the household gathered in the Godswood, or in the warmth of the solar, sharing wine and stories. It was there that Tyrion arrived one blustery evening, cloaked in furs and trailing a retinue of tired guards. He had come on foot from White Harbor, stopping in every village to speak with farmers and merchants. He brought news of peace along the King's Road, of fresh treaties with the Vale and the Reach, of Casterly Rock's prosperity and the Dragon Queen's reforms. He sat with Jaime and Brienne by the fire, his voice softer than it had been in King's Landing, and shared his fears and hopes for the future. "You did well, brother," Tyrion said one night, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "You did what none of us thought possible. You made peace with yourself." Jaime smiled, clasping his brother's hand, the moment unspoiled by old grievances. "I had help," he replied, his eyes meeting Brienne's. "And time, and a world that was willing to let me try again." As spring ripened into early summer, Sansa called a great council in Winterfell. Lords came from every corner of the realm, old faces and new, sworn swords and small folk, wildlings and southern traders. The great hall buzzed with debate, voices raised in argument and laughter, agreements struck and broken and made anew. Jaime sat beside Brienne, listening as Sansa wove the meeting with quiet authority, inviting all to speak, insisting each voice was heard. By the end of the week, a new charter was signed. The North would remain sovereign, free to govern itself, but a league of peace would bind all the realms, each pledged to the other's aid, trade, and justice. There would be no Iron Throne, only a circle of equals meeting once a year in whichever hall they chose. Daenerys and Sansa toasted together as the sun set, the old banners fluttering above them, the lords and ladies cheering. That night, Jaime stood in the Godswood as the celebration spilled into the courtyard, music rising into the dusk. Brienne found him among the roots, his face half hidden by shadow. "It's finished," she said, her voice full of wonder and relief. "The world has changed." Jaime nodded, drawing her close. "And we're here to see it." She laughed, pressing her brow to his, her arms strong around his shoulders. "Are you happy?" He considered, the question echoing in his bones. "I am, more than I ever thought I'd be." They stood together as the stars came out, the castle alive with the future's promise. In the days that followed, the guests departed, the council's banners lowered. Tyrion and Daenerys set out for the south, Arya for the sea, Gendry for his new lands in the Riverlands. Jaime and Brienne remained, their home now firmly in the north, their place secure in the tapestry of a realm reborn. The years unfurled quietly. Podrick and his bride had a son. Sansa's rule deepened. Wildlings and Northmen grew into neighbors, not rivals. Jaime grew older, his hair gone to white, his steps slower. Brienne's strength softened, but did not wane. Their love became legend in Winterfell. A story told to every child who braved the Yard or the Godswood, of a golden knight and a lady of Tarth, who built peace from war and hope from despair. And always, the two of them would walk the walls at sunrise. The world remade with every new day, the past forgiven, the future theirs to shape, together until the very last. Hi. Summer in the north was fleeting, a bright flare of life between the iron edges of winter. A season of long days and golden evenings when even the stone of Winterfell seemed to glow. The snows had vanished, but lingered in memory. And everywhere, there was the sense of a world holding its breath, grateful for each untroubled moment. Jaime Lannister woke each morning to birdsong and the hush of peace, rising before the castle's bustle, before Brienne's steady steps or Arya's restless prowling. He made it a habit to stand a while in the Godswood, breathing the cool air and tracing the ridges of his golden hand, reminding himself how close he'd come to losing even this, how impossible happiness had once seemed. The rhythm of their lives was a quiet miracle. Jaime and Brienne shared a modest suite in the southern tower, its windows filled with sunlight and the slow green sweep of the forests beyond the walls. Their possessions were few: a pair of battered swords, a chest of simple clothes, a shelf lined with Arya's gifts from distant shores, Sansa's letters, Podrick's child's drawing of the three of them standing together beneath the gates of Winterfell. Brienne's armor stood always ready, gleaming with the loving care she never failed to give it. But it was her laughter and her strength, not her blade, that filled their home. They took meals in the hall with the household, or sometimes in the shade of the Godswood, bread and cheese, and sweet summer wine. Jaime relished these small things. The way Brienne's hair caught the sun, the easy way she moved among the Stark bannermen, the way the young squires looked to her as their North Star. Sometimes they rode out together to the villages or the wild hills, her laughter echoing, Jaime's hand wrapped around the reins, content just to ride at her side. Sansa was radiant in summer, her rule as firm as it was gentle, her council filled with women and men of every age and standing. The walls of Winterfell had never seemed warmer, flowers spilling from every window, children racing through the yards, the scent of lavender and roasting meat drifting on every breeze. Sansa worked long hours each day, listening to farmers and smiths and even wildling chiefs, weaving the North's many strands into one strong, living cord. Her letters to Daenerys and the Council of Realms were frequent, but her rule here was unchallenged. She belonged to the land, and it to her. Jon was less present, called south often by the council, or ranging north with the wildlings. He was older now, lines deepening at the corners of his eyes, a gentleness in him that had not been there before. When he returned, Arya was often at his side, her travels always bringing her back home for a season, before the call of the road or the sea took her away again. Arya and Brienne sparred in the yard, their steel flashing, watched by a gathering of grinning children and adults alike. Jaime sometimes joined, but mostly he played judge or coach, delighted by the ferocity of their contests, by the quicksilver bond between them. Podrick visited often, sometimes with his growing family, sometimes alone, always eager to bring news from King's Landing or Casterly Rock. His son, a sturdy boy with Brienne's earnestness and Pod's bright smile, became a fixture in the yard, pestering Jaime for lessons and stories. Jaime obliged, patient and amused, passing on all of the tricks his own father and brother had taught him in the gardens of Lannisport. A world away now, but not forgotten. Each summer week brought new joys: harvest fairs, nights of music in the Great Hall, small feasts in honor of new marriages or the birth of a child. Jaime found himself called to judge more contests, to settle disputes, to offer a story or a wise word. The North, for all its bluntness, had come to value his fairness, and even the old lords who had once watched him with suspicion now greeted him as a friend. Brienne continued her work as master-at-arms, her presence a bulwark of peace. She had created a tradition. Each summer, the best of her pupils, be they high-born or low, boy or girl, would be named Shield of Winterfell in a ceremony before the whole castle. The winner would stand watch with her on the walls through one long northern night, learning that bravery was not just the sword but the waiting, the watching, the willingness to stand between others and the darkness. Jaime attended every ceremony, pride swelling in his chest. He watched as Brienne spoke to each young champion. Her words quiet but fierce, a promise that anyone could be a hero, not because of birth or name or even skill, but because they had chosen to serve. The ceremony always ended with the raising of a simple shield, white, with the direwolf and a golden lion entwined, a symbol of all they had fought for and won. Sometimes during these bright summer days, memories of the past returned. The heat of battle, the cries in the burning streets of King's Landing, the taste of loss. Jaime never flinched from these ghosts. He honored them as he honored the scars on his body, reminders that every day of peace was won from pain. As the year deepened, Sansa announced a gathering, a council to be held at Winterfell, inviting Daenerys, Tyrion, Willis Lefford, and the other leaders of the realms. The castle filled with guests, the halls loud with debate and laughter. Daenerys arrived with a small retinue, her hair more silver than gold now, her gaze softer. Tyrion, his wit still keen, was older too, moving with a slight limp and a new appreciation for strong northern spirits. The council was a celebration as much as business. Each leader spoke of their lands, their triumphs and trials, their hopes for a realm bound not by fear, but by trade, justice, and shared defense. Jaime watched, sometimes advising, sometimes simply marveling at how different the world had become. There were moments of tension, but Sansa's calm and Daenerys' vision saw them through. By week's end, new treaties had been signed, old debts forgiven, and a sense of possibility settled over the north. One evening after the council, Brienne and Jaime slipped away to the edge of the Godswood, following the sound of music from the hall. They stood hand in hand beneath the stars, the glow of lanterns flickering through the leaves. Jaime traced the line of Brienne's jaw with his golden hand, marveling at her strength, her kindness, the way she had changed the course of his life and his heart. "I sometimes wonder," Jaime said quietly, "if my father could see me now, what he would think." Brienne smiled, brushing his hair back from his brow. "He would not understand, but that doesn't matter. We are not the sum of their hopes or their fears. We are only ourselves, and that is enough." He drew her close, her warmth grounding him. "I would not change a thing." "Nor I," she whispered, and in the hush between them, Jaime felt the truth of all he had become. The days passed. Summer lingered longer than usual, the crops bountiful, the forests alive with game. The city at Winterfell's feet grew, a bustling market, new houses for the freedmen and wildlings, a school for the children. Brienne spent long hours there, teaching sword and shield, Jaime sharing stories of knights and queens and battles lost and won. The old animosities had faded. The North and the realm were one in spirit, if not always in law. When autumn's edge finally crept into the air, Sansa announced a great hunt and a feast. Lords and ladies gathered, banners flying. Jaime rode with Brienne and Arya through the woods, hounds baying, the world vibrant and alive. At the feast, toasts were made to the Shield of Winterfell, to Sansa the Wise, to Daenerys the Peacemaker. Tyrion gave a speech that left the hall weeping with laughter, and then with joy. Late that night, after the music faded and the fires burned low, Jaime walked the walls one last time before sleep. He gazed out at the quiet lands, the starlit forests, the walls he'd helped rebuild, the lives he'd touched and been changed by. Brienne found him there, as she always did, her hand steady in his, her presence more solid than any stone. "Let's go home," she said, and he nodded, peace filling him as they walked side by side into the gentle dark. In the years that followed, tales of their happiness would spread, of the Kingslayer and the Maid of Tarth, whose courage outlasted hate, whose love remade the world around them. But for Jaime, there was only the miracle of each new day. Laughter, work, the fierce comfort of belonging, and the quiet certainty that he had chosen, and been chosen. And that was enough. Okay. Winterfell endured, timeless and resolute, beneath the rolling northern sky, as year after year slipped by. The snows would come and go, blanketing the ancient ramparts, and then yielding to summers brief and golden. Jaime measured time not in winters, but in the slow, gentle changes of the castle's rhythm, the growing boldness of children's games, the laughter that echoed longer each season, the sight of new wildflowers in the godswood each spring. What had once been a place of ghosts and war had become, by patience and love, a home. Brienne aged gracefully, her strength undiminished, but her hair now fully silver, her presence in the yard as commanding as ever. Squires and shield maidens, boys and girls from every family in the north, and many from farther afield, came to learn at her side. She was beloved. Sometimes the children would gather round her in the old stables, begging for stories of the Wall, or of the Golden Knight who had fought for love and honor. Brienne would always smile and nod to Jaime, drawing him in, and he would find himself retelling his old life, the battles, the mistakes, the strange turns that had led him here. He found that he no longer hated his memories. They had become a tapestry, each painful thread woven into the broader pattern of redemption. Their life together was peaceful. A thousand simple acts. Jaime tended gardens, learned to prune the apple trees, helped the castle smith with new locks for the city gates. In the kitchens, he helped churn butter, his golden hand clumsy but eager. The cooks taught him the secrets of thick northern stews, and he often took a bowl to the godswood to eat in the company of ravens and crows. Some days, he and Brienne would ride for hours beyond the walls, speaking little, content in the company of each other, and the land they now called home. Tyrion visited each autumn, arriving with a retinue and a cask of wine, and for a week the halls would ring with laughter, debates, and the odd wager over savas or archery. Tyrion was lord of his own estates now, a celebrated hand and a cherished uncle. His letters arrived in every season, full of riddles and rumors, news from the capital or distant corners of the world. He never failed to send gifts to Podrick's children, or to toast the health of the finest knight the Seven Kingdoms has ever known. Who, let it be said, is not myself, but my brother, surprisingly. Arya's visits were unpredictable, but each time she returned, she brought treasures from afar. A painted mask from Bravos, a wolf's tooth from the wild east, a scroll from Old Town. She had the look of someone forever searching, yet when she was in Winterfell, she was wholly present, hunting in the woods, racing horses with the younger Starks, or training with Brienne and Jaime in the yard until dusk. She never stayed long, but her comings and goings had become a part of Winterfell's pattern, a note of wildness in its harmony. Sansa's reign flourished. The North's villages prospered, new trade routes were forged, wildlings and Northmen became neighbors, and, in time, kin. Each year the council at Winterfell drew lords and free folk from every reach, Westerlands and Riverlands, Dorne and the Vale, the green hills of the Reach and the wind-scoured plains of Skagos. Daenerys visited rarely now, content in her seat at Dragonstone, her dragons legendary but seldom seen. She and Sansa exchanged gifts and letters, their alliance the keystone of the realm's peace. Podrick, for all his modesty, had become a figure of legend in his own right, a knight of unmatched loyalty, a gentle judge, a beloved father and husband. His children, one after another, grew tall and strong, and when his eldest daughter won the Shield of Winterfell in her 15th year, the whole castle erupted in celebration. Jaime watched with tears in his eyes as Brienne crowned the girl with a circlet of woven willow and whispered the old vows. Jaime's own hair was white as frost, his face marked with lines from laughter and wind and age. His golden hand, battered and dulled by use, had become less a mark of shame and more a badge of perseverance. He had learned to write with his left to swing a sword still, if slowly, and to find purpose in acts great and small. The children of Winterfell sought him out for advice or stories, unafraid of the old legends. He let them climb his knee in the great hall, showed them how to twist a ribbon into a knot, how to spot a liar by the flicker of an eye. When he walked the walls with Brienne, watching the lanterns bobbing below and the stars above, he sometimes marveled at the path he had taken. The pain and loss, the betrayals and wars, all seemed to belong to someone else, a man of pride and fire, left behind long ago. It was love that had remade him, patient and enduring, as sure as the north seasons. One year, Sansa's council proposed a great fair, a gathering of every house and freehold, a celebration of peace. Winterfell's courts filled with tents and laughter, the air rich with spice and song. Old friends returned, Gendry and his brood from the Riverlands, Davos with tales of storms and strange ports, Willas Lefford, gray and wise from Casterly Rock. Podrick presided over a grand tourney, Tyrion hosted a contest of riddles and wit, Arya dazzled the children with knife tricks and whispered stories of the great unknown. Jaime and Brienne, neither young now, rode at the front of a parade of banners, flanked by Sansa, Jon, and Daenerys herself, whose silver hair gleamed in the sun. The lords and small folk cheered them all, not for the blood they had shed, but for the peace they had built. At the feast, after the songs and the toasts, Jaime leaned against Brienne's shoulder and closed his eyes, letting the music and laughter wash over him. He thought of all he had lost and all he had found. The world had changed around him, and in some small way, by his hand. Later that night, beneath the heart tree, Brienne took his face in her hands and kissed him. As gentle and fierce as she had on their first night in the city so many years ago. "We are blessed," she whispered, and he nodded, unable to speak for the fullness in his chest. He did not dream of Casterly Rock, or of golden halls or bloody crowns. He dreamed only of this: the slow, steady miracle of forgiveness, the certainty that every day, love had made him new. The seasons turned, and Jaime Lannister, no longer Kingslayer, no longer merely a lion, endured as well, rooted and steadfast as the ancient heart tree. And so the story passed into song, not of swords or thrones, but of a life remade by mercy and courage, in a castle where laughter had finally, after so much pain, come home to stay. Okay. In the honeyed hush of yet another northern summer, Winterfell wore a crown of wildflowers and sunlight. The castle's outer walls bristled with green, the ramparts softened by moss, banners fluttering gently above bustling courtyards and shaded walks. The slow wheel of the seasons had worn away the last, harsh edges of war. The gates stood open every morning to the world, and inside, the steady, intricate life of the North played out like a woven tapestry. Old threads, new threads, each distinct and vital, all held together by the hands that had shaped peace from ruin. Jaime Lannister's hair was white as milk, but his eyes were keen, and his shoulders still carried a knight's strength. In the early mornings, he lingered in the godswood, fingers trailing over the rough bark of the heart tree, silent in his gratitude. The leaves overhead had rustled with memories. The things he'd done, the men had been, the narrow margin by which he'd survived his worst self. Each day he woke beside Brienne, her long limbs tangled with his, her presence a steady pulse in the dark. He measured his life not by years, but by these quiet dawns, by the knowledge that he'd become a man worthy of the world's forgiveness, and of hers. Brienne herself was silver-haired now, and though time had stooped her just a little, nothing had dulled her fire. She spent her days training not only the squires, but the daughters of lords and smallfolk alike. The yard rang with laughter and the clang of steel on steel. Brienne's voice was as clear as a bell, and she was as beloved as any Stark, her name invoked as often as Sansa's, her wisdom trusted, her kindness legendary. Children from distant corners of the realm would beg for her stories, tales of far-off lands and monstrous foes, but the ones they loved best were those of her and Jaime. Tales of choices, change, and the power of love to remake what the world had cast aside. The rest of the household had changed with time as well. Sansa's hair was streaked with silver, her children and grandchildren now filling the great hall with life. She presided over the Norse Council with the confidence of one who had seen every cruelty and overcome them all. She traveled south every few years, her visits to Daenerys and the new capital always brief, her heart belonging to Winterfell and the wild, wide land it ruled. Arya remained a mystery and a legend, her journeys continuing across the seas, each return like the turn of a comet, rare, dazzling, impossible to predict. When she appeared, always alone, and with new scars or trinkets, she was greeted with joy and sometimes tears. She trained the boldest of the young, teaching them to move unseen, to read a lie, to find their way in a world that could be hard and cold. Jaime and Arya often sat together after supper, sharing silent understanding, neither needing words for the respect and affection that grew between them. Jon was a figure out of the old stories, lord of a growing settlement in the Gift, the lands beyond the Wall, now a place of thriving villages and hardy crops. He visited Winterfell when he could, always welcomed as a brother and a son, his bond with Sansa and Arya unbreakable. He would spar with Brienne, or walk the ramparts with Jaime, silent and contemplative, at peace in a way the boy they'd once known had never managed. Podrick had grown stout and gray and was now master-at-arms for the town below the castle. His children were everywhere, as trusted as he was, their laughter and squabbles a cheerful background to every meal. Tyrion wrote from the south, sending wine and riddles, and now and again his youngest grandchild, a quick-witted boy with eyes that missed nothing, always eager for Jaime's stories of lions and wolves and queens, who ruled with flame or wit. It was a quiet life, but not a dull one. Each year brought a great council, lords and ladies from across the realm, even the far south and the distant isles, would come to Winterfell for a season of debate, feasting and renewal. Jaime rarely spoke in these gatherings, content to watch Sansa and Daenerys shape the future, but his presence was always noted and always honored. Brienne, too, was called upon for judgment and advice, her word carrying the weight of old oaths and hard-won trust. One bright morning, the fields ripe with barley and flowers, a caravan arrived at the castle gates, a troop from the free cities, merchants and performers, with wares and wonders never before seen in the north. The castle filled with music and laughter, with acrobats and mummers and dancers, in scarlet and blue. Jaime watched, amused and content, as Arya picked the pocket of the troop's leader and returned the coin with a wink, as Brienne was coaxed onto the dancing green by a bold singer, and as Sansa's youngest grandchild astonished the crowd with a song of the sea. Later, as dusk turned the world to gold, Jaime and Brienne walked the length of the curtain wall. Below them, the sounds of celebration drifted up. Children shouting, the clash of tankards, the first tentative chords of a ballad. Brienne leaned on the stone, wind tugging at her silver hair. "I thought, once, that peace would be boring," she confessed. "But every day there's something new." Jaime squeezed her hand. "Boring would have been welcome once, but I know what you mean. I wake each morning certain I will not be surprised, and every evening I find that I was wrong." She laughed, low and warm. "Did you ever imagine this back in King's Landing?" "I never imagined surviving King's Landing," he said honestly. "I certainly never imagined deserving this, but I would not trade a day of it, not even the hardest, for all the gold in the rock." She was silent for a time, and he looked at her, her face lined, her eyes bright, a strength in her that was part of him now. "I am glad you chose me," she said softly. He touched her cheek with his left hand, the golden one resting on the wall. "It was never a choice, Brienne. It was the only thing I have ever done that was entirely right." Then, they stood that way until the sun was gone, the world around them starlit and full of the low, steady music of a home at peace. The years continued their slow unfurling. Sansa's children grew, married, and some left for distant lands. Arya returned now and then, each time a little slower, a little more content to stay for a season or two. Daenerys ruled the south, wise and temperate, her old fire now a steady warmth. The peace they had all bought at so great a price held, not without effort, not without grief or hard work, but it held. One winter, deeper and colder than most, Jaime fell ill. The halls of Winterfell moved quietly around him, servants tending the fires, Brienne never leaving his side. He slept often, feverish and dreaming, his mind filled with scenes from every part of his life. Childhood rides at Casterly Rock, the day he had joined the Kingsguard, the darkness beneath the Red Keep, and then, over and over, the slow, healing years of the North. Sometimes he woke to Brienne's hand in his, to the sound of Arya's voice reading stories, to Podrick singing soft lullabies from the cradle of his own childhood. He survived, thinner and slower, but still alive. That spring, as the snow melted and the castle's windows filled with light, Jaime sat beneath the heart tree, wrapped in Brienne's cloak, watching the children at play. A girl of perhaps 12, bold and awkward, knelt beside him, eyes wide. "Sir Jaime," she said shyly, "is it true you once fought a bear, with just one hand?" He smiled. "It's true, but the bear was no match for my friend. You'll find there is nothing in this world you cannot do, if you have the right company." "Ben?" She grinned and raced off to tell her friends, and Jaime closed his eyes, breathing the air scented with new grass and old leaves. Brienne sat beside him, taking his hand. They did not speak, for nothing needed saying. In the end, Jaime's legacy was not gold, nor glory, nor the memory of battles fought. It was the sound of laughter in halls once haunted by fear. It was children learning to wield sword and shield and story. It was the trust in Brienne's eyes, the pride in Sansa's, the quiet respect of a realm at peace. And when, at last, he closed his eyes for the final time, it was with the certainty that he had not merely survived, but truly lived. His story became a part of Winterfell's song, woven through its walls and woods. And the city, so long shaped by war, remembered him not as Kingslayer, but as Jaime of the North, the Golden Knight who learned to love, to serve, and to endure, as faithful as the heart tree, as enduring as hope. The snows returned the following year, thick and slow, but there was little hardship in them now. The castle's stores brimmed with grain, the cellars filled with salted fish, cheese, apples packed in straw. Winterfell was prepared, its people no longer afraid of the old hunger or the darkness that had haunted so many past years. In the small hours of the morning, Jaime would listen to the wind hissing past the towers, the soft patter of snow at the windows, Brienne's slow, steady breathing beside him. Each sound was an anchor, each moment evidence of the life they had made from the ashes of their former selves. He grew slower with each season, though he refused to let the years diminish him in spirit. In the yard he stood with Brienne, watching as she led the squires through their drills, her voice as strong as ever, laughter as sudden and bright as summer rain. Children from every house, noble, wildling, farmer's child, and merchant's daughter, flocked to her, and she welcomed them all. Jaime found contentment on the sidelines, nodding encouragement, offering small corrections, or helping the youngest ones knot their belts or tie on helmets. It was a different kind of honor, this nurturing of courage, patience, and camaraderie. The castle's life in winter had its own music. Fires roared in every hearth, cooks bustled in the kitchens, and the great hall became a place of stories and games when the sun set early. Each night, Sansa presided from the high table, her presence as sure as the beating heart of Winterfell. She wore her years well, her hair now fully silver, her eyes clear and gentle. Her grandchildren darted among the benches, scattering laughter and mischief. Arya, home for a rare season, spun tales for them of distant cities and ghostly islands, her face animated in the glow of torchlight. Brienne's and Jaime's rooms remained modest, though the household often urged them to take larger chambers. They refused, preferring their narrow window looking out to the godswood, the small stone fireplace, the battered chest at the foot of their bed filled with keepsakes, letters, tokens from friends, gifts from children, and odd treasures collected on rides through the country. Jaime's golden hand, battered and worn, rested now on a high shelf, seldom used except when he needed to sign an important letter or bring a sparkle to a story for the children. There was work, always. The North was vast, and every year brought something new. A failed harvest in one corner, a wolf pack too bold in another, a caravan stranded on the winter roads. Jaime and Brienne would ride out when they could, bundled in furs, visiting distant holdfasts. They brought messages, helped settle quarrels, and offered news from the castle. Everywhere they went, they were received not as legend or nobility, but as kin, old friends whose word was trusted, whose kindness was remembered long after their passing. Podrick, now gray-haired but quick as ever, was master of the guard and friend to every child in the city. He sang in the hall, taught songs in the kitchens, and always brought Jaime the best gossip from the town below. Tyrion's letters came less frequently, but were all the more precious, each one filled with sharp humor, wry affection, and tidings of his many grandchildren. Willis Lefford visited from the west every other year, bringing cheese and wine, stories of Casterly Rock, and memories that faded a little more gently with every telling. Jon visited often, sometimes with wildling friends, sometimes with his own children. Quiet, capable, strong-willed, he had grown lean and fierce, like the wolves that still haunted the woods beyond the wall. Yet his voice was gentler, and he found peace in the long talks by the fire with Jaime and Brienne. He trusted them, not just as kin by law or affection, but as friends who had shared the burden of building a new world. The city at Winterfell's feet grew every year. New houses, a school, an infirmary. The children were healthy and wild, running through the streets, learning both letters and swordplay. Jaime and Brienne were a part of that growth, planting apple trees, supporting teachers and healers, ensuring that each new soul who arrived in the city was welcomed and taught what it meant to belong. As his hair turned silver and then white, Jaime realized he had outlived the last of his old nightmares. The songs sung by traveling minstrels spoke of wars and dragons, of betrayal and redemption. But more and more often the tales ended in laughter and peace, the hero laying down his sword. It was not an ending he would have dreamed for himself once, but it was the ending he had fought for. In the end, with every quiet act of love and patience. One stormy evening, Brienne brought him out to the Godswood, her cloak flapping in the wind, her cheeks red with cold. She took his hand and pressed it to the heart tree's bark, the old white wood rough and cool beneath his fingers. "This was the place you changed," she said softly. "This was where you became who you were meant to be." He closed his eyes and remembered. The pain, the pride, the endless march of days that had brought him north and remade him. He remembered Brienne's loyalty, her courage, her belief that even a man as broken as he could be saved. He opened his eyes and smiled at her, and saw the pride in her face mirrored by love. They stood there for a long time, the snow drifting around them, until the cold drove them inside to the warmth of their hearth. As the years passed, the world around Winterfell changed. Sansa's rule grew wise and deep, her family flourishing. Arya's visits became less frequent, her tales longer and her eyes brighter. Jon's children grew tall and wild, loved the snow and the hunt, and looked to Brienne and Jaime as grandparents of the heart. Children brought news of each passing season. First steps, first victories, first heartbreaks. Jaime was always patient, always kind, telling them that each moment, good or bad, was just a thread in the tapestry, that every scar and smile would one day make them whole. Brienne's hair grew white and fine, but her presence remained immense. At each Shield of Winterfell ceremony, she placed the crown on the newest champion's head, her voice steady, her eyes bright with memory. Jaime would sit with the families, watching the next generation take up the shield, his heart full. When at last Brienne fell ill, quietly, painlessly, a winter's chill in her bones, Jaime was with her, holding her hand. The castle stilled for her. Arya returned. Sansa sat at her bedside, Podrick led the children in a silent vigil. Brienne smiled at Jaime. Her last words a simple thank you. A promise kept. Jaime mourned her as he had never mourned anyone before. The world seemed dim, but the life they had built held him upright. The memories of every day together a source of strength. He lived on, a little slower, a little quieter, surrounded by friends and children and grandchildren, content in the love that had changed him and all who knew him. In his final years, Jaime would sit beneath the heart tree, children in his lap, telling stories not of blood and vengeance, but of mercy, laughter, and the miracle of second chances. And when he too was gone, his ashes scattered in the godswood beside Brienne's, the city remembered them together, a golden knight and a lady of Tarth, the two who had rebuilt a world out of broken pieces, whose love and loyalty turned winter to spring for all the generations that followed. Their legend was not sung in battlefields or throne rooms, but in the quiet halls of Winterfell, in the lives of the children who grew up unafraid, and in the peace that endured, steadfast as the old white tree at the heart of the world. The seasons turned gently in the north, each year less harsh than the last, as if Winterfell itself was rewarded for its faith and patience. With every spring, the apple trees blossomed sooner. Wildflowers embroidered the meadows before the last drifts of snow had vanished, and laughter spilled from the yards and fields. The city at the castle's feet flourished, every street swept, every house with a roof thatched or tiled, every window alive with the glow of lamplight. For the first time in memory, there was no hunger, no restless talk of enemies, only the measured contentment of people who had fought for peace and earned it. Jaime Lannister grew older, white-haired and slow-moving, but his eyes remained as quick as ever, and his voice was the clear note in the morning council or the evening hall. He had become not just a legend, but a living part of the place, woven into its days as surely as the banners that fluttered above its walls. He sat at Sansa's right hand for every council, but mostly he listened, sharing a word of advice only when asked. Sansa valued his counsel and his candor. The young lords and ladies found comfort in his humor and memory. His stories became lessons, not just for the squires and the children, but for the realm itself. Brienne was seldom far from his side, though she was still master of the yard. Her step was slower, her laughter richer, her hair white as new snow. She had trained 3 generations now, and the youngest children called her Grandmam Brienne, running to her for praise or gentle rebuke. The Shield of Winterfell was a cherished tradition, and each summer the contest drew new faces from every corner of the north and beyond. Brienne took pride in every champion, but the quietest satisfaction came from seeing the losers rise stronger, learning that honor was found not just in victory, but in the courage to try again. Arya's visits grew rarer, her hair cut shorter each time, her eyes sharp as ever. She was ageless, it seemed, moving through the world on roads only she knew. When she arrived, the castle erupted into life. Feasts, stories, riding at dawn, laughter in the halls at midnight. Jaime was always glad to see her, to hear her speak of distant lands, to feel her fierce love for home in every unspoken word. When she left, she kissed Brienne's brow, squeezed Sansa's hand, and hugged Jaime, whispering, "Keep them safe, old lion." And he promised. Always. Podrick's children were grown. Some settled in Winterfell, some scattered throughout the realm, all of them as sturdy and kind-hearted as their father. Podrick himself, though stooped and gray, remained the soul of the city's guard, his smile as broad as ever, his voice leading the choirs at every feast. He and Jaime met often at the wall or the tavern, sharing news and old jokes, remembering days of adventure and folly. Sansa ruled long and well. Her eldest became Lady of Winterfell after her. Her grandchildren filled the castle with bright eyes and quick tongues. Sansa grew old gracefully, her wisdom deepening, her affection for her household a visible thing. When she walked in the Godswood, she carried not just the burdens of the North, but also its hope, a hope made real by every thriving farm and every healthy child. The Council of the Realm convened each year, and Winterfell was the heart of that league. Daenerys, now a white-haired matriarch, would arrive with her family, and the halls would ring with the mingled music of North and South, of old rivals now bound in fellowship. The council's business was swift. Trade, roads, the rare disputes between lords quickly settled in Sansa's calm voice, or Daenerys' firm one. There was time after for feasts and contests, for Tyrion's riddles, for the recitation of tales. It was at one such council, late in summer, that Jaime sat quietly in the Godswood, surrounded by the sounds of laughter and music drifting from the open windows. A child approached, a girl with hair as dark as Arya's and eyes as blue as Brienne's. She was solemn, her fists knotted in the folds of her tunic. "Sir Jaime," she asked, "is it true you once fought a dragon?" He laughed softly. "No, little wolf. I saw dragons, yes, but I fought only for peace. The bravest thing I ever did was choose to stay, and to keep choosing it, day after day." The girl thought this over, brow furrowed. "Will I ever be brave like you and Grandmam Brienne?" Jaime leaned closer, the movement creaking in his old bones. "You're already braver. You have a world of peace to protect, not just to win." She grinned and ran to join her friends, and Jaime watched her go, warmed through by the simple joy of it. Brienne found him there, lowering herself carefully onto the bench beside him. "You always did have the right words," she said, her hand warm over his. "You always understood what mattered most." "I had a good teacher," he replied, "and the time to learn." Their days together were gentle, a kind of grace he had never believed possible. They watched the seasons change, the city grow, the young become strong and wise. They celebrated every feast, mourned every loss, marked each new beginning with gratitude. Jaime read to Brienne when her eyes tired. She held his hand when his knees ached, or his breath caught in the cold. One winter evening, when the fire snapped in their hearth and snow swept thick across the windows, Jaime pressed a kiss to Brienne's white hair. "We've had a good life," he whispered. Brienne smiled, her eyes glistening. "The best. I would not have changed a day. Men now and all." It was not sudden when Brienne faded. She slipped away as gently as the tide, surrounded by the family she had built. Her last words a promise that Jaime had kept his oath, that love and honor had been their legacy. The castle mourned her as one mourns a pillar, a heartstone, and Jaime felt the ache as if the world itself had cracked. Yet he endured. He found comfort in the faces of the young, in Sansa's steady presence, in Arya's fierce return for the funeral, in Podrick's stories, in the children who sought him out in the Godswood. His own days shortened, but he did not wither. Instead, he became a source of quiet courage, the voice in the hall that reminded each generation that they could change, could heal, could build a better world if they chose. The end, when it came, was as peaceful as a summer dawn. Jaime rested in his narrow bed, Brienne's old cloak over his knees, the window open to the Godswood. He heard laughter from below, children training with wooden swords, bells ringing for the noon meal. Sansa sat beside him, her hand warm in his. Arya read softly from a book of stories they had made together over the years. Jaime looked at them both, his heart full. "Thank you," he said, voice thin but clear. "For this life, for your forgiveness." Sansa kissed his brow. Arya squeezed his hand. He closed his eyes. The sounds of Winterfell. Laughter, song, the wind in the leaves, carrying him home. They buried him beside Brienne beneath the heart tree, where the roots ran deep and the snow fell soft. The city remembered them together, two souls whose love had remade not only themselves, but the world around them. And so the legend grew, not of swords and war, but of mercy, of hope, of a life well lived, of a golden knight and his lady, who proved to all who came after that even the deepest wounds could heal, and that peace once won could last forever. Oh, Aina. After Jaime's passing, the north summer air seemed stilled for days, each dawn soft and golden, each night lit by a hush of stars over Winterfell's towers and the Godswood's dreaming branches. The castle mourned, not with thunder or banners, but with gentle ritual. For a week, all work in the yard ceased at sunset, and every hearth in the city and the keep burned a candle for the Golden Knight, who had become in the end a fixture as natural and beloved as the old weirwood itself. Children placed wildflowers at the base of the heart tree. Sansa herself took up the first spade to help turn the earth beside Brienne's resting place, Arya and Podrick by her side. When they laid Jaime down at last, it was with laughter as well as tears, stories rising through the hush, tales of his stubbornness and grace, his cleverness and hard-won humility. The years that followed were shaped by his absence, but not haunted. Brienne and Jaime's memory became the North's living legend, not only for children, but for the city's elders, the new lords and ladies who had once trained in the yard under her stern gaze or listened to his slow, wry wisdom in the godswood. Their story was woven into every part of life. In the yard, where a battered golden shield hung above the training lists. In the city's school, where a festival of songs was held each autumn in their honor. In the council chamber, where Jaime's law, the right of any person, high or low, to plead for mercy or make amends, was a tradition as old as the Direwolf banner itself. Time passed, but Jaime's legacy deepened rather than faded. The city he had helped shape was now a place of learning, trade, and kinship between peoples, once divided by blood. Wildlings, now settled and prosperous, sent their cleverest children to Winterfell's school, where they learned the old tongues, the stories of wolves and lions, and the songs of both North and South. The city's market, once little more than muddy carts and a handful of traders, had grown into a great square, crowded with every sort of goods, furs from beyond the wall, glasswork from the Isles, wine from Dorne, silverwork from the Rock. Sansa's reign matured into legend. Her eldest daughter, grown wise and beautiful, ruled Winterfell after her, and her sons and daughters scattered across the realm to serve as stewards, healers, and warriors. Sansa herself grew quiet in old age, but always joined the children at the Heart Tree on the day of Jaime and Brienne's remembrance, telling the story year after year of the knight who chose to stay and the shield maiden who never broke. Arya came and went, growing leaner and more spare each time. Her hair a cloud of silver now, her step as quick as ever. She took to sitting with the children, showing them how to read a map, to tie knots, to listen for the sound of a fox in the bracken or a traitor in a council hall. Sometimes she vanished for years, chasing rumors or chasing herself, but she always returned for that autumn day at the Heart Tree, her voice low as she recounted stories only she and Jaime had shared. Podrick lingered the longest, outliving almost all his friends. His children and grandchildren filled the city with their laughter and stories, and every Shield of Winterfell ceremony was led by a member of his family, each one trained in kindness as much as in swordplay. The contests were always fierce, but the lessons remained the same. Mercy, humility, the promise that everyone deserved another chance. Jaime's battered practice sword remained on the rack, polished by generations of hands. Its golden lion faded to a gentle gleam. The godswood grew around Jaime and Brienne's graves, the trees arching higher each season, wildflowers in every shade blooming in the shade of the Heart Tree. Couples would marry there in spring, children born there in summer, oaths sworn there in winter as the snows fell. If the wind was just right, it was said, you could hear laughter among the branches, the sound of a golden knight and his lady walking the paths together still. In the south, Daenerys reigned for many years, her sons and daughters spreading a new wisdom and steadiness across the realm. Trade flourished, roads were kept in repair, disputes settled at council rather than with blood. Tyrion's descendants became famous as scribes, historians, and hands to several kings and queens. The story of his friendship with Jaime, recounted wherever the laws were read or the wine was poured. And in every city, every holdfast and harbor, the tale grew. Minstrels sang it, how the last lion had traveled north, meant to betray, but had instead found redemption, love, and belonging. How two broken souls had knit together not only their own wounds, but the wounds of a battered world. The verses changed, and new singers added lines. Some fanciful, some true, some bittersweet. But the core of the legend never shifted. That peace was possible, that honor could be reclaimed, that forgiveness was the birthright of even the worst sinner. Centuries passed. The names and faces on the banners in Winterfell changed, but every new lord and lady was taught the stories as soon as they could walk. They were taken to the Godswood in the snow, shown the graves where the Golden Knight and the Great Shield Maiden rested. They learned too that peace was never a given, but a practice, a choice renewed every day by each who wished to carry it forward. One spring morning, the sky washed with soft rain and the fields a mist of new green. The young lady of Winterfell, descendant of Sansa, as wise and kind as her forebear, walked through the Godswood with her own daughter. The girl touched the moss on Brienne's stone, the golden lion on Jaime's, and looked up with solemn eyes. "Mama," she asked, "will there always be nights like them?" Her mother smiled, brushing silver hair from her brow. "If we remember, and if we try, if we teach courage and honor and forgiveness." They showed us that anyone can change the world if their heart is true. Now, the girl nodded, and together they stood in the hush, listening to the leaves. The story was not finished. It lived in every act of mercy, in every oath sworn beneath those boughs, in every stubborn hope that love might outlast war. And so, with each new dawn, the North endured, steadfast, hopeful, and ever-changing. At its heart, the memory of two lives entwined, a golden knight and a shield maiden, whose legacy was not fire or blood, but peace, quiet, shining, and stronger with every generation that followed. In the north, generations drifted past like mist across the lakes, each leaving its subtle mark on Winterfell stones, on the city's ever-widening streets, on the fields of apple and barley that rolled farther from the walls each spring. Time honored those who had shaped it, yet cared little for names or lineages. It measured its progress by the sound of children's laughter, the scent of bread in the markets, the rippling banners at festival, the calm passage of seasons that spoke of an enduring peace. Jaime Lannister and Brienne of Tarth, whose memory was entwined in the heart of Winterfell, remained both legend and living presence, the touchstones by which all were judged and guided. Their stories were part of every lesson told in school, every oath sworn in the yard. Scribes inked their lives into the great books of the North, and their likenesses, faded and gentle, adorned the stained glass above the hall's high windows. The Golden Knight, hand open in mercy; the tall shield maiden, sword lowered but unbroken. The Godswood, where their stones stood side by side beneath the old white heart tree, had become a sanctuary. Pilgrims came from far beyond the north, some seeking wisdom, others forgiveness, all drawn by the tale of redemption and love that had outlasted every feud and war. In the hush beneath the red leaves, every visitor felt some measure of peace settle within them, as if the ancient gods themselves had approved what these two souls had built. The city's life was an ever-renewing mosaic. Children born to families of wildling and Northmen, merchant and craftsman, were raised with the same songs and stories. In the schoolhouse where light poured in through colored glass, the tale of the Golden Knight was told not just as history, but as example. A mistake, one teacher would say, does not end a life. It may begin it. What matters is what you do next. And the children would repeat it, their voices ringing. Shield of Winterfell, the old contest, remained the city's proudest tradition. It was no longer only a trial of strength, but of wits, heart, and compassion. The festival that crowned the champion brought music and dancing to every corner of Winterfell. In the yard, beneath the shield that bore both lion and wolf, boys and girls sparred and laughed, and the stories were retold. Of Brienne besting knights twice her size, of Jaime teaching the art of left-handed defense, of both standing together, refusing to give way even to sorrow. On festival nights, the city glowed with light. Stalls spilled cider and roasted meats, musicians played, and in the main square, players acted out the story of the knight and the shield maiden, always ending not in death or exile, but in a long embrace beneath the heart tree, the crowd roaring in approval. The youngest children tossed wildflowers onto the stage, and the eldest, their hair going to silver, wiped tears from their eyes, remembering the living people behind the legend. Every year, On the day the first snows dusted the godswood, the Lady of Winterfell and her family led a procession of city folk to the Heart Tree. There, she would tell the story anew, her words shifting with the times but always carrying the same message: that honor meant kindness, that courage was gentleness, that every person could build peace, no matter their birth or scars. Old banners hung in the hall for such days, the lion and the wolf, entwined on a field of white, the blue of Tarth shining in the center. In the flickering candlelight, it seemed almost that Brienne and Jaime stood among the living, smiling with pride at the world that had grown from their choices. One autumn, after a long season of plenty, a wandering bard arrived at Winterfell. She was slight and sharp-eyed, with a battered lute and a voice that carried in the wind. She sang new verses of old songs, of distant queens, of ships in storm, of dragons no one in the north had seen for many years. When she stood in the market square, children pressed close, and she asked, "What tale do you want?" A boy of 8 called, "Tell of the knight with the golden hand and the lady with the great shield." The bard smiled, her hands gentle on the strings. "I have traveled the world," she said, "but never have I heard a story as loved as this one." And she sang of Jaime's journey from pride to humility, of Brienne's quest for honor, of the trials and kindnesses that bound them to Winterfell. She sang of the day they laid down their swords, choosing to heal instead of harm, of the children they taught, the city they helped mend, the joy they found in small things, apples, laughter, dawns beside the same heart. When she finished, the city was silent, then filled with applause and tears. That night, she was a guest at Sansa's table, her song woven into the feast like spice in the wine. Years slipped onward, and each generation left new footprints on old stones. Arya's name became a legend, a whisper among the bold, a comfort to the lost. Jon's descendants ruled in the far north, sending gifts each spring, furs, stories and news of wolves running wild and free. The Council of the Realm, now a tradition older than any single house, met each year at Winterfell, debating roads and trade, always returning to the promise of peace. Tyrion's family sent books and wine, their letters filled with clever riddles, their names honored for the long friendship between South and North. Wildlings and riverfolk, Dornishmen and men of the Reach, all mingled in the city now. The fair that began as the Shield Festival grew into a market that drew traders from across the sea. Within Winterfell's walls, the oldest stones held the names of all who had found redemption, comfort, and hope here. Children still crowded the godswood, pressing their palms to the cold white bark, repeating the promise that their city had taught them. "I will choose kindness. I will defend the weak. I will be brave enough to forgive. Man?" And in the high window, the sun caught on stained glass, illuminating the gentle faces of Jaime and Brienne, as if their spirits looked down still, not to judge, but to bless, to guide, to remind the living that every life was a chance to begin again. The North endured, because love, once truly chosen, could not be undone. So long as stories were told, so long as oaths were kept, so long as laughter and mercy lived in the heart of Winterfell, the Golden Knight and the Lady with the Shield remained, not as ghosts, but as the best memory of what the world could be. Peace was their lasting gift, hope their daily legacy, and in the hush beneath the Heart Tree, every child knew themselves a part of that unbroken story. And so it was that the memory of Jaime Lannister and Brienne of Tarth became not only the quiet soul of Winterfell, but a living inheritance for the North and the world beyond. Time wore away much, faces on coins, banners at council, even the oldest towers and the names of kings and queens. But the story of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden wove itself deeper with every generation. It was carried not on parchment alone, but in the gentle customs of the city, the wisdom shared at firesides, the oaths whispered beneath the branches of the old godswood. A new century dawned, and Winterfell was larger now, a true city spilling beyond the shadow of the walls, riverside markets blooming with color, and houses of stone and wood stretching into the fields. Each morning, the city awoke to the sound of bells and the scents of baking bread, wood smoke, and the laughter of children. The old keep stood watch over it all, ageless and sturdy, its stones as familiar to the city as the voice of a parent. The city's great school, built beside the God's Wood, had become famous. Its classrooms bustled with students from every corner of the realm, north and south, wildling and riverlander, Dorne and the Vale, even travelers from distant Essos, drawn by the promise of peace and knowledge. Teachers invoked the names of Jaime and Brienne daily, not as relics but as ideals. The courage to change, the discipline to serve, the humility to admit fault, the faith that love and honor were the greatest of all shields. On the first morning of every month, a bell tolled for remembrance, and crowds gathered beneath the heart tree. There, the city's children and their elders joined in a circle around the stones that marked the resting place of the knight and the shield maiden. Some recited the stories they had learned, of Jaime's journey from pride and shame to service and grace, of Brienne's fierce and gentle courage, of the day the two chose to stay and build rather than fight and flee. Others simply listened, or placed new wildflowers in the moss, or sat in silence, drawing comfort from the hush beneath the boughs. A festival still crowned each summer, the Shield of Winterfell its centerpiece. In the yard, every child competed, wrestling, running, sparring, singing, solving riddles, because strength was measured in many ways now, and so was heart. At dusk, the new champion stood with hand on the ancient shield while the city cheered. Old and young alike would then follow the Lady of Winterfell through the streets, a procession of torches and laughter, ending at the Heart Tree, where the new shield pledged the same oath that Brienne and Jaime had taught: to defend the helpless, to choose mercy, to build rather than break. Some years brought trouble, as the world's wheel always turns. A poor harvest, a river swollen with spring melt, an outbreak of fever that swept the city for a season. Yet through each trial, Winterfell stood strong. Scribes still wrote letters to Dragonstone, to the green valleys of the Reach, to distant Old Town, seeking knowledge and help, and found it freely given. Caravans from the west brought gold and cheese and new stories. And every summer, a ship from Bravos anchored in the White Knife, its sailors welcomed with open hands. The line of Sansa Stark endured, her grandchildren and great-grandchildren ruling not by fear but by wisdom, and with them always the memory of the peace their foremothers and forefathers had wrought. Each lord and lady of Winterfell knelt before the stones of Jaime and Brienne on their first day, pressing their hand to the earth in silent promise. The practice was not written in law, but became a deeper kind of rule, one honored not out of duty, but out of gratitude. The city changed with the years, and so too did the faces of the people. New names took root alongside the old. The sons and daughters of Podrick Payne, whose kindness filled the city's infirmary. Descendants of Arya Stark, some still wandering, others tending the woods and teaching the ways of the wild. Families of former wildlings who brought old songs to the city's festivals. Their wolfskins traded for wool and linen, their eyes bright with belonging. Their eyes bright with belonging. The God's Wood was both a sanctuary and a living heart. Marriages and feasts were held beneath its branches, children blessed there, elders remembered there. On winter nights, when the wind howled and snow battered the castle, people would come to the Heart Tree with lanterns, singing the old songs, telling stories by candlelight. They believed that in such moments, the spirits of the Shield Maiden and the Knight watched over them, silent and approving. Sometimes, visitors arrived from far-off lands, drawn by the legend. They marveled at the city's peace, the absence of gallows in the square, the quiet order of the watch, the respect shown to every stranger and orphan. They heard the tale in the markets and at the fire, and took it home, where it became seed for new customs, new hopes, a golden hand in every crest, a blue shield in every hall. Once, on a midsummer evening when the whole city danced in the main square, a wandering singer took the stage, her voice clear and unadorned. She sang of old Jaime, who had traded pride for patience and learned to forgive. Of Brienne, who taught that strength meant never yielding in the defense of others. Of their life together, marked not by conquest, but by humility and the healing of a wounded world. The crowd fell quiet, listening, many weeping, For in the truth of the song was the whole hope of their city. That love and change outlast everything, that the smallest choices might shape the lives of all who followed. The Shield Festival always ended in the Godswood, candles flickering like stars among the roots, children sleeping in their mother's arms, the elders telling tales of all they had seen. The stones of Jaime and Brienne, side by side, were never without flowers or tokens, a scrap of ribbon, a coin from a distant shore, a line of poetry left by a lover or a knight. As another winter approached, the Lady of Winterfell, now grown old herself, took her youngest grandchild by the hand and walked to the heart tree. There, beneath the red leaves, she told the story once again, of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden, of a world broken by pride and mended by mercy, of how every new dawn was an invitation to become better, to build peace, to forgive. And in the years that followed, even as names and faces changed, that promise endured. Winterfell's bells tolled not for war, but for life, a city whose legacy was laughter, kindness, and hope. At its heart, always, were two stones in the Godswood, entwined forever by roots and memory. The love that changed the world echoing in every voice, every oath, every gentle hand. And so the story lasted, never finished, always renewed, each new generation adding its own line, its own promise, to the long song of peace. Okay. The story lingered in Winterfell, like the sweet breath of spring after a thaw. Not a memory, but a presence, shaping every shadow, every sunbeam, every echo in the vast and venerable hall. The Godswood flourished around the two stones, its boughs twisting into a living vault. Red leaves whispering overhead, soft moss crowding the base where children pressed their palms for luck, or lovers knelt to vow themselves to each other, seeking the blessing of the Golden Knight and the blue-eyed Shield Maiden. Generations had passed. Names changed, faces lost to time, but the story endured, becoming the very marrow of the North's life. The city had grown far beyond the dreams of the Stark children, who first watched from the ramparts in those desperate days of war. The great outer wall now guarded not just the ancient castle, but rows of houses, market streets, workshops, and squares. Lanterns flickered along the riverside, boats drifting on the White Knife even after dusk, laughter rising from the piers where once only sentries had stood. The city school, its roof blue as Tarth Sea, rang each dawn with voices, reciting old lines, reading new poems, learning histories and crafts. A whole wing was devoted to the teaching of mercy and the Shield Law, which every child could recite by heart, that no quarrel, no wrong, no pain was too deep for atonement or a second chance. Most days, the yard was alive with training. The Shield of Winterfell contest had become a rite not only for the young but for grown men and women, merchants and wildlings, healers and guards. The lessons of Brienne and Jaime shaped the contests. Half strength and skill, half riddles and compassion, all ending in a single night's vigil beneath the Godswood, the winner reading a story aloud beside the heart tree. Each champion's name was added to a great wall, their shield hung with the rest, the paint renewed each spring. Every year, on the eve of the first frost, the city celebrated the Day of Forgiveness, a festival begun in Jaime's last years, now beloved by all. Lanterns floated down the river, each flame a wish or a regret released. At sunset, the city's bells rang, and people gathered in the squares, laying aside old grudges, embracing rivals, pledging to begin again. There was music and dancing, honeyed cakes and spiced wine. But the heart of the day was always the great circle in the Godswood, where the tale of Jaime and Brienne was told anew. The telling was different each year. Sometimes an elder would speak, voice cracking with age and memory. Sometimes a child, shy and proud, recited the story, every word memorized from school. There were verses sung, scenes acted, once even a puppet show that left the children shrieking with laughter. Always, the telling ended with silence. The crowd bowed in the hush, the city pausing as if listening for the voices of those two at rest below the roots. In the keep, the Lady of Winterfell, now white-haired and stately, the last living child to remember Sansa's own voice, presided over council, her hand firm, but her heart always gentle. She guided the city's leaders through harvest and hardship, laughter and grief, her wisdom rooted in the teachings passed down by her mothers and fathers, her aunts and uncles, all the children of the wolf and lion. She would sometimes sit alone in the godswood at dusk, fingers resting lightly on Brienne's stone, murmuring old prayers, or simply listening to the wind. Far beyond the walls, the world continued its slow, inevitable change. The southern kingdoms sent their envoys, not with swords but with olive branches and trade. The ships of Old Town, Dragonstone, and Bravos came upriver each spring, their captains seeking advice or refuge, sometimes bringing scrolls for the city's vast library, works on justice, philosophy, or the gentle art of healing. The north became known for its peaceful lords. And in the markets, travelers spoke of Winterfell as a city where any exile might find a new beginning. There were still shadows, harsh winters, wild storms, the occasional blight or quarrel. Yet each trial found the city stronger. When a fever swept the younger children, the infirmary filled with laughter and stories, every hand lending comfort. When a drought turned the southern fields to dust, the city's granaries were opened. Food sent by wagon train to distant villages. Old enemies arrived, shamed and ragged, and were welcomed, given work, and, in time, family. The scars of war were never forgotten, but neither were they allowed to fester. Within every home, there hung some token of the two. Sometimes only a scrap of ribbon, a faded painting, or a line from an old song. Honor in heart, mercy in hand, love that outlasts the snows. The city's banners changed through the years, new sigils added to the old. Still, always, the wolf and the lion, entwined as equals, flanking the blue of Tarth. Old Podrick's family flourished, their kindness now legend. Every Shield festival, one of his descendants recited the Litany of Champions, and the youngest always placed the first garland on Brienne's grave. Descendants of Arya, returned from distant lands, brought spices and tales for the city's kitchens and libraries, weaving the restless hope of their ancestor into the quiet of the north. As the centuries slipped by, new legends grew around the old. Some said that when snow fell at midnight on the day of forgiveness, you could glimpse two figures, one tall and broad, the other golden, walking arm in arm through the godswood, their laughter as light as the first flakes. Children dared each other to leave offerings at the stones, hoping for a sign, a dream, a sudden warmth, a feather in the night, that the Shield Maiden and the Knight watched over them still. When a child was born on a winter's eve, the family would bring them to the heart tree, pressing tiny palms to the stone. When someone died, their loved ones would gather there to weep, to remember, to promise to carry on the story. Couples wed beneath the red leaves, vowing to build lives of honor and forgiveness, of patience and courage. Each spring, a festival of wildflowers and old tales welcomed the return of green, and each autumn, the day of forgiveness renewed the city's promise to itself and the world. It was said that a city is only as strong as its story. So Winterfell endured, not merely in stone and shield, but in the long, unbroken line of mercy and hope. The Golden Knight and the Lady of Tarth were never just heroes. They were the North's heart, its promise, its proof that peace could be built and rebuilt forever. And every life lived in kindness, every wrong set right, every oath of love and forgiveness was another word added to their endless tale. And in the godswood, beneath the boughs where the first snows fell, and the wildflowers returned with each thaw, their legend was written not in books or banners, but in the beating of every heart that called Winterfell home. In Ka, the North seasons circled endlessly, each year a link in the growing chain of peace that Winterfell had forged. As the city's walls weathered sun and snow, and the godswood deepened into a vast, tranquil sanctuary, life beneath the old heart tree settled into a rhythm as ancient and steady as the river. Some things changed. The faces in the halls, the tools in the fields, the voices reading lessons in the blue-roofed school. But the story of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden remained untouched at the city's core. A light for all who passed through Winterfell's gates. The descendants of Sansa's line, now a great and sprawling family, lived together in the keep, sharing the work and joy of rule. Each generation added new banners to the hall. White direwolves and blue shields, the golden lion never missing, entwined with the wolf in sign and in song. In every room there was a small tribute. A wooden sword by a child's bedside, a faded blue cloak hanging near the kitchens, a golden hand carved into the back of the Lord's chair. At the high table, a pair of silver cups stood always ready, their rims inscribed with the old words, honor, mercy, endure. The school at Winterfell flourished, drawing scholars and students from far and wide. Its archives swelled with scrolls and codices, maps of the lands beyond the seas, treatises on justice, and the rights of the lowborn. The story of Jaime and Brienne was now a part of every curriculum, taught alongside lessons in swordplay and stewardship, in reading and healing. Young children recited their names in the schoolyard each morning before lessons began, then ran off beneath the chestnut and elm trees, arguing over who would play the Golden Knight and who the Shield Maiden in their games. The Shield of Winterfell Festival, held each summer, became a gathering not just for the city, but for all the North. Families trekked for days across meadows and hills, wildlings and riverlanders pitching tents side by side. The contests were open to all: archery, swordplay, wit, storytelling, and acts of compassion, for all understood that strength took many forms. The champion of the festival, crowned with wildflowers and the city's blue ribbon, would spend a night's vigil at the Heart Tree and read the first passage at the Day of Forgiveness in autumn. Merchants and travelers continued to arrive from distant lands, some to trade, others to learn. Many stayed, drawn by the promise of justice, the hope of a new beginning. The city's guilds were strong, its healers and builders respected throughout the realm. In the great market square, among the casks of cider and woven carpets, you could hear every tongue, the soft burr of the hills, the rolling vowels of the Dornish, even the sharp accents of the distant Iron Islands, come to seek their own fortune and, perhaps, forgiveness. The Godswood, always the North's heart, now stretched further than ever, paths winding under birch and rowan, altars and benches tucked among the moss and roots. Couples wandered there at dusk, children played at night and bare, old folk walked arm in arm. The stones that marked Jaime and Brienne's resting place were never without flowers or tokens: a handful of wild berries, a polished stone, a strip of cloth in blue or gold. On special days, a small crowd gathered in the hush of the trees, the tale retold in laughter and tears. Each autumn, as the wind sharpened and the leaves burned red and gold, the Day of Forgiveness returned. It was the greatest holiday in all the North, outshining even the old harvest feasts. At noon the city paused. Work stopped, market stalls shuttered, and a procession began at the gates. Men, women, and children, high and low, carried lanterns to the Godswood, where the champion of the year and the lady, or Lord of Winterfell, led the ceremony. There, beneath the Heart Tree's watchful boughs, the crowd listened as the champion spoke. Each telling was new: a song, a poem, a recounting of some small act of courage or kindness from the year gone by. Yet always the tale wound back to the Shield Maiden and the Golden Knight, to the lesson that forgiveness was both a gift and a choice. The lady would then lead the ritual. Each person in the crowd was invited to step forward and, if they wished, confess a failing, ask for mercy, or offer forgiveness. Sometimes the admissions were simple: a harsh word, a missed promise. Sometimes they were deep and old, wounds carried for years. The crowd never judged, only listened, and after, the person would be embraced, a blue ribbon tied at their wrist as a sign that the year ahead was theirs to begin anew. The city was not perfect. No city was. There were small quarrels, heartbreaks, even crimes. But here, there was no shame in asking for pardon, and few hearts were so hardened they would not grant it. The Shield Law, Jaime's law, protected all. If a wrong was brought openly and in good faith, the city would strive for restoration, not revenge. This way the North remained strong, its wounds healing faster than they reopened, its people proud, but never prideful. Every family in Winterfell had a story of their own to add. Some were old tales of battle and loss, others were quiet accounts of neighbors reconciled, marriages forged across ancient feuds, new lives begun after exile or disgrace. Podrick's kin, now many branches and generations, continued to serve as stewards and marshals, their courtesy legendary. Arya's descendants, restless and keen, journeyed far and wide, returning with news and gifts and songs that blended the far world with the North's gentle wisdom. The centuries rolled on, and some things faded. The banners above the keep grew thin. The old schoolhouse needed repair, names changed, new customs rose. Yet always the heart of Winterfell beat on, the people returning, generation after generation, to the heart tree and the two stones beneath its branches. One evening, as snow began to fall, a very old woman with hair white as the moon led her great-grandson by the hand to the godswood. The boy pressed a wildflower between the stones, then asked, "Gran, are the stories true? Did they really live and love here?" She knelt, her knees creaking, and wrapped her arms around him. "They did, little cub, and so do you. Every day you choose to be brave or kind, to forgive or to begin again. That's how their story keeps living. That's how the world grows better." He smiled and leaned against her, the hush of the wood settling around them. Far off, bells rang for the evening meal, voices drifting through the snowy dusk. "Will we always come here?" he whispered. She kissed his brow. "So long as the world turns and Winterfell stands, we will always remember. We will always return." The boy listened to the quiet, the ancient peace of the godswood, a weight and a comfort in his bones. For he, like every child in the North, knew the story of a golden knight and a blue-eyed shield maiden, who had come through pain and loss and made something gentle, enduring and new. And as the snow fell and the candles flickered in the city below, that story waited, ready for every new telling, every new hope in the heart of Winterfell. Okay. The centuries pressed forward, and yet Winterfell's heart never faltered. In every age, the rhythm of life persisted. Children's voices chasing one another through sunlit courtyards, the clang of steel on the yard at dawn, bells marking the passage of day and the turning of the seasons. What was new became old and old became legend, but the roots of kindness and forgiveness held the stones and souls of the city together, quietly reshaping the North's history with each passing year. The godswood, vast and ancient, was the city's living memory. Its red leaves fell each autumn in carpets of color, and every winter they clung stubbornly to their branches, while snow heaped on the heart tree's white boughs. The twin stones of Jaime and Brienne rested in the dappled light and shadow, adorned in every season, in spring with garlands of wildflowers, in summer with woven ribbons, in autumn with the crisp leaves, and in winter with new-fallen snow, sparkling in the moonlight. Each year, the carving of the golden hand and the battered shield grew softer with time, but the names below them never faded from the memory of the North. A new line of lords and ladies ruled from the great hall, their banners, blue, gold, white, and gray, flying high above the old towers. Census kin still ruled with wisdom, each lord or lady a student of the city's traditions, knowing that honor was not only in valor, but in patience, listening, and the healing of old wounds. At every feast, a place was set at the high table for the memory of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden, and no council passed without a word of their legacy. The city itself was now a tapestry of peoples and customs. On festival days, the square became a river of color. Wildlings in bright woven cloaks, riverlanders with garlands of reeds, southern traders in fine silk, children from every blood mingling in laughter. The Festival of the Shield was still the grandest day of summer, and now its contests ranged even further, competitions of song, poetry, healing, and invention, alongside the traditional arms. Each year, a new shield champion spent the night beneath the heart tree, reading aloud a tale from the city's book of forgiveness. It was said, on certain clear evenings, that if one listened in the godswood as the breeze sighed through the branches, they might catch the distant murmur of two voices, one deep, one gentle, speaking together of hopes and days gone by. No one truly believed the old knight and his lady haunted the wood, but every child grew up feeling watched over, guided by something beyond stone or story. There were no ghosts in Winterfell, only the echoes of lives well lived and the promise of what still could be. The school became a beacon for the realm, its halls echoing with lessons in every subject, but above all in justice, healing, and the wisdom of second chances. Teachers led each class into the Godswood, where the story of Jaime and Brienne was recited in many tongues, of a man who found the courage to change, and a woman who loved honor so fiercely, she transformed all around her. Every lesson in law ended with the same refrain: the purpose of power is not to punish, but to mend. Children came to the yard each dawn, practicing the old forms under the watchful eyes of masters and mistresses who bore Podrick's name, or Arya's, or others whose lives had once intersected with the Golden Knight and his shield maiden. Some children were bold and brash, others quiet and thoughtful. Some took to swords, some to pens or plows, but all learned the lesson of the shield, to stand for those who could not, to shelter the weak, to make peace wherever possible. The city's law, still called Jaime's law, remained the measure for all disputes. Any who wished could plead a grievance before the council, and even the gravest wrong was met first with the offer of atonement. Thieves became apprentices, rivals learned to build together, families once divided by blood or land found new kin in the city's arms. The Lady of Winterfell was not just a ruler, but a mediator and peacemaker, and the festival of forgiveness at autumn's end was the proudest ritual of the realm. Arya's line, restless and bold, had scattered far, but each descendant returned at least once to the heart tree, leaving behind a token, an arrow, a map, a verse, before setting out again. The line of Podrick served in the city's watch and infirmary, their kindness a byword. The healers of Winterfell, renowned as far as Old Town and Volantis, recited a prayer before every surgery. Let my hands be gentle, my heart true, my will unbroken, as the knight and the shield maiden taught. The North's peace became the envy and the example of all Westeros. Envoys came from as far as Sunspear and White Harbor, eager to learn how a city of so many, born of such violence, could become a haven of second chances. The answer was always the same, written in mosaic on the walls of the school, and sung by children at the autumn festival. A single act of mercy can change the world. In the market, minstrels still sang the tale of how the Golden Knight turned away from vengeance and pride, how the Lady of Tarth built something no warlord ever could, how love had remade them both. Old songs gained new verses, each generation added its own. The city's potters made figurines of the pair, sometimes silly, sometimes solemn, and sold them for a copper. Every home had one, set on a mantle, hung by a doorway, or tucked into a child's satchel for luck. And though the centuries wore on, and the city's faces changed, the people of Winterfell always returned, year after year, to the heart tree. Some came to seek forgiveness, others to give thanks, to vow a new path, to honor a memory. Some came in hope, some in sorrow, some simply to sit in the hush, letting the roots and leaves remind them that all things pass, and all things may begin again. On one such evening, as the stars winked through the branches and the city's bells tolled the hour, a little girl crept into the Godswood, clutching a scrap of blue cloth and a note written in a shaky hand. She laid her treasures at the twin stones and whispered, "Help me be brave." She waited, breathless, for a sign, a stir of wind, a falling leaf, a feeling of warmth. And as she walked away, her heart felt lighter, her fears smaller, as if she were not alone after all. For that was the story Winterfell taught, that in mercy and hope, in the courage to forgive and the will to endure, anyone, no matter their name, their wounds, or their past, could change their own fate and in so doing help mend the world. And so the legend of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden lived on, not only in song or stone, but in the endless patient acts of kindness that made the city new each day. Peace, once a dream, had become the North's greatest inheritance, a gift passed from hand to hand, from heart to heart, from Jaime and Brienne, to every soul who found a home beneath the boughs of Winterfell. Snow fell quietly that year, drifting over Winterfell's rooftops, muffling the sounds of the city and cloaking the godswood in white. It was the 1000th winter since the founding of the castle, and bells tolled through the silent air, echoing a peace as enduring as the stones themselves. The world beyond had changed. Southern kings had risen and fallen. The sea had claimed new shores. Even the dragons of old lore had returned and faded again. Yet Winterfell remained, rooted in its wisdom, warmed by the stories that grew ever deeper with each passing century. In the great hall, a fire burned on the old hearth, sending golden light flickering along the tapestries and banners. The Lady of Winterfell, a tall, clear-eyed woman with Sansa's red hair and Brienne's bearing, presided at the high table, her voice measured and kind as she heard the day's pleas. Her council was a circle of many: healers, farmers, singers, wildlings, scholars, smiths, and merchants, each honored for their craft and chosen for their wisdom. The city's young lords and ladies learned their duties by serving among the people, not by command, but by listening, helping, learning. Here, every lesson began not with battle or power, but with the words, "How can I mend what is broken?" On festival nights, the city's old square blazed with lanterns. Children darted through the crowd, their faces painted with blue shields and golden lions. Old songs mixed with new, verses added by Dorne's poets, refrains borrowed from Bravos or the Free Cities. Food was shared freely. The rule on festival was that no table could be set for fewer than 7, and strangers must always be welcomed first. No walls divided the people of Winterfell, not in stone nor in spirit. The city's school was larger than the old keep, its halls filled with students and scrolls, every lesson echoing with laughter and the clatter of new ideas. The Festival of the Shield remained the most cherished tradition. No one could recall when the first champion was crowned, but every child knew the stories. Of Brienne, who had shattered the old customs and built the new. Of Jaime, whose golden hand had learned gentleness, whose stories had taught that a sword's greatest strength was restraint. Each year's Shield champion, crowned at dusk, spent their vigil not alone, but surrounded by friends, teachers, and elders, sharing stories and songs beneath the heart tree. There, as snow feathered down or moonlight danced on the red leaves, the tale of the knight and the shield maiden was told again. It was not always the same. Sometimes the story grew fanciful, sometimes plain, sometimes a tale of love, sometimes one of courage or pain or hope, but always it ended with the promise, "You are forgiven, you may begin again." The Godswood itself was a place of gentle pilgrimage. Pilgrims from every kingdom and trade passed through its gates, some seeking solace, others atonement, some merely to see the famed stones beneath the white branches. They left tokens, a coin, a ribbon, a feather, a promise written on parchment or whispered in the hush of falling snow. The caretakers of the wood, descended from Podrick's family, gathered these offerings each season, tucking them in a vault beneath the roots, a secret garden of hopes and regrets. Every few years, a descendant of Arya would arrive from the world's edge, bringing news from distant lands, new flowers for the Godswood, new recipes for the kitchens, sometimes a relic or a tale so strange the children would whisper of it for weeks. Arya's blood still ran wild in the city's veins, the restless, the dreamers, the bold. Some became knights, others scholars, others poets or healers or traders, but each was taught the old words, "Honor is in the doing, not the saying. Kindness is the North's true shield." Time moved gently through Winterfell's halls. In every home, some token of Jaime or Brienne was kept, a lock of hair, a piece of golden thread, a scrap of painted wood from an ancient shield, a cup passed down for generations. The story lived in wedding vows, in bedtime tales, in the advice elders gave to the young. Forgive first, fight if you must, love always, And know that you are never alone beneath these stones. There were still storms. A fever swept the city one spring, and for weeks the bells tolled day and night as healers worked and neighbors cared for neighbors. No family left untouched. But when the crisis passed, Winterfell was stronger. Every loss was mourned together, every joy celebrated in common. Justice, when it faltered, was mended. No one was left in exile, no wrong too old for amends. Once in a generation, the Lady of Winterfell would summon the city to the Heart Tree for the day of reckoning. A solemn gathering where old grievances were aired, new dreams spoken aloud. Here, in the hush of the ancient wood, confessions became prayers, and prayers promises. Some offered tears, some forgiveness, some simply silence, letting the wisdom of the place settle over them like a benediction. On such a day, a child of 7, her hair wild and bright, stood before the stones and spoke. "Will they remember us as we remember them?" she asked, voice ringing clear in the snow-chilled air. Her grandmother, the lady, knelt beside her and pressed her hand to the child's heart. "As long as kindness endures and stories are told, we are all remembered. Each time you forgive, each time you try again, you honor them and all who came before." The crowd joined hands, voices rising in a song that had no single author, an anthem of hope and of peace, a promise renewed. And so the city grew older, but never old. Its shield was not merely the blue and gold hung in the yard or the banners flapping over the towers, but the daily patient acts of care and mercy that shaped its people and fate. In a world often restless and hungry for new tales, Winterfell's greatest legend remained its constancy. The story of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden, who chose peace, and the city that chose it after them, again and again, each day a vow, each year a link in the chain that bound one generation to the next. In the hush before dawn beneath snow and red leaves, their presence was felt still, not as ghosts, but as a kind of strength, a warmth that filled the heart, a reminder that forgiveness and love could outlast any winter, and that home was not a place, but a story you carried and shared and lived. And so, for 1,000 winters more, Winterfell endured, its walls weathered but strong, its hearths bright, its people wiser with each telling, forever the home of hope. Ka. Snow dusted the banners as another century began, light and soft and endless as memory. Winterfell stood vast, unshaken, its walls thick with ivy and moss, its stones polished by the passage of countless hands. The city that had once huddled against the keep now embraced it, winding lanes and sunlit markets stretching far beyond the old gates. Lanterns glowed every night, blue and gold, their soft light falling on children's faces as they listened to tales older than the walls themselves. In the heart of the godswood, beneath boughs heavy with red leaves, the twin stones rested still. 1,000 hands had traced the names of Jaime and Brienne. 1,000 offerings had been left between shield and lion. Wildflowers in summer, ribbons and feathers, pebbles etched with names, and scraps of poetry in careful, childish script. Every year, a caretaker from the school, always a gentle soul, often a descendant of Podrick, gathered the tokens and placed them in a sealed alcove beneath the roots. It was said that the city's fortune flowed from this small secret treasury of wishes, as though mercy once given, multiplied with every hope it inspired. The tradition of the Shield Festival had changed with the times but never lost its heart. Champions now came not only from the north, but from all the wide world. Dark-eyed girls from Sunspear, laughing boys from the green valleys of the Reach, slender youths from the Summer Isles, and even young men from the distant east, their voices bringing new rhythms to old songs. The contests celebrated skill and wit, but above all, acts of compassion and courage. The Shield's oath was spoken by every child. "I will stand for the weak, forgive what can be mended, and build what may endure." The city's law remained rooted in mercy. The Lord or Lady of Winterfell, now advised by a circle as broad as the city itself, guildmasters, healers, ship captains, teachers, wildling elders, and orphans grown wise, heard disputes not as a sovereign, but as a steward of peace. Petty thieves became apprentices. Old feuds ended in shared labor or the exchange of song. Once, when a quarrel between two merchant houses threatened to divide the market, the city's children, at the urging of their teachers, organized a parade of reconciliation, each child holding a ribbon for peace, weaving their families back together. Within every house, Jaime's and Brienne's legacy endured in the smallest gestures. A grandparent paused at bedtime to retell the story. How the Golden Knight had found gentleness in his final years, and the Shield Maiden's love had become the root from which all hope in the city sprang. A cup passed at weddings bore their names. Children, scolded for cruelty, were reminded, even a lion can learn to be kind. Lovers promised to meet at the Godswood, to lay their hands together on the old stones, and swear to forgiveness before beginning their lives as one. Arya's line had scattered to every continent, but her descendants returned, always, to the Heart Tree. Some left maps of their wanderings, others rare seeds or pressed flowers from far lands, each token added to the vault. From the south, Daenerys' heirs sent news of peace and trade, of dragon banners waving not for war, but for unity in distant cities. The Stark's descendants were many, but none ruled by birth alone. Each lady or lord was chosen by council and by the silent, ancient ritual at the Heart Tree. The city's school had become its soul. In lecture halls and gardens, in libraries and yards, the story of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden was a living lesson. No one is beyond redemption, the youngest students chanted, and peace is built day by day. The teachers, drawing on 100 crafts and languages, wove tales of the city's long struggle, the winter of famine, the summer of the great fever, the days when strangers arrived in desperate bands and left as family. Every triumph, every sorrow, was made a part of the lesson, and the students learned that their own lives, too, would shape the city's story. No city is without trial. One summer, a sickness came down from the far north, and fear stalked the streets as in the old tales. The Lady of Winterfell walked daily through the wards, holding each patient's hand, speaking softly of courage and the old promises. She called for the Shield's circle. Students, teachers, minstrels, the city's watch, and together they formed lines of aid and comfort, no home left untended, no child left alone. When the sickness finally broke, it was not a single healer or leader the city praised, but the steadfast, humble acts of thousands, each learned from the old story, and now part of its living branch. In the market, the city's minstrels still sang the tale. New verses told of distant seas, of the scholar who wrote the first treaty with the East, of the orphan who became a healer, of the wildling whose sons built the bridge over the White Knife. But always, always, the refrain was the same, that peace had not come from conquest, but from the slow work of mending, that the Knight and the Shield Maiden had taught the North, and then the world. How to begin again. On the longest night of winter, the whole city gathered in the Godswood. Torches blazed. The Lady of Winterfell, her hair streaked silver, her voice clear, spoke the old words beneath the Heart Tree. Here we remember not just those who are gone, but what they gave. The will to forgive, the strength to love, the hope to endure. 1,000 voices rose in song, the melody old but sweet. Lanterns floated up through the boughs, their light mingling with the stars. As the festival ended and families returned home, a pair of children crept back through the trees, breath misting in the cold. One placed a carved stone lion at the foot of the grave, the other a battered wooden shield. They clasped hands and whispered their wish, that the peace they knew would last another 1,000 winters. Above them, the wind moved through the leaves, soft, like a blessing, like the touch of a hand long gone, but never lost. And so Winterfell's story continued unbroken. Its stones and stories were a home for the lost, a lesson for the world, a promise kept in the gentle hush of falling snow. For as long as red leaves danced on the northern wind, and the heart tree's roots tangled with those of shield and lion, there would be kindness, there would be mercy, there would be hope, and always, always, there would be love. Ah, Kay. The city was old now, older than the memory of any living soul. But the rhythm of its days never truly changed. Each dawn, Winterfell unfurled, like a banner in the pale light. Smoke rising from 100 chimneys, bells singing from the tower, market stalls blooming in the square beneath fresh snow or bright sun. The heart of the city beat slow and sure, drawn ever inward to the godswood, where the stories of the Golden Knight and the blue-eyed Shield Maiden whispered through the roots as surely as the rivers that once shaped these lands. The line of Sansa and Arya, of Podrick and the wildlings, of Brienne and Jaime, had become a tangled, living vine winding through every corner of the city and beyond. There were tall, fair children with blue eyes and quick tempers, sturdy youths with clever hands and gentle manners, wise old women whose laughter could still silence a hall, and restless boys who left each spring for the open road, returning always at festival, drawn back by the memory of a story told beside the fire or under the branches of the heart tree. The keep had grown in breadth, halls added and rebuilt, gardens woven through every courtyard and terrace. There were new wings for the school, new houses for scholars, healers, minstrels, and visiting dignitaries. The market square had spilled past its old boundaries and wound its way down to the river, where ships from the summer isles and beyond now docked every month, their holds filled with silk, glass, and laughter. And yet, the soul of the place was unchanged. On festival days, children still climbed atop the low wall, encircling the godswood to listen to the ancient story, told and retold so many times it had taken on the ring of myth and prayer. Each child learned to recite the key words before any other lesson. Courage is mercy, honor is forgiveness, peace is built in 1,000 small hands. The city's proudest custom was not victory or conquest, but the act of apology. Each spring, on the day of forgiveness, the high lord or lady walked the length of the main street, stopping at every door to bow, thank, and if needed, atone for any slight or error of the year before. In the council chamber, beneath a window of stained glass showing a lion and wolf entwined under the heart tree, the Lady of Winterfell presided over a circle that had grown ever more diverse. There were wildlings from the far north, now wise elders with long memories, olive-skinned merchants from the south and east, healers and herbwives, scholars who wrote their own names in runes and glyphs as well as letters. Disputes were rare, but when they came, the council listened first for the thread of hope in every complaint, searching for ways to weave it into the city's larger tapestry. The Shield Festival was no longer just a test of strength or skill. The games had grown as varied as the city itself, archery and fencing, yes, but also riddles, music, healing contests, cooking and invention. The champion was chosen by secret vote, not for prowess alone, but for the spirit shown, who had taught a rival, helped a stranger, or lifted the city's heart. The winner led the autumn vigil at the heart tree, reading aloud the tale of Jaime and Brienne before the stones, watched by children, elders, and always a hush that seemed to fall even on the birds in the branches. Through each winter, as snow drifted higher than a man's head and the rivers froze, the city drew inward, each family gathering by the fire to share food and stories, to mend old quarrels and make new promises. There was little want or hunger. Granaries stood full, every house opened its door to travelers, and no child or elder slept cold. In the darkest weeks, the Lady of Winterfell would walk the city at night, lantern in hand, stopping at every threshold to share a cup and a kind word, the story of the Shield Maiden and the Golden Knight on her lips. Pilgrims still came from afar, sometimes to leave a confession at the stones, sometimes to kneel in silence and let the peace of the place work its slow magic. Some sought to heal old wounds, others simply to see if the stories were true. Many stayed, drawn into the city's life by the pull of mercy and the promise of second chances. Some became merchants, scholars or healers, others guards or builders or poets, each adding a new line to Winterfell's unending story. The city's great school remained its beating heart. Here, the youngest learned their letters, their numbers, and above all, the tale of the knight and shield maiden. Older students trained in every craft, but all, from scholar to warrior, served for a season in the houses of healing or at the tables of the poor. It was said that a child could not truly come of age until they had offered forgiveness and received it in some honest, public way. Teachers marked these moments with the gifting of a ribbon, blue for courage, gold for mercy, white for wisdom. One spring, a young girl with the blue eyes and strong jaw of Brienne, the wild curls of Arya, and the quicksilver wit of a lion, knelt at the stones and left a letter. In it, she confessed her envy, her fear, and her hope to find her place in the city's long story. That night, as she slept, one broad-shouldered, the other golden-haired, standing among the roots, not speaking but smiling with quiet pride. When she woke, she found a feather beside the letter and knew she had been heard. The city endured wars on far frontiers, plagues that flickered out before they could take root, famines that the granaries staved off. In each trial the people of Winterfell remembered the tale of the Shield Maiden and the Golden Knight, and chose to mend rather than to break, to forgive rather than to blame. The line of lords and ladies, scholars and stewards, grew ever more intertwined. Names once foreign were now as common as Stark or Tarth or Payne, and all were honored. Even as new inventions, flying kites, colored lanterns, clocks that chimed with songs, spread through the city, the oldest traditions held. The heart tree's roots wrapped ever deeper, and each year the vault beneath the stones grew fuller, a secret library of dreams and confessions, prayers and promises, binding every soul to the story of the place. In time, the people began to say that Winterfell was not just a city, but an idea, a way of being, of healing, of choosing hope in the face of darkness. Some who visited took the story home, and small festivals of mercy and forgiveness blossomed in distant cities, blue ribbons fluttering from door knockers, new songs woven with old words. Still, in the city itself, each season closed and began again beneath the boughs. On the longest night, the lady and her council gathered every citizen in the godswood, lanterns held high, the hush absolute as the tale was told once more, not to teach, but to remember, to remind, to renew. It was a story with no end, only a turning, love that rebuilt the world, courage that chose peace, hope that grew with every telling. And as the snow fell, as dawn's first light brushed the heart tree, the city woke, new and old at once, every soul another thread in the unbroken tapestry, every breath a silent vow to endure, forgive and love, as the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden had done so long ago. Winterfell, eternal, gentle, alive. Okay. The bells of Winterfell rang out across the snowy rooftops and winding lanes, their voices as clear and steadfast as ever, carrying news of another dawn and another chapter in the city's ever-unfolding story. The centuries had deepened every groove in the city's stones, but the footsteps of the people were light. Children darted through the lanes, blue and gold ribbons in their hair, their laughter trailing behind as they hurried to lessons, to the market, to the godswood where the first sunlight dappled the red leaves. The keep itself had grown, galleries now lined with painted panels, mosaics winding up the stairwells, each work a fragment of the city's memory. New wings had risen for healers and scholars, but the heart of Winterfell, both in stone and spirit, was unchanged. The council still gathered each morning in the solar where Sansa once reigned, now bright with glass and banners. The old circle of advisors long since expanded to include new voices. The heads of the Healers Guild, the ship captains, the wildling elders, even a poet whose sharp tongue was said to be the finest in 3 kingdoms. Each year, as the cold grew sharp and the sky glowed with the northern lights, the people prepared for the shield of Winterfell. Children from the city and villages beyond practiced all year for the festival's contests. testing their strength, their wits, their kindness, and most of all their courage and forgiveness. For weeks before the day, every lane was alive with the clatter of practiced swords, the ring of song, the scent of cakes baked in honor of the Shield Maiden and her golden knight. The great day itself began before dawn, with bells calling the city together. In the Godswood, the old stones were brushed clear of snow, and the boughs adorned with ribbons and garlands. The Lady of Winterfell, wrapped in the blue cloak that had belonged to Brienne, presided over the ceremonies, her smile bright as she welcomed each child, each family, each visitor from far away. The festival was a mosaic of voices and faces, every tongue and tradition blending in the hush beneath the heart tree. The shield contests sprawled across the keep and the fields beyond. Duels and races, riddles and songs, trials of healing, invention, and compassion. The city's elders watched from benches, old hands folded, pride and tears mingling in their eyes as each child stood forth, not just to win but to teach, to comfort, to help. The champion, chosen as always by secret vote for the truest act of courage or kindness, led the evening's procession through the lantern-lit city, the streets ablaze with song and color. That night, as the moon rose, the champion, this year a gentle boy with a limp and a gift for making friends of strangers, stood before the heart tree and read the ancient story. His voice trembled at first, but grew steadier with every word. He told of the Golden Knight who had come to the north broken and left it whole, of the Shield Maiden who had loved not only a man, but a city, and who had chosen again and again to believe in the good she could help create. He spoke of their lessons, that a single act of mercy could outlive 100 winters, that forgiveness was a shield stronger than any steel, that hope, small as it might seem, could turn the tide of history. The crowd listened in silence, and when the tale was done, they passed a single blue ribbon from hand to hand, each person tying it at last to the branches above the stones. As the lanterns flickered and the festival music began, the children of the city danced in circles, weaving patterns of gold and blue in the snow, their laughter echoing into the night. The Godswood was never empty, not even in deepest winter. Each day, pilgrims and townsfolk knelt beside the stones, leaving new offerings: a silver coin, a sprig of winterberry, a page from a schoolbook, a line of verse written in a trembling hand. Some came to seek courage, others to thank the spirits for a kindness given or received, others just to listen for the hush of peace beneath the old boughs. Some claimed that on certain mornings, when the mist hung low and the red leaves shivered, they felt a warm hand on their shoulder, or heard a low, gentle laugh in the silence, a blessing from the two who watched over them all. The city's school had grown into a vast network, with branches in every borough, each shaped by the values of the heart tree: courage, mercy, and renewal. Every child was taught to judge not by birth or wealth or strength, but by the kindness they gave and the hope they kept. Teachers, descendants of Podrick, Arya, the Wildlings, and 1,000 others, told stories of the North's old wars, but dwelled longer on the days of peace and the building of trust. The lessons were never just of the past, but always of what must be done next: how to speak truth, how to listen, how to offer forgiveness, how to begin again. Winterfell had become a crossroads for the world. Envoys arrived from distant cities, ships bringing silks and stories from Yeti, diplomats from Dorne and Old Town, wandering maesters with new discoveries and bold questions. The Lady of Winterfell welcomed them all, hearing their petitions, sharing her city's customs, sometimes settling disputes with a word or a tale. It was said that no traveler left Winterfell unchanged, and many returned again and again, drawn by the peace they found and the sense that every person, no matter their past, could start anew. Still, the heart of the city remained simple. At dusk, as the lamps were lit, families gathered at their hearths to share a meal and a story. The youngest climbed into laps, their eyes wide as their elders told the tale of Jaime and Brienne, how two strangers, shaped by pain, had learned to build rather than break, to trust, to forgive, to love. Some nights the stories grew wild and fanciful. Brienne slaying a giant, Jaime turning aside an army with a word. But always the lesson was the same, that what endures is not strength or pride, but gentleness, loyalty, and hope. So it was, year after year, as the city stones wore smooth beneath 1,000 footsteps, as the bells tolled for new lives and gentle passings, as the story of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden was told for the millionth time. Each new child who knelt at the stones was another promise, another thread in the endless tapestry, another keeper of the flame. The lanterns in the gods' wood never all went out, for even in the blackest night, someone would come to light a candle and remember. And as the snow fell quietly, sealing another century in memory, Winterfell endured, a city not built on conquest, but on forgiveness, not ruled by might, but by the everyday bravery of mercy and the quiet, unyielding strength of love. In the hush before the dawn, as the first bell rang and the first ribbon was tied to the heart tree, the old promise was renewed, that peace would remain, hope would return, and every soul would find their place in the long living story of the North. Ka. Another dawn broke, pale gold over the high towers and wide roofs of Winterfell, painting the snow in shades of fire and pearl. The city roused itself in waves, first the cooks and bakers, coaxing warmth from their ovens, then the bells calling the children to the morning's lessons, then the sweep of traders from the city gates, their carts piled with salted fish, bolts of colored cloth, fine ink and bright fruits from the far south. Above it all, the heart tree watched, its ancient branches creaking as the red leaves caught the new light, their color bright as spilled wine in the deep hush of the gods' wood. It was the season of forgiveness, and the whole city hummed with anticipation. Every year the festival seemed to gather more meaning, each new generation adding some small ritual, a new song, an act of service or memory. Banners hung from every window and lintel, painted in the blue and gold and white that had come to symbolize not only the Shield Maiden and the Golden Knight, but the soul of the city itself, gentle, patient, enduring. Market stalls overflowed with honey cakes and berry wine, with bracelets of blue thread and little wooden lions and shields carved and painted by the city's children. In the school, the teachers and elders gathered the youngest at dawn and led them in a slow procession to the gods' wood, where the frost crackled beneath their boots and the old stones waited, brushed clean of snow by loving hands. The morning light spilled through the boughs, gilding the names chiseled there: Jaime of the Golden Hand, Brienne of Tarth, Shield of Winterfell. The children took turns laying tokens, scraps of parchment, a mitten gone too small, a shell brought from a river far away. Each child whispered a wish or a promise, some shyly, some boldly, and the elders answered each one with the old refrain: "Peace begins with you." The Lady of Winterfell watched from the path, her cloak the blue of a summer sky, her hair woven with silver threads. She was older than most could remember, yet there was no hint of frailty in her bearing. In her youth, she had traveled the distant world, ridden through storm-racked passes, seen the glitter of cities in the east, heard the wild winds on the far side of the narrow sea. She had returned with a heart full of stories, but none had shaped her more deeply than the tale of the two who lay at peace beneath the heart tree. When the children's ceremony was finished, the lady led them in a song, one she had learned from her mother, who had learned it from hers, a gentle melody about hope, returned in spring and love, that lasted through the snows. The city's other rituals would wait for dusk, but already the sense of promise was everywhere. The city seemed to vibrate with it, in the laughter that spilled from open doors, in the careful, quiet work of a blacksmith repairing a neighbor's plow, in the humble gifts left in the poor box at the market square, and in the way even rivals and old enemies made an effort to bow and greet each other with the proper words: forgiveness and a new year. The markets filled all day, not only with trade but with reunion and celebration. Bards and minstrels drifted between the stalls, playing old tunes and inventing new ones, sometimes composing verses on the spot to amuse the children who trailed after them. The storytellers wove through the crowd, and everywhere the tale was retold. The Golden Knight, proud and wounded, who found peace in service. The Shield Maiden mocked and underestimated, who became the heart of a city, the family they made and the hope they left behind. Every telling was different, but everyone circled back to mercy, courage, and the promise that everyone, even the lost and lonely, had a place in the story. The afternoon was given to acts of service. Guilds opened their doors to teach skills. Bakers distributed bread to any who wished it. Children and elders alike spent hours repairing the city's worn banners and painting new benches for the godswood. The tradition of the long table was honored in every street. Families brought food to share, eating together outdoors no matter the cold, so that no one would dine alone, and every visitor was a guest at someone's hearth. As dusk neared, the city gathered in the square before the godswood, the air bright with torchlight, music, and the scent of roasting nuts. The Lady of Winterfell stood at the front, the champion of the Shield Festival beside her, holding high a staff wound with blue and gold. Every household came forward in turn to offer a confession, a wish, or a vow, sometimes as simple as, "I am sorry for harsh words," or, "I promise to listen better," sometimes the deep, trembling words of old hurts mended at last. Each was received with the same gentle answer, from lady and champion alike. "You are forgiven. We begin again." Once, when the last voice had spoken, and silence fell, the lady took her staff and turned to the heart tree, her voice clear as bells in the cold. "Let us remember those who taught us, by sword and by silence, by sacrifice and by love. Let us remember that peace is not the absence of pain, but the presence of mercy, and that every soul here, newborn and ancient, lost and found, is part of this endless song." The crowd repeated the final words, voices rising in the dark as the city's bells tolled. "We forgive and we remember. We love and we endure." Lanterns were lit then, 100 flames carried by every hand to the godswood, where they were hung among the low branches, casting a golden glow on the snow and the stones. Songs rose as the city feasted, old ballads, laughing rounds, even wild, wordless harmonies sung by visiting traders, all woven together in a music that seemed to echo from the heart of the wood itself. And still, the story did not end. That night, after the last songs faded and the crowds drifted away, a little girl stayed behind, curled on the step by the stones. Her parents found her there, asleep and peaceful, a blue ribbon wrapped around her wrist and a feather resting in her open palm. No one knew who had left the gifts, but her smile lingered for days, and she carried the ribbon with her all year, a quiet promise renewed with every day. Winterfell was a city of first chances and endless second ones, a city whose laws were written in kindness, whose festivals were built on apology and hope. New houses rose, new voices led the council, and new stories blossomed in the shadow of the old. But through every year, through joy and storm and sorrow, the lesson remained, that the world could be remade not by swords and crowns, but by the slow, unyielding work of forgiveness, and by the memory of two who had lived, loved, and chosen peace. So, as another year drew to a close, the bells of Winterfell rang once more, not for battle or victory, but for the brave everyday work of healing, for the stories that would never die, and for the hearts, young and old, that made the city eternal. Ah! The sky was silver and clear over Winterfell, the air ringing with that fine hush that comes when snow has fallen all night, and the city wakes beneath its soft weight. Morning broke on a city more alive than ever, narrow lanes swept by laughing children, the warm yellow glow of bakeries promising honeyed bread, and smoke rising in delicate spirals from every roof. The godswood seemed to shimmer in the new light, its heart trees' red leaves made all the brighter by the white that cloaked every branch, the twin stones below draped in blue ribbons, their names bright against the frost. It was a year of plenty, though the fields had lain dormant for months, and the great granaries were proof of foresight and unity. The city's market square, bustling even in deep winter, offered not only food but crafts, stories, remedies, and warmth. A place where, no matter how cold the world grew, no one went hungry or unloved. Merchants and minstrels gathered from faraway cities and strange lands, their voices blending into Winterfell's own music. The keep now held 3 generations of Sansa's line, each with their own wisdom and strengths. The Lady of Winterfell, Ellen, her hair long in silver, her eyes dark as dusk, sat at the head of her council, not above but among her people. Her siblings and cousins managed the city's guilds, the great school, the healers' halls. Children, dozens, wild and clever, were never far, their games echoing in the galleries, their laughter bringing new warmth to even the oldest rooms. Each night, Ellen listened as the youngest retold the legend of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden, always with a new flourish or detail, always ending with the oath: mercy endures. Love returns. The city's heart, as ever, was the God's Wood. Every dawn and dusk, people gathered there, kneeling by the stones, tying new tokens, or simply sitting in silence. Some came with troubles, others with gratitude. Some came alone, others in a procession of friends and kin. The great tree, white as memory, offered shade and shelter, its roots and branches winding through every dream and hope of the North. At the day of forgiveness, and often in quiet moments between, the lady herself knelt before the stones, her hand pressed to the old lion, her head bowed. The ritual was both public and deeply personal, a time to confess, to seek solace, to remember that every sorrow could be lessened, every mistake made right. The Blue Roof School remained the pride of the city. Its teachers, some born in Winterfell, others come from beyond the narrow sea or the far north, taught children not only to read and reason, but to serve, to judge fairly, to admit error, and to begin again. Each lesson drew on the story of Jaime and Brienne, a tale as much about choices and change as it was about courage and strength. In winter, the children skated on the frozen pond in the yard. In summer, they raced through gardens of herbs and fruit trees, reading their lessons aloud to the bees and the wind. The Shield of Winterfell was now a month-long festival, its contests spread out so all might join. Healing, music, invention, archery, stories, acts of mercy. Every child took part, every adult too. The champion was named not only for prowess or cleverness, but for the wisdom to ask forgiveness, or to give it, to welcome the lost, to try again when failing. The final night, lanterns floated on the river, each flame a promise renewed. Foreigners marveled at Winterfell's peace. Ambassadors from distant lands, Yi, the Summer Isles, even the reformed free cities, came not only to trade, but to learn the customs of mercy, the festival of forgiveness, the council of many voices. Some wrote books on the city's laws, others sent their own children to the school. Travelers in need always found shelter and food. No exile ever turned away. Tales of these customs spread, and in other cities, new feasts and rituals blossomed in imitation. Blue ribbons tied on doorways in memory of a home never seen but deeply hoped for. Ellen's kin spread through the north and beyond. Some led caravans to distant ports. Some kept the wilding border. Some healed in remote villages. Every year, those who could would return for the festivals. Their stories added to the great library, and their children, raised on the old tales. Podrick's descendants watched over the city's watch and its schools, a long line of service never broken. Arya's blood, sometimes in name, always in spirit, showed itself in every corner, restless and brave, the quiet seed of hope that always found new soil. One bitter winter's eve, as a storm howled at the gates, a stranger arrived, hooded, thin, his accent strange. He asked for sanctuary, and it was granted. When he told his story, of loss, exile, and guilt, the Lady of Winterfell brought him to the God's Wood, where he confessed his wrongs before the stones. There, among the roots, the lady gave him pardon, and the people offered him bread, a warm bed, and the blue ribbon of new beginning. The stranger wept and stayed, and in time became a teacher at the school, his wisdom shaping a new chapter in the city's tale. Through the years, the world changed. Wars burned elsewhere and cooled. New ships arrived, new crops were sown, new traditions layered onto the old. But the bones of the city, its festivals, its council, its lessons, remained unchanged. Each winter, a new champion's name was carved beside the stones. Each spring, new branches budded on the old trees. Pilgrims and poets, queens and merchants, children and elders, each found their own place in the endless story. On a night of first snow, the Lady of Winterfell stood by the window of her solar, watching the lanterns light the godswood and the city beyond. In the hush, she remembered those who had come before: Sansa, Arya, Brienne, Jaime, Podrick, and all the countless others whose kindness and courage had shaped the city. She whispered a prayer. For mercy, for wisdom, for hope to endure. Far below, in the godswood, the last lanterns flickered around the stones. A little boy, his mittened hand in his father's, paused to listen for the stories that lived in the wind. He could not see the Golden Knight or the Shield Maiden, but he felt them near, steady, proud, forgiving, guardians not only of the city, but of the heart of every soul who called it home. So Winterfell lived on, not in legend alone, but in the morning's kindness, the evening's forgiveness, the courage that bloomed again and again among the snow and the stones. Each life became a line in the city's great tale, and every year, every season, the bells rang out a promise that hope, once chosen, would never truly die, and that peace, so hard won, so often renewed, would remain at the heart of the war. It was the dawn of another spring, and the snows began to recede from Winterfell's fields in trickling, gleaming runnels, leaving behind rich black earth and the first shy blades of grass. All through the city, windows swung wide to welcome the cold, bright air. The bells in the towers sounded not just for lessons or counsel, but for celebration, their clear notes scattering birds from the rooftops and drawing laughter from every lane. This was the season of planting and promise, and everywhere there was movement. Carts laden with seed, farmers and children working side by side in garden beds carved from old courtyards, teachers leading students into the meadows for lessons on roots and weather and patience. In the city square, stalls were being rebuilt, painted with the blue and gold that had come to mean forgiveness and hope. Lanterns shaped like shields and lions swayed above the merchants' stalls. Bakers set out honeyed bread and berry tarts, and the whole city seemed to smell of new beginnings. The godswood, green now beneath the lingering white, remained at the heart of it all. Each morning, the Lady of Winterfell, Ellen's granddaughter, Lyanna, her eyes the clear blue of old Tarth, came to kneel between the twin stones. She brought whatever tokens had gathered overnight: a child's ribbon, a wild flower, a pebble painted with a heart, a slip of parchment with the words, "Forgive me," or "Thank you," or "I hope." Sometimes she brought nothing, only herself, and sat in silence as the city woke around her, letting the stories of those buried beneath the heart tree shape her thoughts for the day ahead. Lyanna ruled as her ancestors had, not from a throne but from among her people, walking the lanes in the gray pre-dawn, listening to the old women on their stoops, and the young boys sweeping stalls, helping to repair a broken window or mediate a quarrel. The council, broad as ever, met in the old solar, now open to the gardens, the round table crowded with scholars, merchants, healers, and children, elected from the school. When disputes arose, they were settled with care, never with haste or anger. The oldest lesson, the lesson of Brienne and Jaime, was the same as ever, that the first duty of power was to mend what had been broken, not to break anew. The school continued to flourish, its walls now covered with murals of city life. Children planting, merchants haggling, healers working, a dozen scenes of people helping, forgiving, building. Every student, from the youngest to the oldest, was expected to serve a season in the kitchens or the fields, to care for the sick, or to help those who stumbled, and to lead the rituals of apology and thanks. The Mercy Festival, at spring's peak, had become a city-wide affair. All work stopped for a day, and the people gathered in the square to exchange blue ribbons. One for every act of kindness received or given, every quarrel forgiven, every second chance offered. The Shield Festival, too, bloomed with new traditions. Champions of invention, healing, music, and peacemaking joined the ranks of those honored for martial skill or clever riddles. The champion's vigil beneath the heart tree was now a time for storytelling. The tale of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden was always told first, and every year new stories follow. Of lost souls redeemed, of enemies reconciled, of hopes that had seemed foolish until they flowered. One such story was told by a boy from the wildling clans, his voice trembling but proud. He spoke of his father, who had once stolen from the market and spent years in fear, until a baker caught him and gave him bread and work instead of a beating. He said he was forgiven before he could say sorry, the boy said, and now he teaches me to be gentle, to share, and to never take what I can ask for. The crowd cheered, and the baker, old now, her hands flower-white and strong, embraced them both, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was such stories that wove the city together, making of Winterfell not a fortress but a home, not a legend but a living, breathing community. The line of Jaime and Brienne endured in every gentle act, every moment of humility, every time an old feud was laid down or a stranger welcomed to the table. New arrivals from the far south, the free cities, even the distant summer isles, learned the customs of the city, its rituals of apology and welcome, its expectation that every soul could begin again. The children of Winterfell, born to every tongue and parentage, grew up with a certainty that their story was theirs to shape. In the schoolyard, games of knights and shield maidens had changed. Now, instead of vanquishing, the goal was to build, to forgive, to work together for the prize of the blue ribbon and the praise of friends. Teachers encouraged students to write new endings for old tales, to invent their own festivals, to carry the story out into the world beyond the city walls. Lyanna's kin spread far and wide. Some sailed east or west, some crossed the green hills to distant valleys, always returning, always welcomed home by the sound of bells and the warmth of the city's kitchens. The city's archivists, descendants of scholars, healers, and stewards from every generation, kept the records of every family, every pledge, every blue ribbon awarded or received. When a life ended, a bell tolled and a ribbon was tied in the godswood, so that even those lost to memory remained woven into the living tapestry. That year, as summer approached, the city's poets and minstrels composed a new song for the festival. A ballad of change and endurance, hope and return, its refrain echoing the lesson that even the greatest wounds could be healed, and that every morning was a chance for a new beginning. It was sung in the square, in the school, in every home and market, until the city itself seemed to hum with its gentle wisdom. On the eve of the festival, Lyanna found herself alone in the godswood, the air sweet with new leaves and the last breath of snow. She knelt between the stones, her heart full of gratitude, and whispered a prayer not for victory or strength, but for the courage to forgive and the wisdom to keep the story alive. In the stillness, she felt a warmth on her cheek, a breeze, a memory, a blessing, and knew that the two who had begun it all watched still, proud and content, as the city they loved flowered anew. Winterfell was a city remade, not once, but every day. Its hope was never a monument or a secret, but a song, a promise, a hand held out in forgiveness, renewed again and again with each spring's gentle thaw. The world beyond Winterfell was always changing. New kings crowned in far-off capitals, ships from distant continents docking in White Harbor, old gods and new creeds mixing in southern lands. Yet in the north, life pulsed to its own ancient rhythm, the steady heartbeat of a city that had long ago chosen forgiveness as its greatest law and hope as its only crown. The dawn of a new summer found Winterfell blooming. The last traces of frost had faded from the walls and gardens, and the godswood glowed with green and red beneath the golden sun. Children's voices filled the lanes from the first bell, and traders set up their stalls before the city's doors had fully swung open. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, baking bread, and wildflowers gathered from every field. It was the season for stories. In the main square, the city's poets rehearsed for the upcoming Shield Festival, their voices rising and falling in a patchwork of tales new and old. The Shield champion from the year before, a shy girl who had befriended a lost traveler and taught her to read, stood beside a gathering of younger children, patiently teaching them the story of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden, their hands twined in blue ribbon as the lesson came to life. The Lady of Winterfell, Lyanna, moved quietly through the city, her steps as familiar as the path of the sun. She stopped often, sharing a word here, lending a hand there, guiding a quarrel toward peace, or simply pausing to listen to a song. Her kin and council joined her, their presence a living promise that the North's greatness was built not on conquest, but on 1,000 small acts of kindness repeated and retold. The city school was in festival mode. Classrooms spilled into gardens and courtyards, students drawing the story of Jaime and Brienne on long banners to hang above the lanes. Teachers led lessons in the markets and the smithies, showing the children how to weigh fairness on a scale and how to mend what had been broken. Each lesson ended with the same question: how will you shape the story today? The Shield of Winterfell was a season-long affair, its events ranging from feats of strength and skill to riddles, music, and, most beloved, the trials of mercy. The final champion would be the one who found a way to turn a rival into a friend, or offer comfort in the face of anger. This year, one child who had once been called troublesome, quick to fight and slow to trust, was quietly watched as he befriended a new boy from the southern coast. When the day of the last contest arrived, he was voted champion by secret ballot, not for victory, but for having learned at last to forgive and be forgiven. The rituals of apology and new beginning were everywhere. Each household marked the summer's first day by writing confessions or wishes on slips of paper, tying them to the blue and gold ribbons that fluttered from windows and balconies. On the day of the great festival, the city gathered in the Godswood. The lady, standing beneath the heart tree, called on each family to speak of their failures, their hopes, their gratitude, their pledges for the year ahead. Each voice, whether trembling or proud, was heard and answered. "You are forgiven. We begin again." Afterward, there was feasting and dancing. Trestle tables stretched the length of the main square, each one crowned with wild flowers and laden with bread, fruit, cheese, and sweetmeats. There was no distinction of rank, lord and merchant, child and stranger, wildling and visitor. Everyone found a place, a plate, a cup filled by a neighbor's hand. The city's bards sang through the night, their voices weaving together the old songs and new. And the refrain of every ballad was the same, that the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden had turned from pride and pain to love, and pain to love, and mercy. And so could anyone any day. Travelers who came to Winterfell seeking its famous justice and peace found themselves part of the story whether they meant to or not. Some stayed, drawn into guilds and friendships, into loves that surprised them, into new customs of apology and renewal. Those who left carried the city's lessons to distant lands. In Bravos, a feast of ribbons appeared one spring. In Old Town, a healer built a shrine to second chances. In the free cities, blue banners began to appear above the doors of houses that welcomed all in need. Within the city, Lyanna's council continued the work begun so long ago. Each season brought new voices. A ship's captain from Lys, a wildling elder with the gift of storytelling, a smith's daughter whose inventions helped the city endure a summer drought. Justice was measured by the willingness to listen, to change, to mend, not by punishment, but by the chance to do better. Every evening, as the sun set behind the walls, Lyanna made her way to the Godswood, as her ancestors had before her. Some nights she was joined by a grandchild or a friend. Other nights she knelt alone, remembering the line of women and men, Brienne, Jaime, Sansa, Arya, Podrick, and all the others, whose choices had shaped the city's soul. She often brought a small offering, a sprig of rosemary, a bit of song, a new ribbon, or simply a quiet prayer. It was not a city without sorrow. There were still quarrels, still moments of loss or regret, still storms that battered the gates or news of distant troubles. But each sorrow was met as a community, never alone. The children who stumbled were caught and set right. The old who ached were comforted and honored. The new arrivals who feared they would never belong found arms open and stories ready to be shared. There was always a hand to hold, a meal to share, a chance to start again. The city's library grew, now the greatest in the north, its shelves heavy with tales of mercy and hope, of failure and triumph, of the ways in which Winterfell and its people had learned, year by year, to be gentler and wiser. The archivist made certain that every story mattered: a baker's forgiveness, a healer's comfort, a child's courage, a lord's apology. Nothing was forgotten, and everything could be made new. On the last night of the Shield Festival, as lanterns floated on the river and music drifted through the open windows, Lyanna stood by the heart tree, watching the city she loved. She saw children racing over the grass, elders sharing memories beneath the banners, strangers welcomed, and friends reunited. The story of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden was on every tongue, but it was not just their tale anymore. It belonged to everyone who lived and loved in Winterfell. As darkness settled and the lanterns glowed brighter, she whispered a promise, that as long as hope was chosen, as long as mercy endured, the story would go on, woven in blue and gold, in forgiveness and laughter, in every life yet to come. Winterfell's bells rang into the night, steady as a heartbeat, and the city, old, ageless, ever new, welcomed another morning, another chapter, another chance to begin. Oh, hey, Jane, hey. Summer ripened in the north, thickening the air with the scents of clover and wild rose, sunlight glinting off the deep green leaves in Winterfell's godswood. The ancient heart tree watched in silence, its red canopy alive with birdsong. Below it, the twin stones of Jaime and Brienne had become smooth and softly gleaming from centuries of loving touch. 1,000 hands leaving 1,000 wishes. The godswood paths were rarely empty. Lovers strolled at twilight, scholars sat cross-legged by the roots to copy old stories, and children wove garlands to hang from the lowest branches. The city itself had never been more alive. Walls and towers wore a mantle of green vines. Banners in blue, gold and white rippled from every window and gate. On the eve of the Shield Festival, laughter echoed from the squares and streets. There were games and songs in every corner of Winterfell, but even amid such joyful noise, everyone found time for the rituals that defined the city's soul. At dawn, the Lady of Winterfell, Lyanna's daughter now, a bright-eyed woman named Jonelle, led a quiet procession into the godswood. She knelt at the stones and placed 3 new ribbons, one for hope, one for healing, one for courage. The crowd, kin and council, guilds and strangers, wildlings and lords, stood in silence as the old story was spoken once more. Not just the tale of a knight and a shield maiden, but of a city that had chosen again and again to mend instead of break, to open instead of harden, to welcome the world and change it in turn. The Blue Roof School was at the festival's heart. For weeks, the children had prepared new plays and recitals, some faithful to the old stories, others entirely new. In the schoolyard, they painted long banners with scenes of forgiveness and beginnings, courage and kindness, the images slowly unfurling along the festival streets until they formed a river of memory and hope. This year, the Shield Festival's contests were more varied than ever. Duels and riddles, yes, but also stories, songs, crafts, and acts of service. The contest most beloved by the city was the Mercy Game, in which children drew lots to secretly care for or aid another, their acts discovered only at the festival's end. The revelation of each kindness brought applause, laughter, and not a few happy tears. The final champion, chosen by secret ballot as always, was a girl of 8 whose simple gift, a loaf of bread shared with a grieving stranger, had changed the life of an old soldier come north in search of peace. When she knelt by the stones to recite the knight's vow and receive her blue ribbon, The God's Wood was alive with the music of bells and birds, and the quiet weeping of every soul who remembered what mercy could mean. The city's market thrived on festival days. Traders from distant lands brought spices and glass, bards played lutes and pipes, wildling singers led rounds in the square, and visiting children marveled at Winterfell's open tables, where no one ate alone. As evening settled, the city's kitchens poured out a feast for all. Honeyed bread, roast fowl, barrels of berry wine. Families, travelers, and newcomers dined side by side, and everywhere the talk was of new beginnings. Wishes made, feuds ended, friendships kindled, loves begun. Justice in Winterfell remained the gentle, stubborn work of daily life. When trouble came, a quarrel, a theft, a sorrow, the council gathered in the God's Wood, inviting both those hurt and those who had hurt to speak. Children attended these gatherings as a lesson. The first step was always to listen, the next to offer a chance to mend. No voice was mocked, no hand turned away, and each resolution ended with a blue ribbon tied at the heart tree for memory. Pilgrims and poets, queens and laborers, came for the festival and stayed, their names and stories written into the city's growing book of mercy. The archivists, descendants of Podrick and many others, collected every confession, each story of hope and renewal, each act of kindness. When the great bell tolled at midnight, all the stories were read aloud in the school's hall, the city silent and listening. Every person, high or humble, was reminded that their choices wove the pattern of Winterfell's life. Jonelle walked the city each night, as her foremothers had done, her presence a comfort and a reminder. She knew every alley, every name, every sorrow, and every joy. She welcomed each question, met every fear with patience, and gave forgiveness as freely as breath. It was said in the market that the lady's true power was this: to remember every act of mercy and reflect it back until the whole city shimmered with hope. When the festival's end drew near, the children led the lantern procession to the God's Wood, each light bobbing like a firefly on the dusk. Lanterns were hung from the lowest boughs, their glow casting golden halos over the stones. Jonelle stood at the heart tree and spoke the closing words, her voice carrying over the crowd. We remember, so we do not forget. We forgive, so we can begin again. We love, so the story never ends. Bento. The crowd answered, voices joined in a gentle song. Lanterns drifted up into the trees, the festival's last dance unfolding in the starlit square. Some families stayed late into the night. And as the summer waned, life returned to its patient, purposeful rhythm. Children went back to their lessons. The council met in the bright halls. Healers walked the city with remedies and prayers, and the bells marked births, unions, and farewells with equal grace. Pilgrims and traders journeyed out into the world with blue ribbons at their wrists, small tokens of a hope that traveled farther every year. In the centuries since Jaime and Brienne had chosen to stay, the story had grown beyond them, yet their presence lingered, in every hand extended, every quarrel resolved, every dawn met with humility and joy. The heart tree stood watch as the city thrived, a living witness to the vow that forgiveness would outlast any winter, and that hope, born anew with each day, would forever bind the North together. So it was, and so it remained, as long as Winterfell's bells rang, as long as stories were told by lantern and firelight, as long as hands reached out to forgive and to welcome the lost. A city of peace, of memory, of new beginnings, forever remade, forever enduring, forever home. A.K. The summer grew long and sweet, days stretching into golden evenings, where the air was thick with the scent of meadows and the hum of bees in the gardens around Winterfell's walls. The rivers ran high, the markets bustled, and the God's Wood wore a mantle of green so deep it glowed even in the half-light before dawn. Winterfell's bells marked each morning with a slow, hopeful chime, their notes rising above the city's rooftops and spilling out across the fields, a promise as enduring as the stone beneath them. It was a season of renewal, and the city's energy was infectious. The Lady Janelle, tall and keen-eyed, moved with gentle purpose through her days. She oversaw the planting of new apple groves and the raising of a hall for music and healing, welcomed a fresh wave of families from distant shores, and listened to every story brought before her council. Her court was a tapestry of all the North had become, the sturdy farmers of old Stark blood, wildlings and riverlanders, olive-skinned traders from the summer isles, maesters and singers and children from every walk of life. They met not in the shadow of thrones, but at the long round table in the open-air gallery, where laughter and argument mixed as easily as the city's dialects. The school had just finished its lessons for the season, and now its teachers fanned out across the city, leading games and festivals in the courtyards and lanes. Children painted bright murals along the river, wrote new verses for the story of the Golden Knight and the Shield Maiden, and planned kindness quests that sent them from house to house in pursuit of some gentle deed. Their laughter was the city's true anthem, as old as the heart tree and as restless as Arya's descendants, whose comings and goings always brought news and wonder. Every morning began with a quiet gathering in the God's Wood. Pilgrims and townsfolk knelt side by side, tying blue ribbons or laying new tokens at the stones of Jaime and Brienne. Tokens as simple as a single feather, a hand-drawn sketch, a scrap of poetry, or a stone etched with a vow. These offerings were gathered each week by the keepers, the archivists of memory, and taken to the growing library beneath the school. There, in the cool dark, every message, every act of forgiveness, every confession and hope was preserved, a living record of what the city had chosen to become. That summer, the Shield Festival was the most joyful in living memory. The city's streets and squares became a stage for every kind of contest: music and storytelling, healing and invention, archery and cookery, games of wit and strength. The Mercy Games, now a citywide tradition, saw children and adults alike performing secret acts of service, their deeds revealed only on the festival's final night. There was a parade of blue banners for every new friendship, a feast of honey cakes and berry wine shared by all, and at dusk, the lantern procession wound its way to the God's Wood, lanterns bobbing like fireflies above the heads of the singing crowd. The champion this year was a boy of 13. Small for his age but quick with a smile and quicker still to help. He had taught a recent orphan to read, resolved a dispute between rival guilds with a clever joke, and mended more fences, literal and figurative, than anyone could count. When his name was called, he knelt at the stones, pressed his hand to the old shield, and spoke the vow in a voice that trembled with joy. "I will forgive, I will endure, I will help the world begin again." Janelle presided over the feast in the main square, her smile bright as she listened to stories from every table. A wildling's tale of a lost daughter found, a merchant's account of a debt forgiven, a child's story of fear overcome. The archivists made their rounds, collecting each story, adding ribbons and new names to the city's living book. As the stars rose, Janelle herself walked the market, pausing to help an old man carry his basket, to answer a question from a curious girl, to tie a fresh blue ribbon on the arm of a young sailor just come ashore. The God's Wood, luminous under the lanterns, became a place of wonder. Children played in the shadows while elders told the oldest stories, of the days when the city had known only suspicion and war, of how a golden knight had turned his back on pride, of how a shield maiden's courage had remade the meaning of strength. As midnight drew near, the lady led the city in the Song of the Stones, a melody grown richer and more complex with each year, voices blending and rising to the dark sky in a celebration not only of forgiveness, but of belonging. The days that followed saw the city return to its rhythm, bells for work and play, for lessons and gatherings, for meals and prayers. The market square thrived, and every lane echoed with music. Disputes were brought before the council, but now, more often than not, they were settled with apologies and new arrangements before judgment was needed. The city's law, old as the memory of Jaime and Brienne, was lived in practice as much as written on parchment. No one was left behind, and every soul could begin anew. In the healing hall, a descendant of Podrick led apprentices in caring for the sick and the old. They learned not only the art of herbs and splints, but the more patient work of listening, of giving comfort, of teaching that a mistake or a wound need not be the end of anything. In the library, scholars debated the meaning of justice in the city's past and present, each argument ending with a new question or a new proposal for gentler laws. The city's pilgrims came and went, many staying for a season or a year before moving on, always bearing the blue ribbons as a sign of the welcome they had found. Some became part of Winterfell's families by adoption or marriage. Others sent letters back from distant ports, their stories woven into the city's festivals. Each home, however humble, had a ribbon or a candle or a carving that linked it to the story, some small promise that the work of mending was never done. As summer waned, Jonelle made her yearly pilgrimage to every district and field. She listened to grievances and joys, to old women who remembered the cold before the peace, to children who only knew the warmth of the city's arms. She stopped at every memorial, every place where a kindness had been remembered, every spot where a wrong had been made right. At each, she knelt and whispered, "Thanks," her voice barely more than a breath. On the last night of the festival, a gentle rain fell. Lanterns shone on wet stone as families huddled beneath eaves, singing together, sharing stories late into the night. Jonelle, wrapped in her blue cloak, joined them, her laughter mingling with the voices of children and the distant bells. In the hush before midnight, she slipped away to the godswood, alone but for the memories that lived there. She knelt before the twin stones, the grass cool beneath her knees, and spoke a final prayer, not just for peace or for her city, but for the strength to forgive again, to welcome the stranger, to trust the story would go on. The air around her was sweet with summer and memory. In the silence, she imagined she heard the laughter of Brienne and Jaime, proud and gentle, echoing through the leaves. The world beyond would change again, as it always had. Wars and wonders would come and go. New voices would rise to lead and sing. But in Winterfell, the story endured. Every day, a chance for courage and compassion. Every year, a renewal of the promise that peace and hope were not the end of the tale, but its unending beginning. So the bells of Winterfell rang on, and the city woke to another day. Strong not for its walls, but for the hands that mended, the hearts that forgave, the memories cherished, and the future made gentle. One story, one life at a time. Ka. Autumn swept softly into the north, its first chill curling through the apple orchards and painting the leaves in shades of fire and copper. Winterfell responded as it always had. Not with fear or haste, but with a measured, patient joy. The city's bells sang in the misty mornings, signaling the return of harvest and the slow drawing in of the world toward hearth and home. The market was bright with the last flowers of summer, bushels of fruit and sheaves of golden wheat. Traders hawking wool cloaks and preserves, and the new books written by Winterfell's children. Each street carried the echo of old songs, and the low, contented murmur of a city secure in its purpose. Jonelle, Lady of Winterfell, stood at the heart of it all, moving easily among her people. She had grown older, her hair silvered and her stride measured, but there was nothing frail about her. Her laugh was still sharp, her embrace still warm, and her mind as quick and curious as when she was a girl. She wore the blue cloak on festival days, as all her foremothers had, and she made time each dawn to visit the godswood, touching her hand to the stones, drawing in the stillness and strength of those who had come before. The city's rituals deepened with the turning of the season. In the school, lessons shifted from gardens to hearthcraft, from outdoor games to the stories that shaped the long evenings ahead. Children learned to make lanterns from colored glass and scraps of metal, each one marked with a wish or an apology, a hope or a memory. The Shield Festival gave way to smaller, more intimate gatherings, circles of neighbors sharing food, guilds preparing for the day of forgiveness, elders rehearsing the songs that would be sung beside the fire. The godswood was never empty. By day, its grass was littered with children's books, garlands, and the soft laughter of friends. By night, lanterns glimmered like fallen stars, each marking a promise made or a sorrow eased. Pilgrims arrived even as the days shortened, their cloaks heavy with dust, and their eyes bright with hope. Some knelt in silence, others prayed aloud. Some confessed failings, some only wept and found peace. The keepers, descendants of Podrick and of wildlings, of healers and minstrels, offered comfort and tea, and wrote each new story, each new kindness, into the ever-growing book of memory. The council met more often as autumn advanced. Decisions were made about storing grain, sending help to distant villages, setting aside reserves for the sick or old. Disputes were heard as ever, with a gentle firmness. No bitterness allowed to linger, no wound left untended. Even the smallest voice was heard, and when the need for forgiveness arose, it was met not with judgment, but with patience and a blue ribbon, a symbol of trust restored. This year, the day of forgiveness dawned in a mist of golden light. The whole city paused. No work was done, no bells rang save those that marked the hour of the first gathering. From every street and home, people came to the Godswood in quiet, thoughtful procession, their lanterns and blue ribbons held before them like torches in the dark. Jonelle, standing beneath the heart tree, spoke the words her line had spoken for centuries. We come together not for judgment, but for renewal. We offer what is broken and accept what is mended. We ask and grant forgiveness, so our story may go on. One by one, neighbors and kin, strangers and friends, stepped forward to speak, some in loud, clear voices, some barely above a whisper. There were confessions of carelessness, of anger, of old feuds nursed too long, of love withheld, of kindness forgotten. Each confession was met with a touch, a word, a ribbon tied in answer. Some stories ended in tears, some in laughter, all in a kind of peace. At dusk, the children led the lantern procession through the city. Lights flickered in every window, bells chimed soft and low. In the square, the council shared out the feast, each person serving and being served in turn, every quarrel and sorrow set aside. The minstrels sang new verses for the old story, of the golden knight and the shield maiden, but also of the baker who forgave a thief, the child who returned to help a sick friend, the lover who found the courage to say, "I am sorry." When the feast ended, families gathered at the stones. Jonelle, her cloak bright in the torchlight, told the story again, how mercy had shaped the north, how forgiveness had healed wounds deeper than winter, how each life, no matter how small, could add a new verse to the. The crowd joined hands as the stars came out and sang together, their voices twining through the cold air, their words a promise renewed. The months that followed brought the hush and hush of snow, the city turning inward for winter, but the warmth of the festival lingered. In every home, blue ribbons hung from the rafters. In every heart, the lesson of the season echoed. Forgiveness was not a one-day thing, but a way of being, a habit as deep and old as the roots of the heart tree itself. Jonelle found herself walking the Godswood more often as the nights grew longer. She listened for the voices of those who had come before, and sometimes, in the stillness, she felt them near: Brienne's courage, Jaime's humility, Sansa's wisdom, Arya's restlessness, Podrick's kindness, and the laughter of all the children who had ever run through these trees. She knew that her time would one day end, that others would come to take up the blue cloak, to sit at the council, to write new chapters in the book of memory. But for now, she walked home beneath the lanterns, her heart at ease, the city at peace. The bells rang softly in the night, and Winterfell endured, as it always had and always would. Not in the glory of battle, but in the quiet triumph of every hand extended, every wrong forgiven, every hope held fast against the coming dark. And so, as the seasons turned again, the story continued. Unfinished, always beginning, always bright as the morning light that spilled through the Godswood, falling gentle on the stones, the roots, and the dreams of the north. Ka. Snow came early that year, floating down in thick, lazy flakes that cloaked the city in silence and made the banners along Winterfell's walls sag with soft white weight. The apple trees in the orchards bowed beneath the frost, and the rivers slowed, their surfaces rimmed with ice. But in the city, hearth fires burned high, and every window glowed with yellow light. Winterfell had long ago learned that no winter, however bitter, was reason for fear. In the warmth of its kitchens, in the laughter of its halls, and in the hush of the godswood, the city's hope lived on. Jonelle, Lady of Winterfell, moved slowly now, her hair white as snow, her step careful on the stone. She wore her blue cloak every day, not just for festival, the color as bright as a summer sky. Her council had grown, her children and their friends, the heads of the healers, the new master of the city's school, a poet from the summer isles who had never returned home, a wildling matriarch whose laughter could shake the dust from the beams. They met each morning in the solar, the round table crowded and cheerful, their talk a harmony of memory and invention. As the world turned inward for winter, the city drew closer too. The market square became a place of stories as much as trade. Merchants swapped tales of journeys through storm and snow, and elders recited the old legends while children pressed close, cups of spiced cider in hand. The school's lessons moved from the gardens to the great hall, where teachers led students through the histories of Winterfell. Not just the battles and banners, but the seasons of forgiveness, the building of trust, the blue ribbon tied again and again at the heart tree. The godswood was deep with snow, the branches hung with frozen garlands and icicles. But its paths were always clear. The keepers, old now but indefatigable, swept the drifts away from the twin stones, refreshed the lanterns, and gathered the tokens left by dawn's earliest pilgrims, a handful of seeds, a knitted scarf, a poem tucked into a seashell, a wish scrawled on birch bark. Pilgrims came in twos and threes, and sometimes the godswood rang with song, or weeping, or simply the hush of people remembering together. The Festival of the Blue Ribbon had, over the years, become the city's winter heart. For 12 days, no quarrel was left unspoken, no kindness unmarked. Each morning began in the godswood, with a reading from the Book of Memory, a baker's forgiveness, a child's apology, a healer's vow to try again. Each evening ended in lantern light. The whole city gathered for music, and the long, slow telling of the story that had become theirs. Of Jaime and Brienne, yes, but also of the hundreds, then thousands, of lives remade through gentleness and courage, trust and hope. Jonelle presided over the rituals, her voice a thread that wove every gathering together. On the festival's last night, she stood beneath the heart tree, the lanterns throwing gold and blue shadows through the snow, and recited the promise anew. We endure not through might, but through mercy. We remember not for pride, but for peace. Each of us is a keeper of the story, and each of us must choose, each day, each season, to forgive, to mend, and to begin again. And thou. The crowd joined her in the final vow, their voices rising through the cold. We are the hope of Winterfell, and Winterfell is the hope of the world. That night, the feasting in the halls went on past midnight. Children sang, and elders told tales of every age. There were stories of old wars and ancient fears, but far more of new joys, of the wildling girl who had become the city's greatest builder, of the sailor from distant Volantis who had started a family in the north, of quarrels healed over shared work and strangers welcomed as kin. As snow pressed against the city's walls, the Lady of Winterfell made her last pilgrimage of the festival, lantern in hand, to the godswood. Her youngest grandchild, a sturdy boy named Petyr, walked beside her, solemn but curious. They paused before the stones, the heart tree's red leaves flickering in the lamplight. "Will they remember us, Gran?" Petyr asked, his voice small in the vast silence. Jonelle smiled, tracing a gloved finger over Brienne's name. Then Jamis. "As long as we keep telling the story and keep living its lesson, there will always be someone to remember. It's not about the names, little cub. It's about the kindness that grows here?" He nodded, thoughtful, and tucked a blue ribbon into the crook between the stones. They stood for a while, letting the hush settle in, until the cold sent them back to the warmth of the keep. Spring came slowly that year, but when it did, the whole city blossomed at once. The snow melted in torrents, the river ran wild, and the apple trees burst into flower. Jonelle no longer joined every council meeting, but the city was strong in the hands of those she had raised, and every new leader bore the blue ribbon with pride. The Book of Memory was now a collection of dozens of volumes, kept in the great library and read from daily. Its pages, soft and ink-stained, told of feasts and funerals, of storms endured, of children born and hopes restored. New chapters were always being added, in the words of a child or a stranger, a wildling or a wandering bard. On the first warm night of summer, Jonelle's family and council gathered in the Godswood to celebrate her many years as lady. There was singing and toasts and laughter that seemed to echo through every leaf. Jonelle, sitting beneath the heart tree, watched the generations that had followed her and smiled, content. In time, she passed on as all must. The bells rang not with sorrow but with gratitude, the city's mourning a celebration of all she had taught, that no soul was lost who had loved and been loved, that every ending was simply a chance to forgive and begin again. A blue ribbon was tied for her in the Godswood, and her story entered the Book of Memory. The city did not falter. New hands swept the paths and set the lanterns, new voices rose in council and song. New children knelt by the stones, repeating the vow that would never grow old. So Winterfell endured, its story unbroken, its hope ever renewed, its bells calling out through snow and sun to every soul who longed for home. And the memory of mercy, planted long ago by a golden knight and a shield maiden, grew stronger with each passing year, blooming forever beneath the red leaves, as gentle and as steadfast as the north itself. Oh, hum. The years turned, and the bells of Winterfell continued to toll, soft and clear in the mornings, low and sweet at dusk, the threads of memory and hope running through every note. Summer and winter came and went, weaving their tapestry across the north. The apple trees in the old orchards thickened with blossom each spring, and in autumn, children laughed as they gathered the fruit, their baskets overflowing. Along the lanes, the city's blue and gold banners flew, their colors bright against stone and sky. It was a time of peace and plenty, and Winterfell had become not just a home for the north, but a beacon to the world beyond. Pilgrims from distant lands crossed the green hills to learn from the city's healers, to sit in the blue-roofed school, to witness the council at work. The traditions begun in the days of Jaime and Brienne, and refined through the centuries, were now the North's gift to all. Justice by counsel, mercy above all, the second chance granted without shame. In the keep, Jonelle's children and grandchildren flourished, each taking up some piece of the city's life. A son became the new master of the school. A daughter guided the healer's hall. A granddaughter led the city's carpenters and stonemasons in raising new towers and repairing the ancient wall. The lady's place on the council passed to her eldest, a woman named Meera, whose hair curled dark as a raven's wing, and whose laughter could melt any winter's gloom. Meera ruled as her mother had, walking the city each dawn, pausing to greet old friends, listening to every complaint or hope, welcoming each traveler as if kin. She wore her blue ribbon at her wrist, and at every festival she knelt at the stones, her hand pressed to the shield and the golden lion. Her words always the same: "Let us mend, let us remember, let us begin again, let us begin again." The blue-roof school had grown still larger. Now it was a labyrinth of gardens, halls, and towers, each window shining with candlelight well into the night. The teachers there, descendants of wildlings of Podrick's line, of traders from the free cities, of stonemasons and singers, passed on more than knowledge. They taught the story of the North's peace, the rituals of apology and forgiveness, the courage to speak truth, the patience to listen. In the main library, the Book of Memory had become an ever-expanding shelf, with each year's new volume carefully bound in blue leather, the names and stories of every soul who had left their mark upon the city's life. As autumn deepened, the days grew shorter, and the city prepared for its greatest festival, the renewal. For 12 days, the streets blazed with lanterns. Children, faces painted with blue shields and golden lions, paraded through the lanes singing old songs. The market square was filled with stalls, warm cider, roasted nuts, woven ribbons, and every kind of sweet or savory pie. Each night, the council gathered in the open, beneath the high banners, to hear the stories of the year. Disputes resolved, strangers welcomed, old wrongs forgiven, new friendships sealed. The highlight was always the vigil of the stones. On the festival's last night, every household sent a representative. Child or elder, merchant or minstrel, sailor or shepherd, to the godswood. The stones were garlanded with wildflowers and ribbons. Beneath the heart tree, Mira and the council waited as each person came forward to confess a failing or offer a hope. Some knelt in tears, others in laughter. Each was answered with a touch, a kind word, and a ribbon tied to their wrist. This year, the champion of the Shield Festival was a boy called Dalen, a foundling whose early years had been spent wandering between villages, mistrusted and afraid. He had come to Winterfell 2 springs ago, and at first he was shy and prickly, quick to anger and slow to trust. But the school had welcomed him, and Mara herself had offered him the blue ribbon of belonging. This autumn he had been the first to speak in the godswood, confessing his loneliness and his wish to give back what he had received. He had been chosen champion not for strength or skill, but for the courage to admit his fears and the kindness he had shown. Teaching younger children, sharing bread with strangers, defending those who struggled. The crowd cheered as he knelt at the stones, and the city's archivists wrote his story into the Book of Memory, another thread in the tapestry of mercy. The Healer's Hall thrived that autumn, and new remedies and teachings spread from Winterfell to every corner of the north. The festival's last days brought a storm, sheets of rain pounding the roofs, thunder shaking the windows. But in every home, fires burned, and the feasts went on. Neighbors gathered by candlelight, reading aloud from the Book of Memory, each story a comfort against the dark. When the storm passed, the world was washed clean. The city gathered one last time in the godswood. Mayra, standing by the stones, her ribbon now faded from years of wear, spoke the closing words. We remember not to cling to the past, but to honor it. We forgive not because we must, but because we choose to carry hope. We endure because each day is a chance to begin again, together. The people answered, as always, their voices one. We forgive, we endure, we begin again. As the years flowed on, some things changed. New inventions, new customs, new faces at the table and in the lanes. But the core of the city held, each dawn, the blue and gold banners, each dusk, the story spoken anew. The godswood thrived, its roots deeper than stone, its branches wide enough to shelter every hope and sorrow. Every season, children and elders, merchants and pilgrims, found their way to the twin stones. Some brought regrets, some promises, some left with a lighter heart and a blue ribbon at their wrist. And the story, now too vast for any one voice, remained the heartbeat of the North. In distant cities, festivals of forgiveness and blue ribbons became part of life. Songs and customs carried outward by traders and scholars, each remembering Winterfell as a city not of conquest, but of compassion. Even as time made myth of the past a lesson endured, that true strength was not in the sword, but in the hand extended in peace, in the word of mercy, in the choice to begin again. So Winterfell's bells tolled on, and the world outside turned and changed. But within the city's walls, the song remained. Another morning, another blue ribbon, another story added to the Book of Memory. A city forever remade, forever forgiving, forever home. The first frost of the season glazed the ramparts and towers of a Winterfell with a sparkling crown, turning the early sunlight to diamonds atop every roof and branch. The north was still in the grip of autumn, but winter's edge pressed at the gates, a promise and a memory both. The market square steamed with the breath of merchants and their animals, and the blue-roofed school's bell rang in crisp, clear notes. Everywhere, children skipped with laughter, their boots and mittens bright with ribbon, as they traced old cobblestones worn smooth by countless generations. Meera, Lady of Winterfell, moved through her city, wrapped in her blue cloak, her face serene and her gaze alive with pride. She was older now, hair braided with silver and white, but the lines at her eyes were from smiling, and her voice was still strong enough to carry over the bustle of a crowd. With each passing year, the city seemed less a fortress and more a living song, 1,000 voices and hands, all weaving together the rituals, hopes, and stories that were Winterfell's gift to the world. It was the season of gathering and remembrance, and the Book of Memory had grown so vast that it filled an entire tower, its shelves stacked with careful volumes of every hue, each one labeled in a dozen hands. Archivists spent their days transcribing new stories, setting each confession an act of mercy to parchment, a quarrel mended, a friend forgiven, a kindness given in secret. Each page was another route winding through the city's soul, as much a foundation as the stones beneath the keep. As the cold deepened, the city's pulse slowed. Lessons moved indoors, guilds and families prepared for the lean months ahead, and neighbors checked each other's stores and stoves. Every home hung its blue ribbons in the windows, and lanterns shaped like shields or lions glowed at dusk. The godswood's branches thinned, and the last red leaves fell. But the heart tree stood proud and ancient, roots braced against the wind. At its foot, the twin stones gleamed pale as bone, their names worn soft but never fading. Jaime Brienne, remembered in every prayer and vow. Meera's council met every morning in the solar, a lively circle of laughter, argument, and care. She relied on her daughter Jocelyn for news from the city's healers, on the new master of the school for the worries of parents and children, on the wildling matriarch for the pulse of the North's farthest settlements. Together, they prepared for the city's winter festival, the long night's welcome, a celebration of memory, forgiveness, and the warmth that endures. Preparations were everywhere. Children weaving wreaths of evergreen and blue ribbon, bakers molding sweet breads into the shapes of lions and shields, smiths repairing lanterns and stoves. In every square, groups rehearsed songs and tales. There were old stories and new ones, some wild and fantastic, others quiet and true. The youngest children played at knights and shield maidens, arguing who would play Jaime or Brian, who would make the first apology, who would win the blue ribbon for the bravest act of kindness. On the festival's eve, as dusk settled and snow drifted soft and slow from a leaden sky, the whole city gathered at the godswood. Lanterns lined the paths, their glow turning the frost to gold. At the heart tree, Meera stood with her council and family, her voice steady as she greeted each neighbor, each guest, each stranger come seeking warmth. We gather to remember the ones who came before us, and the peace they built, not with swords but with forgiveness. To thank them, we must live as they taught, offering mercy, mending what is broken, letting hope guide us through every night. One by one, people stepped forward to offer words, a regret spoken, a hope for the year, a wish for a friend or a loved one gone. Each was met with a blue ribbon, a promise to begin again. Children pressed their cold hands to the stones, whispering old wishes or new, and elders wept softly, remembering the way the story had changed their lives. Then the feast began, long tables in the square, laden with every dish the city's kitchens could devise. Minstrels played, dancers leapt and spun, and the laughter of Winterfell rang out into the night. Fires burned in every hearth, and no door was closed to anyone. In 100 homes, stories were told. How the city had been remade, not once but 1,000 times. How even in the hardest years, the blue ribbons had marked each act of mercy. How every life, no matter how small or troubled, had become a verse in the endless song. That year, the festival's champion was not a child, but an old man, once a stranger to the city, who had come decades ago, bitter and alone. He had lived in a quiet room above the tannery, working long hours and speaking little. But when illness struck his neighbor's family, he had tended them with care, sharing what little he had and refusing reward. When the city learned of it, he became legend, proof that the work of forgiveness and service never truly ended, and that there was always time to become someone new. As the festival ended, Mira led the final procession to the God's Wood. Each person tied a ribbon, made a vow, or left a token: a sprig of holly, a carved wooden lion, a note of thanks. Mira pressed her hand to the stones and said the old words: "We remember, so we may not forget. We forgive, so we may begin again. We love, so our story never ends." The words echoed in the hush, a benediction as enduring as winter, as gentle as dawn. When at last the crowd dispersed and the city's lamps flickered low, Mira remained at the heart tree, her breath clouding in the cold. She thought of all those who had come before, of Jaime and Brienne, Sansa and Arya, Jonelle and every name in the book of memory. She whispered a prayer for the city's children, for every heart searching for a second chance, for every stranger who might one day call Winterfell home. In the years to come, the North would see change again. New faces on the council, new songs in the squares, new stories woven into the book of memory. There would be sorrow and struggle, laughter and triumph, winters harsh and summers gentle. But through it all, the bells of Winterfell would ring, the ribbons would flutter in the breeze, and the God's Wood would stand as witness to the city's unbroken promise. A promise that mercy was stronger than steel, that forgiveness was the truest gift, and that love, chosen each day, could turn even the longest night into a new beginning. So the story lived on, in every voice that sang at dawn, in every hand that reached out to help, in every step along the snowy paths, unending, unfinished, and ever bright. Winterfell endured, a song of peace and hope in the heart of the world.